I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Total Collapse. Ron admitted that he didn't know enough about Mumbai. He had been doing tourism business for most of the past 6 months. Train stations, airlines, major markets, hotels, restaurants. He mostly went in and out of glamorous places. The only thing that can be called a gray area is probably various black markets. But they are still covered with exquisite coats because it was Hardin who opened the window of the black market for him. Hardin is a top figure in the gang. He also represents the privileged class of Mumbai to some extent. He can't get in touch with or he didn't introduce the darkest place in Mumbai to Ron. Ron has been to the slums, but he has never lived there for a day. He doesn't know what kind of life the people in the slums live every day. He doesn't know how the people in the slums live without water and electricity. He didn't even have in-depth contact with the so-called middle class in Mumbai. He always used money to solve problems. He lives in an expensive apartment and doesn't encounter various annoying problems like digestion, such as frequent blockages in pipes, frequent power outages at home, and water outages. His bathroom is cleaned by a special person, and the person in charge comes from the slum where Anand lives. The people there helped him solve all kinds of small troubles in life, and even had a full-time driver for him to use. But the Mumbai that Anand showed him today refreshed Ron's 3 views. The dirtiest things in the world can probably be found here. After seeing the shelter, Ron went back. He didn't let Anand continue to introduce other markets here. There was no need. He understood. In this hellish city, you don't have to consider moral issues. Bystanders and even victims accept all this calmly, and your excessive kindness will become an alternative. Back at the Indian hotel, Ron talked directly with Luca about the cooperation with Merck. How much are they willing to pay? About $2,000, Luca nodded affirmatively. Merck's laboratory will be built in Mumbai, right? Ron did not comment on his answer. Yes, I will talk to them in person when the time comes. You can't talk. Without my presence in Mumbai, they can't stay for a week, Ron chuckled. Why? Luca asked subconsciously. There are countless gangs targeting such fat sheep. Every day, people from the Dow gang, the Gauri gang, and the Pathan gang come to their door to extort money. The police are in collusion, and finally those Western white people can only hide in the luxury apartment and tremble. They don't even have the courage to find Indian call girls. Dude, you are not kidding me, right? I know you can hire bodyguards here. Luca swallowed his saliva. Bodyguards? Believe it or not, as long as they refuse to pay, the bodyguards' heads will be placed at the door of their apartment the next day. Oh, bullshit. Are you sure you are not kidding? I have come here so many times and have never encountered any problems. Luca was so scared that he shivered. Because you are a tourist, you are not going to live here for a long time. Of course, the most important thing is Ron gave him a look. I am with you. This is a signal. Signal? What do you mean, buddy? Are you also a gang member? Luca was surprised. I'm not a gang member, but I have gang connections. Now, how exactly does Merck plan to cooperate? Well, they're willing to give each drug dealer $5,000, and the rest don't care about life or death. Luca still confessed honestly. He admitted that Mumbai was different from what he thought. Especially the Indo-Muslim conflict outside, the hysterical madness. Even an old street thug like Luca felt a chill in his heart. Of course, he wanted to do this business without Ron, but it didn't work, and he couldn't hide it. As long as the Merck people settled in Mumbai, they would inevitably have to deal with Ron, and then the matter would be leaked. Between the interests and avoiding offending Ron, the local snake, Luca chose the latter. $5,000 per head, even if they split it equally, it would be a considerable profit. The most important thing is that he wants to run this business for a long time. Look, if everyone is honest with each other, there will be something to talk about. We'd better meet with the Merck people. There are many details to be determined. Ron was very satisfied with the number. Of course I hope to make this deal soon, but you know the situation outside. If Mumbai is not peaceful, Merck and our pharmaceutical business will all be shut down, and the loss will be huge. Luca planned to transport more drugs from Mumbai this time, and they prepared nearly $200,000 in cash. He couldn't carry so much money with him. As long as the distributors were contacted here and the drugs were delivered to the dock, his brother Ronaldo would send someone to deliver the money. Their boat was sailing on the high seas outside, and a satellite phone could handle it. So the situation in Mumbai was the key, and many businessmen were trying to find out the news. "I'll make a call first." Ron went downstairs to find Zainatu. The first people he thought of were of course the officials he knew. They worked in government departments and had a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. Unfortunately, neither Harry nor Singh knew when the conflict would end. They told Ron that the actions of the Shiv army were supported and condoned by many members of parliament. As the leader, Bal Thackeray had tasted the sweetness of power, and he wanted to use this as a stepping stone to get promoted and deeply involved in politics. Advani, the leader of the BJP, wanted to become the leader of India. This famous politician also formed an alliance with the Shiv Sena. Together, they inspected the tube building where the Hindu family was killed. This was a signal that, if nothing unexpected happened, Mumbai would be controlled by the Shiv Sena in the future. Yes, the Shiv Sena was a nationalist group, not a gang, although what they did was no different from gangs. Ron then called Leela. She knew someone in the embassy and could even get a blank passport from her. Leela told him that the embassies of almost all Western countries, including the United States, Britain, and Germany, had informed their countries of the riots in Mumbai and reminded their citizens not to stay in Mumbai for the time being. Well, it seemed that the riots would not end in the short term, because this was a consensus view at home and abroad. Ron finally called Hardhan. This sudden turmoil made their situation slightly awkward. Ron was a Hindu on the surface, and Hardhan was a Mughal, which was also well known. Now the two sects were incompatible. They tacitly reduced their business dealings, not because of their faith, but because they were worried that their subordinates would be dissatisfied with this. Especially Cad Khan. His Moomin must be dissatisfied with what is happening now, so Ron is always right to be cautious. Of course, it is always okay to make a phone call. Cad, it's me, Ron, glad that you are safe and sound. Oh, thank you, I'm sorry about what happened outside, haha. Cad Khan laughed. I once said the same thing to you, but now it seems that the wheel of fate has come. And this is a tragedy. Ron's parents died in the religious conflict, and Cad Khan also said sorry at that time, but now the situation has reversed. Although the newspapers have been accusing the Moomin of committing serious crimes, everyone knows that the Moomin are the most persecuted party, and they have more people who died in this turmoil. Don't worry, no matter what happens outside, our business will continue as usual. No problem, I'm here anytime. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. He still needs to rely on the big tree of Cad Khan, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. I have already discussed the travel agency. When this storm is over, we will start sending people out. How long will it take? It's very chaotic outside now, Ron asked. It depends on the Shiva army, but, Cadhan paused, don't go out during this period, something will happen. What? Just remember it, someone wants to teach the Shiva army a profound lesson. After hanging up the phone, Ron's expression was very worried. Cadhan's strange care just now was intriguing, and a bigger storm seemed to be brewing. But he was relieved, at least one thing was certain. Whether it was him, Ron, or Cadhan, they believed in business first. They were businessmen first, Mumbai people second, and Hindus or Mumbai people last. A week later, Luca left Mumbai. He planned to contact the people at Merck first, and then finalize the laboratory matter as soon as possible. As for smuggling drugs, Mumbai is now under martial law, and they can't find an opportunity. The entire Arabian coast is being watched, fearing that Persia will attack. Ron estimated that it would take at least 2 months for those people to stop, and the drug smuggling business would have to wait. In fact, the riots affected more than just the drug business. Ron's travel company also suffered heavy losses. In December and January, the revenue was dismal for 2 consecutive months. The average profit was no more than 200,000 rupees, not even a fraction of the peak period. The overwhelming media coverage had scared away foreigners in Mumbai. Even Dijan and Hala were considering whether to go to Goa in the south to avoid the limelight. They had spent 7 or 8 rainy seasons in Mumbai and were considered old hands among foreigners. But this religious conflict was different. They had never seen such a scene. Some said that the riots caused hundreds of deaths, while others said thousands. No matter which one it was, the bloody facts were always impressive. More than half a month had passed since the initial chaos, and order in Mumbai was gradually being restored. More and more people were in the market, and hawkers were hawking on the streets again. But the impact of the riots was far-reaching. If Mumbai wanted to be favored by foreign tourists again, it would have to wait until the next golden tourist season. The same is true for the travel agency that Ron and Hardham work with. The current situation in Mumbai does not allow a large number of people to enter and exit customs. Not to mention the business of extras in Bollywood. Many crews have not yet resumed work. A conflict directly destroyed most of Ron's business. What can he do? The tourism industry can only be left to fate. But surrender is impossible. Ron can just toss, whether it is a woman or a career. Taking advantage of this window period, he plans to plan the land of the textile factory. Ron also has a vague idea of what kind of electrical appliances to produce. He's going to the textile factory today and plans to find someone to clean up the place first. I don't know if this riot has affected the factory area. Ron took Anand and Vinod with him. Every time he goes out now, he is accompanied by at least 4 or 5 people. God knows if there will be crazy people behind the scenes who will retaliate indiscriminately. It's always better to be careful. They are not going to squeeze into the bus. Anand's cousin Odi is the taxi driver. Look, everything has been arranged in advance. This time, Ron is no longer fighting alone in the electrical factory. In this magical land of India, there should be a big market for cheap electrical appliances. Chapter 102 Water Conditioning. When the yellow and black taxi stopped by the bumpy road, the turbaned man appeared again. Mr. Sir, the textile factory didn't lose even a piece of wood during your absence. Did anyone come to cause trouble? Ron asked. There are no Muslims here, no one is interested, except rats. The turbaned man was called Gulish. He used to help Sharma guard the door, but now he changed to help Ron guard the door. He is a bachelor, without a family or children. Every day, he doesn't have to do anything except drinking. He just lies in the factory to sleep and guards the gate. Ron paid him 400 rupees a month, and there was no need to expect Gulish to be very responsible, as long as this place was not occupied by others. I need a few people to clean up the garbage here. Can you find some people? Of course, leave it to me. At most 3 days, this place will become cleaner than the Taj Mahal Hotel. Gulish was very excited. He took the job without hesitation, because it often meant money. How much will it cost? 3,000 rupees, he gestured tentatively. I'll give you 1,000. I'll come back in 5 days, no problem, Gulish agreed without hesitation. Ron frowned. It seemed that he had given too much. However, cleaning hundreds of acres of land was not an easy job. Who is the local boss here? He asked. Age Lal, Gulish cleverly reported a name. Which gang does he belong to? Are there any rules? Although the land transaction was endorsed by Cad Khan, no one would come to the door, but the county magistrate might as well take charge now. Ron will be active here for a long time in the future, and it is inevitable that he will have to deal with local bosses. Find out the other party's situation in advance and pay a visit afterwards. This will be good for everyone. This is how business is done in Mumbai. Merchants must deal with gangs, otherwise you will be in trouble. Ajlal is not a gangster, he is a policeman from the crime department. What? Ron was surprised. Is he a black cop? Ajlal is more difficult to deal with than a black cop, he is selfless. Gangsters and other police hate him, but he is still alive and well. Gulish's expression was very strange, it was a kind of fear and admiration, mixed with pride. Ron and Anand looked at each other. It was the first time for them to hear that there were selfless policemen in Mumbai. It seemed like a report from science fiction news. So there are no gangsters here? Yes, but because of Ajlal, they dare not mess around. Those who dare to challenge him either disappear or are thrown into jail. Gulish laughed strangely, it was a kind of weird laugh with joy. Maybe I should visit him, Ron muttered. No, they are already here. Gulish looked at the road behind him. Ron turned around, and a 3-wheeled motorcycle jumped over, with 5 policemen squeezed on it. The leader was a big man who looked like a boxer. His hair was cut very short and there was a dent on his chin, which made him look more like a special forces officer. Of course, what surprised Ron the most was that this policeman was not like the ones he had seen before, who were either pot-bellied or rude. Ajlal was very tasteful in his clothes, and he was polite and well-mannered. If you said he was a company owner or a movie actor, people would definitely believe it. Are you Ron, sir? Yes, Ron nodded. Ajlal looked him up and down. This young man was well-mannered and handsome like a movie actor. But he didn't have the smell of blood and fire, So he must have never committed a murder, and probably didn't have any deep entanglement with a gang. I'm investigating Sharma's case. He owed the bank a large sum of money and is now on the run. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sharma was being investigated for bribing senior bank officials? I only dealt with him once because of a land transaction. We are not familiar with each other. Where are the procedures? Ajlal said in a businesslike manner. Ron took out the documents from his bag. Fortunately, he brought them with him today. Ajlal flipped through them casually, made a few notes, and returned the things to him. If you have any news about him, please inform me at any time. Officer, what crime did he commit? Ron asked quietly. Malicious overdraft of credit card, fraud. That bastard has a lot of people looking for him now, and he made a lot of money before leaving. Well, Ron guessed that the guy must have fled the country. After all, he exchanged so many US dollars. If you know his whereabouts, remember to contact me. There is a reward. Of course, you can also find me when you are in trouble. Ajlal handed him a business card. Sure, Ron took the business card seriously. As for the local snake, even if he is a policeman, it is always right to get a connection. Fortunately, Sharma's matter did not involve the textile factory, otherwise he would be in trouble. In fact, he had all the necessary documents and connections within the government. Even if the truth came out, nothing would happen to the land in the end. But who can blame Ajlal for his reputation of being selfless? Every businessman in Mumbai would be scared of such a person. Ron lost interest in strolling around after being disturbed by this uninvited guest. He first discussed with Anand and the others to repair the damaged parts of the office building. Those empty windows, missing wooden doors, and broken discs all needed to be cleaned up by someone. There were carpenters and masons in the slums, so Anand and the others could handle this, but there was one thing that made Ron frown. I need a few engineers. Engineers, Anand and Vinod repeated the word awkwardly. Yes, how can there be no engineers in the factory? Without them, there would be no products. What products? Anand was very excited, even though he knew nothing about factories. Speaking of this, Ron also became excited. He thought about it for a long time and finally found a product suitable for India. Have you heard of air conditioners? Wow! Air conditioners, Anand and others were amazed. Air conditioners that blow cold air are only available in movie theaters. Yes, do you like air conditioners? Of course, it's something that only people with status can enjoy, and it costs a lot of money. So everyone loves air conditioners. Ron smiled. India is hot, and Mumbai is even hotter. Ron, your air conditioner will be liked by people in Mumbai, but not in the slums. Anand shook his head regretfully. Huh? Ron looked at him in confusion. Because there is no electricity in the slums, Anand and Vinod laughed. Ron was stunned for a moment, then laughed. But my factory doesn't produce air conditioners. Huh? Several people looked at him strangely. There are only a few factories in India that can produce air conditioners. Rich people buy imported goods. How can I get it? Ron recently checked the data and found that the air conditioner penetration rate in India is about 3%. Among the 900 million people, only more than 20 million have used this appliance, which is ridiculously low. A considerable number of them are installed in government agencies, and the penetration rate among the public is even lower. With this market size, even if Ron has the ability, he may not be interested. I want to make another kind of air conditioner, a water air conditioner. Water air conditioner. Anand and his friends were even more confused. This word was more difficult to pronounce than the engineer. An air conditioner that is simpler, cheaper, and more energy efficient than ordinary air conditioners. I think most people can afford it. Water air conditioners have another name, called earth air conditioners. The principle is quite simple, water vapor evaporation plus airflow. It can be achieved with a basin of cold water and a fan. In fact, it is more appropriate to call it an air conditioning fan, but the name of water air conditioner sounds more grand, and Indians like grandeur. Ron was not prepared to tinker with this kind of electrical appliance by himself, and he didn't understand these things. The simplest way, of course, is to set up an assembly plant. All the parts have to be purchased, and he is only responsible for assembling them into products. This requires the help of engineers, preferably engineers with basic knowledge of electricity and aerodynamics. Ron has been around the streets and alleys of Mumbai. There are only air conditioners or fans here, and there are no water-cooled air conditioners at all. However, there are many people who use ice cubes to cool directly. Anyway, it is worth a try. Since there is a gap in the market, there is a high chance of success. The best thing is that the cost of water-cooled air conditioners is low. Ron can count them on his fingers: a motor fan, a shell, and a bottom tank for storing water. It's all done. Maybe as long as the scale is increased, the price will be cheaper than electric fans. I know an engineer who knows machines. Adi, who was standing behind them, suddenly said. Really? Ron looked over in surprise. I have done business with him several times before, but that person just graduated and is still looking for a job, being watched by so many people. Adi shyly moved back. It's good to have just graduated. Ron was overjoyed. It's easiest to fool innocent and stupid college students. Anyway, this job doesn't require rich work experience. Then I'll try to make an appointment with him. Adi looked over expectantly. Appointment. Make an appointment now. Ron waved his hand and immediately prepared to go back. Since there's nothing to do, I might as well try to build a water-cooled air conditioner. It is quiet here, far away from the hustle and bustle of South Mumbai, and not affected by the riots. However, it is not easy to build an electrical appliance manufacturing plant out of thin air. Even cheap electrical appliances with little technical content need to solve various difficulties. Personnel, technology, equipment, electricity, and most importantly, sales. All things are complicated. The only thing Ron does not need to worry about is personnel. India has a large population, and Mumbai has an even larger population. More than 13 million people, most of whom lack stable jobs. Obviously, the number of factories in Mumbai is decreasing, but the number of foreign populations pouring in every year is increasing. People without jobs can only live in slums, just like Anand and his friends did before. If Ron's electrical appliance factory is opened, the priority workers to be recruited will of course be those from the slum of Tajali. There is no need to elaborate on the relationship between them, as they know each other well. If there is a stable job, of course they will think of their own people. As for technology, it depends on whether the person introduced by Adi is reliable. If it really doesn't work, Ron can only advertise in the newspaper or ask Kavaya. The factory's equipment depends on technical evaluation, and sales are not something to consider now. After going over the plan in his mind, Ron began to prepare. He had to say hello to Harry at the customs first and ask him about the import channels. If he needs to purchase equipment overseas or import materials in the future, he will have to use it. But before the call was made, Adi called first. Ron Baba, I made an appointment with Ashish. He is very interested in the job you mentioned. Let's meet tomorrow. I can't wait. After hanging up the phone, Ron sighed with satisfaction. Why make a fuss? Isn't business good? Chapter 103, Cattle and Horses. Ashish is in his 20s, not tall but strong. Like most young people in Mumbai, he grew up in the slums. The Indian girl who was burned to death lived not far from her home in the slums of Jageshwari district, and Ashish even visited her. Now the area has been cordoned off by the government, and no one, whether Hindu or Muslim, is allowed to approach. The reason is that they are worried about causing another conflict between the two sects, but many public welfare organizations do not buy it. They believe that the case should be thoroughly investigated, and the atrocities of the Shiv Sena should not be let go without investigation. But who cares? At least Ashish doesn't care. He is also a Hindu and naturally leans towards the Shiv Sena. Rather than investigating the riot case, he cares more about where to find a job tomorrow and when he can move out of this hellhole. When he was in the second grade of elementary school, his parents were seriously ill. His father worked night shifts in a car repair shop with a meager salary. He first got an intestinal ulcer and later developed appendicitis. His mother had a tumor in her stomach, and she would rub her stomach and whine after every meal. This is how the poor live. Because of the poor eating environment, the first thing that can't bear it is the stomach. In the past 3 years, Ashish's parents have been in and out of the hospital frequently, and his father was once diagnosed as not having much time left. In addition to Ashish, there is only one sister who is slightly older than him in the family. The siblings depend on each other for survival, and the relatives are indifferent to them. They wish that Ashish's parents would die, so that they can inherit a legacy of 30,000 rupees. Ashish's parents live in Cooper Hospital, which is notoriously bad for its food, so most patients ask their families to deliver meals. The school has a lunch break at 12:30, and Ashish ran out and took the number 42 bus home. His sister had packed food in an insulated box and was waiting for him. His sister went to girls' school and went home before him to cook at noon. Ashish then took the insulated box and rushed to the hospital before the visiting time ended at 2 p.m. but he was often stopped by the guard outside and told that he had to wait until the next visiting time, which was 4 p.m. He begged hard, saying that his parents were in the ward on the second floor, hungry and looking forward to it, but the guard was not willing to give in. Ashish was a penniless child, so he had to sit at the gate of the hospital and wait for 2 hours, letting the food cool quickly. He watched other patients' families give money to the guards, and the guards let them in without saying a word. It only takes 10 rupees to bribe the guards, but Ashish couldn't even take out this little money. At that time, Ashish was thinking, if I can't even deliver food to my parents, then what's the point of living? If a person wants to live, he must live a decent life. In Mumbai, you must know how to make money. And as long as he can make money, he will kill and set fire. The book says that 3/4 of the population in India has a life expectancy of less than 25 years. Ashish didn't want his parents to be one of them. He hoped that his parents could live a better life, and he hoped that he would surpass them in the future. Once this expectation is not met, the desperate anger has nowhere to vent. And no family can withstand this anger. In India, being unemployed is like living in purgatory. Before you turned 18, you were raised as a son, and your family did their best to give you the best. Every day, you were always the first to eat, followed by your father, mother, and finally your sister. Your family was not well off. Your father had to smoke less cigarettes, your mother was reluctant to buy a new sari, and your sister did not go to school, just to save money for your education. So when you turned 18 and became an adult, you were burdened with the whole family's ardent hopes for you. You dare not turn around, because you know what your family's dream is. You have seen with your own eyes that they have been humble and suffered for so many years, just hoping that you can become a superior person. You have enjoyed a good life since you were a child, and you are full of guilt for it. Now it is time for you to repay the favor. Your sister is getting married, your mother is seriously ill, and your father is about to retire. It is time for you to take over the burden of this family. This is a true portrayal of Ashish's life in the past 20 years, and now he has graduated. He went looking for a job with his diploma and bachelor's degree, but found that big companies either didn't hire or had withdrawn from the Indian market because of the riots. Small companies only hired relatives of existing employees, and he, a poor boy who grew up in the slums, didn't have any connections in Mumbai. Ashish had almost no choice. He even planned to take risks and join the gangs or join the Shiv Sena as a thug. At the same time, Ashish had to comfort his family and tell them that their investment in him was not in vain. He could be beaten and rejected, but he couldn't fail to fulfill his obligations as a son and couldn't face the disappointed faces of his family. It didn't matter if he went out early and came back late or went out late and came back early, as long as he could make money to support his family. This is what he owed them, this is his life. There are many young people like this in Mumbai, and Ashish is just an insignificant one among them. Ashish walked along the path, one step deep and one step shallow, to the depths of the alley, where his home was located. If an outsider came in without a guide, he would definitely get lost in the maze-like alleys. His house was a rundown structure made of bamboo and plaster. Over the years, they had renovated it, adding a tin roof and slightly reinforcing the walls. The four of them lived happily together in a single room, like most standard slums. The room contained only a metal folding chair for VIPs only, a low stool for regulars to sit on, a camp bed, a simple wardrobe, a gas stove, a small dining table, and several shelves. That was all Ashish's family had, and he slept in the camp bed most of the time. His parents slept in the kitchen, which was a fireplace a few steps further into the room, and his sister slept under the table. The furniture in the room constantly changed its function according to different needs. The bed used for sleeping at night served as a sofa during the day, and the dining table became a desk when they were not eating. Ashish's family members were also masters of disguise. They hid behind curtains or wrapped in towels and took off their pajamas and put on formal clothes in just a moment. Their movements were as fast as lightning. If an outsider saw them for the first time, they would almost think they were invisible. However, they could not really be invisible after all. It was the people who shared the same room who learned to look away when the other person changed clothes. Ashish fantasized about having his own room one day. He walked into the room and saw his father sitting on the floor shelling peas. A plastic clothesline was hung above his head, and wet clothes hung from the rope. The family gathered around the young man and talked and laughed. There was deliberate enthusiasm and flattery in their words. Ashish's eyes were fixed. The young man in the VIP chair looked familiar. Ashish, are you interested in a job? A serious job, probably using your major, Adi asked him with a smile. Ron met Ashish at the textile factory. The Jageshwari slum where his family lived was actually not far from here. After all, it was in the central suburbs of Mumbai. What major did you study? Mechanical engineering. Do you know fluid mechanics? No problem, Ashish didn't hesitate. What about basic electricity? No problem, Ashish still held his head high. Ron looked at him with suspicion until he felt a little guilty. I actually know a little bit about them, but it's cheap to hire me, cheaper than other college students in Mumbai, Ashish emphasized. How cheap? Ron became interested. Ashish's mind raced, and then he gritted his teeth. 2,000 rupees, their family's minimum monthly expenditure is 150 rupees, which can solve the problem of food. Forget about food and clothing. Living in a slum, what else do you want? Ashish will save the rest of the money. His family has long been eyeing an apartment in northern Mumbai, which is about tens of thousands of rupees. In just 5 years, they can move into the apartment they have fantasized about countless times. Although it is in northern Mumbai, a veritable urban-rural junction, there is not even a bus stop. But it is a place to stay, a real home. He doesn't have to deliberately hide out when his sister changes clothes. And his sister's dowry also falls on him. She is already in her 20s and is a veritable old girl in her hometown village. 2,000 rupees, more than 80% of the population in Mumbai cannot get such a high salary. But among undergraduate graduates, this price is indeed not high. Only returnees like Kavya, with the precious status of a journalist, can sign a contract of 4 to 5,000 rupees right after graduation. Ron did not comment on Ashish's offer. In the latter's nervous eyes, he first took a look at his resume. Ismail Yusuf College, from the name, means a university founded by the Muqtan, and Ashish is a Hindu. It's a bit funny, but the Muqtan seem to pay more attention to education. The famous University of Mumbai is said to have been founded with the funding of the Muqtan. If Ashish graduated from the University of Mumbai, then Ron would probably sign him at any price. This Yusuf College is probably a fake one, so it can only be used as a makeshift one. Let me tell you what the factory will do next. If you can come up with a reliable design plan, I will hire you as the chief engineer of Sir Electric. Okay, Ashish cheered up and vowed to get the job. The situation in Mumbai will probably be worse this year. If he can't find a job, he will really join the gang. Ron roughly explained to him the concept of water air conditioner. This thing is not complicated. Compared with electric fans, it has an additional water circulation evaporation system. Ashish secretly praised this idea. He even imitated the principle of water air conditioner when he was a child. Pick up some plastic bottles from the garbage dump, cut off the bottom of the bottles, and then tie several bottles together and stick them on the cover of the electric fan. At this time, just sprinkle some water from the bottle mouth to wet the plastic wall, and then turn on the electric fan, and the simplest water air conditioner or earth air conditioner will be done. It's just that he never thought of commercializing it and making it into a smaller, more beautiful and more scientific electrical appliance. This is not difficult for him. He wanted to be an engineer since he was a child, and he took his professional courses very seriously. From a Vaishite to an engineer, for Ashish, it is almost half of his life goal. Looking at the other party's energetic back, Ron nodded with satisfaction, and the automatic worker was about to go online. Well, he is also very satisfied with the name of Sir Electric Appliances. P.S. It is increasing every day. Please subscribe. Chapter 104 All Wild Ways. The atmosphere in Mumbai is no longer so tense. After the riots, 240 non-governmental organizations worked together to try to restore Mumbai to its old appearance. The whole city erected human walls, and the citizens showed their determination to unite with practical actions. Ron was very happy to see this situation. He was a businessman. Only when people lived and worked in peace and contentment could he have a lot of opportunities to make a fortune. This city has only restored order on the surface, but there are undercurrents in private. In the Leopold bar, Viraj had a different view on the current situation. Dude, are you serious? I don't want to hide in my room for a week anymore, Dejan frowned. The riots in Mumbai caused the Leopold bar to close for several days. Without alcohol, Dejan's life was worse than death. Fortunately, the plumber Ron found sorted out the problem of his apartment pipes, otherwise he would have to wander in the sea of feces for 7 days. It's hard to say whether there will be more riots, but after this battle, The fault line between the Mughals and the Hindus has been exposed. Kavya agreed with Viraj's opinion. Did you hear any news? Ron asked. Someone called the newspaper and said that the Mughals would retaliate. Kavya shrugged, but our editor-in-chief thinks it's just intimidation. He has heard too many such calls. Ron's expression changed slightly, and he thought of Kadhan's previous warning. Hey, don't worry. The conflict between the two sects has a long history. The government will handle it. They are experienced. Kavya stretched out her soft arm and put it on Ron's shoulder. Her movements were extremely natural and did not seem too intimate. Viraj raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Hila unconsciously, while Ron glanced at Lena and Mary who were sitting on his left. The latter two looked at each other, and Ron seemed to see a hint of mischief. He didn't know if it was an illusion, and he seemed to see a hint of mischief. He moved his butt uncomfortably. It is of course enjoyable to have a beautiful girl accompany you, but if the relationship between the two is subtle, it is completely another matter. Sure, a field or something like that? Absolutely not. Ron's right hand was on Kavya's shoulders like a friend, but his left hand quietly went around Lena's waist, carefully feeling her softness. Hugging left and right, isn't it beautiful? He is so brave, he wants it all. Well, of course, only Lena would spoil him like this. If it was Mary, she might have taken off one of his arms. Let's talk about something interesting, Endearing suddenly said. Have you heard of the palace? The palace. Ron was stunned, and Lena's waist also tensed. Yes, the new fun in Mumbai, the top place, that Lady Elizabeth. Ron's face was subtle. Oh, you know, Endearing was a little surprised. Have you seen her? No. Ron shook his head. That's right, no one has ever said that they have seen Lady Elizabeth, but the palace is famous because of her. Mary stopped drinking. Lena's eyes were no longer so cute, and Ron listened attentively. He had dealt with the other party when he bought a land, and there had been some unpleasantness, but he had only heard of her name but never seen her. There are many places like the palace in Mumbai, but Lady Elizabeth is the reason why customers go there. Her clients are all rich people, corporate executives, politicians, and gang members. The palace provides them with foreign girls, all foreigners, no Indian girls working there, and also provides them with sophisticated facilities to release their wildest fantasies. Those extremely weird illegal pleasures, designed by Lady Elizabeth herself, have long been spread all over the city in private, enough to shock you. Dijan has a lot of gossip. He said that Lady Elizabeth has amazing financial resources. Relying on connections and huge bribes, the palace has not been troubled by the police. According to him, Lady Elizabeth came from the Northern Bear. She was originally the mistress of a certain KGB, and she was originally active in Delhi. KGB used her to make friends with the politicians of the Congress Party, which ruled India in the past few years. Therefore, the man who controls the Congress Party controls India. There are many different stories about her activities in Delhi, ranging from scandals, suicides to political murders. In short, every version reveals the word danger. Before she came to Mumbai, there were rumors about her on the street. Now that she is in Mumbai, it is even more incredible. After a dry explanation, Endearing picked up the cup and took a sip. An embassy official I know often goes to the palace recently. Hila also added a piece of news. Damn, these rich people don't forget to hug left and right when Mumbai is in dire straits, Viraj complained dissatisfiedly. Ron, who is hugging left and right, paused and quietly put down his hands. Hey, why are Lena's eyes not squinting? Ron glanced quietly. Not only her, but Mary also sat there calmly without saying a word. Ron, how is your business recently? Viraj changed the subject again. It's the golden tourist season, but I'm sitting here drinking. What do you think, Yar? There are fewer people watching equestrian performances recently. It's all because of the damn riots. Viraj is like Ron. They are businessmen first, and then Mumbai residents, or other identities. He loves riding horses and relies on this skill to earn income in an equestrian performance hall. This kind of business that relies on tourists is destined to experience a few months of lows after the riots. Viraj was about to discuss other ways to make money with Ron when Adi suddenly came over. Ashish was waiting outside the Leopold bar. After throwing a look at Mary and the others and whispering a few words to Kavya, Ron left the bar. Adi said you were looking for me. This is the design plan for the water air conditioner. Boss, take a look. Ashish handed over the manuscript respectfully. So soon? Ron was a little surprised. Only one day had passed. I can't delay your important matter. The sooner the factory starts, the better. Look, this is what cattle and horses should look like. Ron took the manuscript with satisfaction. The water air conditioner designed by Ashish faithfully implemented the key points he repeatedly explained, which is simple. From the appearance of the drawings, it is a square box, about the size of a TV. On the front of the box is a hollow cover net, which is also the air outlet of the water air conditioner. A fan will be installed inside. There is a thin layer of gauze or cotton wool on the inside of the cover net. Their function is to absorb water from the sink below. In this way, when the fan is turned on, cool air can be sent out from the air outlet. Water vapor itself makes people feel cool, and after evaporation and heat absorption, the body temperature is lower. This is a water air conditioner, which is much cooler than an electric fan, but not as good as a real air conditioner. But it is enough for the Indian people, and the most important thing is that it is cheap. What material are you going to use for these shells? Ron asked. Iron sheet. No, use plastic. Iron sheet is easy to rust and the cost is higher. I know, boss, but iron sheet is easier to process, but plastic is not. Why? Ron asked curiously. We can get all kinds of iron sheets from building material dealers or markets. Workers can knock out a usable shell by hand with a hammer. Plastics are not the same. You need special molds and injection molding machines. These equipment are difficult to make and very expensive. Ashish had considered this long ago. In terms of material cost, iron sheets are of course more expensive. But if the processing cost is taken into account, plastics are higher. This is caused by the current embarrassing manufacturing structure in India. The government spent all its money on heavy industry in the past few decades, and various steel mills have emerged one after another. However, there is little investment in light industry related to people's livelihood. There is not a single large-scale plastic factory in the whole of Mumbai. In the case of scarce supporting facilities, iron sheets become the best choice. At worst, you can just knock them out by hand, but plastics cannot be rubbed out by hand. This explanation is very hardcore, and Ron has a headache. Sure enough, it is not so easy to do something in India. All kinds of strange problems in reality will eventually make you make strange choices. Indians are not all abstract school. Sometimes they are just forced to do nothing. In the long run, is the plastic shell more cost-effective? Ron asked again. Of course, if we have an injection molding machine, we can make all kinds of shapes. Not only is the cost low, but the appearance is also more attractive than the square iron sheet. Then we will make a batch of prototypes with iron sheets and try the effect. I will find a way to the injection molding machine. Ron decided to go through the customs. If we can get the equipment, it will be easy. Ashish danced with joy. He grabbed the job. We need to think about the cost of materials, such as cotton wool and gauze can be replaced with coconut fiber or straw. In short, divide the water air conditioner into several grades and make the best use of them. Okay, boss, Ashish agreed stupidly. When it comes to design, he is good. When it comes to money-saving tricks, Ron is far better than him. What do you think about the fan blades and motors? This is the big part of the water air conditioner, and Ron has to figure it out. The fan blades can be disassembled from the discarded fans, and the injection molding machine can be directly produced later. As for the motor, it can only be bought or imported. This thing, India can't even make it by itself, it's too high-tech. Many of the so-called domestic table fans on the market are foreign OEM products. Cheap parts are provided in Southeast Asia, and Indian manufacturers buy them and put their own brands on them. That is the so-called glory of domestic products. Then they find a bunch of media to hype them up and sell them to the public at high prices. Everyone is very good at this self-deception. Ron sighed. It seems that he still has to think of a way to import. Let's make a few units to try. The factories where we went last time. I will find someone to cooperate with you. Work hard and your salary will start from today. No problem, our water air conditioner will be available in a week at most. Ashish agreed with chicken blood. No matter what the prospects of this product are, he has at least found a job. Joining the gangs and the Shiv army is a choice when there is no other choice. After painting a pie for Ashish, Ron started to contact Harry again. The matter of importing equipment still fell on him. Chapter 105, Everyone's Success. Ron found Harry in a white uniform at the port of Mumbai. He was leading people to check a cargo ship entering the port. Dude, shouldn't you be on duty at the airport? Temporary transfer. Harry waved his hand to let the cargo ship pass. We received news that a batch of pipe organs will be shipped to Mumbai. pipe organs. Ron was stunned. Its arms. Harry was not surprised. Those gangs specially invented a set of code words to cover up their tracks. Pipe organs generally refer to machine guns. Pistols are called grandmas. Bullets are grandma's children, or tablets, capsules, rice grains. Grenades are called potatoes, stones, pomegranates. Ron was amazed and at the same time a little surprised. This is the Indian version of gang jargon. Are you here to report items to pass customs? Harry asked. No, I want to import a batch of equipment and parts. You know, I got a piece of land and plan to produce some cheap electrical appliances. Are you serious? Are you really going to be an industrialist? Harry was a little surprised. I want to give it a try. The tourism business is not doing well recently, that's true, but the real industry doesn't make money that quickly, Harry advised him kindly. In Harry's opinion, Ron's previous business was very good, such as the foreign exchange black market and drug smuggling, which made money very quickly. Ron suddenly changed his ways, and he actually felt regretful and sorry for it. Just do the previous business, but wait until the storm is over. That's good, that's how it should be. Harry was happy. Only when Ron returned to his old business could he make money. But I can't wait in vain, I have to find something to do. If we import equipment and parts, what suggestions do you have? Be more specific. Harry took him to a deserted place in the port. Injection molding machines, and motors, the kind used in fans. You'd better find a way to get this kind of equipment from Europe and the United States. If that doesn't work, Japanese goods will do. As for the motors, of course they have to be from Legiapo. Ron's eyes lit up, and he thought of one of the previous profit sources of the Mumbai gangs, smuggling. Before 1991, because the government implemented the import substitution policy, foreign goods basically could not enter India. The gangsters made a fortune by using watches and electronic products smuggled from Legiapo. Ron also worked as a broker for this kind of business last year, but with the liberalization of import policies, the profits from smuggling have dropped significantly. But no matter what, the Legiapo Industrial Park has developed rapidly. There are electronic products of good quality and low price there, and the cargo ships coming and going are sending them to all parts of the world all the time. The goods sent from Legiapo can reach Mumbai in just 3 or 4 days. There is no more suitable place than this. Harry knows all about these. In addition to electronic parts, does Legiapo export equipment? Ron's eyes sparkled. It was perfect to be able to pick up the goods in 3 or 4 days. No, Harry shook his head. Even if there is, it is third-hand or even fourth-hand equipment. If there is a problem, no one can repair it, then let's import parts from Legiapo first. Harry, do you have anyone to introduce to me? Shiki Lanant, an importer from Madras. He has a lot of connections in Legiapo. And maybe he has connections in Europe and the United States. Harry reported a name almost without thinking. I'll contact him when the goods from Singapore arrive. I'll treat it as waste. Harry understood immediately. As long as the imported goods are classified as waste, a large amount of tax can be exempted. Even if Harry operates properly, Ron doesn't have to pay a penny of tax and can receive the goods. This is why he came to Harry. Otherwise, if it's just to import some spare parts, there are a lot of middlemen in Mumbai rushing to do it. As for importing equipment from Europe and the United States, Ron suddenly thought of someone. Back home, Ron rummaged around in the study, and Nia looked at him in confusion. Baba, what are you looking for? A business card. I put it all in the cabinet. Nia bent down and opened the cabinet door at Ron's feet. Oh, this tun-shaped. The 2 petals are like blooming flowers. Ron couldn't help but reach out to play with it, and he had the urge to stand up and move forward. Nia screamed softly. Her hands and feet were weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Ron quickly supported her from behind, holding the steering wheel firmly with both hands. Baba, Nia's hair was pulled, so she could only raise her head. Did you find it? Ron remained calm. I found it, so soon. Ron was a little disappointed. Nia handed him a small wooden box, which was filled with business cards he had collected. He gently helped her up and straightened the wrinkles on his pants before Ron picked and chose in the box. Soon his eyes lit up, picked up the business card, and started to dial. Ron didn't have much confidence. He didn't know if the other party had left India, but the call was connected. Leon, it's me. Who are you? Ron. Oh, I remember. Leon's eyelids jumped. Victoria Railway Station. Haha, you still remember. Ron laughed. It seems that the human flesh train left a deep impression on the other party. I will never forget it in my life. Leon's tone was also smiling. I didn't expect you to still be in India. That's great. I'm preparing to return to Europe, so do you need any help? Leon spoke quickly. He knew that since the other party called, he must have something to ask for. I want to import a few injection molding machines from Europe, but I can't find a channel. You work at Siemens, maybe you have such a way. Wait a moment, I need a colleague from the information engineering department. Leon directly used another phone next to him and dialed the internal line. Ron didn't wait long. About 2 minutes, the other party's voice appeared again. Mainstream Arberg and Demig, brand new equipment. The quotation is about $100,000. If you don't mind using second-hand, $30,000 can be done. Of course not. I probably need 2 or 3, the sooner the better. Ron waved his hand excitedly. He likes dealing with Westerners, simple and efficient. If it were Indians, he didn't know how many calls he would have to make and how many detours he would have to take to get this batch of equipment. I will help you contact the seller after I go back, and you can discuss the details yourself. It's just that it will take at least a month to travel from Europe to Mumbai by sea. It doesn't matter, I can accept the time. Anyway, thank you, Leon. Just don't let me take the Indian train next time. Ron hung up the phone with a big laugh. Look, the 2 most difficult things have almost been solved. In Mumbai, if you want to get something done, money and connections are indispensable. It relies on these 2 more than any other city in the world. From doing business to buying domestic water, the importance of money and connections is reflected everywhere. Ashish's house has been visited by guests recently, and neighbors, relatives and friends have come one after another. Sometimes the person behind has not left yet. Seeing a new guest coming, the people in the house hurriedly got up and gave up their seats, as if they were playing the game of chair grabbing over and over again. So many people came to his house to visit, but in fact, they just wanted to find out one thing. Where did Ashish find this good job? Is there still a job opening there? Most people in the Jageshwari slum have heard that Ashish's new job pays up to 2,000 rupees a month, and he is said to be an engineer in a factory. 2,000 rupees an engineer are 2 words that seem to have magic power, attracting the residents of the slum to talk about it. Whenever someone asks about this, Ashish always adds the word chief in front of the word engineer. He has emphasized it more than once and never gets tired of it. The people in the slums don't understand the value of chief and subconsciously ignore it. They are more concerned about whether the monthly salary of 2,000 rupees is true. Otherwise, this number is too sci-fi for the people in the slums. They work 14 hours a day in a nearby shoe factory and earn only about 500 rupees a month. It is a miserable life. They work hard in the dim and hot workshop, and they dare not even stand up straight, for fear that the simple electric fan hanging from the ceiling will cut off their heads. If there is an urgent order, they have to work without sleep, and it is common to stay in the workshop for 3 consecutive days. They originally thought that Ashish would become one of them. Although he had a bachelor's degree, he lived in a slum and had no connections. However, the fact was the opposite. Ashish not only had a high salary, but he could even go home at 6 o'clock every evening. After being shocked, questioned, and confirmed, what came over them was a strong envy, and then everyone came to visit him. Especially the young people, they wanted Ashish to help them. Even if they didn't have a high salary of 2,000 rupees, it was always good to get out of the misery. They couldn't see any hope in the shoe factory. Following Ashish, at least after he held a high position, the people around him could also get some benefits. There was nothing to be ashamed of. This was the case in India. If one person succeeded, everyone else would benefit. Ashish, who was surrounded by people, felt like a big piece of sugar cube falling into an ant pile. People he knew, people he didn't know, people he had seen, and people he had never seen, all came to make friends with him. He couldn't ignore others because they were guests. There was no way. Ashish could only promise them that he would ask the factory as soon as possible if it was hiring. If possible, he would help. Ashish did not feel embarrassed. He also felt that he should do so. No matter where you are, it is easier to get things done if you have your own talents around you. Just like when he applied for a job in a small company before. He could not get in because most of the positions in the company were occupied by relatives of existing employees. As long as Ron planned to recruit people, Ashish would definitely give priority to recommending his relatives and friends. This is India. And the opportunity may be coming soon. Ashish got accurate news from Ron. A batch of motors shipped from Lajiapo will soon dock at the port of Mumbai. There are also 2 injection molding machines being shipped from Europe. Parts and equipment are being put into use one after another, so won't they have to recruit people to expand production later? Ashish is full of expectations. He hopes that the water air conditioner will be successful more than anyone else. Chapter 106 Engineering Prototype. Ron got in touch with Ratnam, the importer and exporter from Tamil State. Harry had introduced them to each other, and the 2 sides had a good chat. Hearing that Ron was preparing to open a factory, Ratnam flew from Lajiapo to Mumbai, and he also brought with him more than 10 motor samples in his bag. The sharp Ratnam realized that if the deal was concluded, it would mean a long-term supply contract. This was a scarce resource for him as an importer and exporter, and he knew the morality of Indian businessmen too well. Not only did he drag his feet on payment every time, but he also liked to change his mind. The price was clearly agreed upon, but after he placed an order with the factory, the Indian businessmen began to find various reasons to lower the price. Many contracts were one-time transactions, and after the transaction was completed, most of the buyers disappeared. Some went bankrupt, some were arrested, and some changed their careers. This is not to say that there is a problem with his goods, but those buyers are not the final customers, they are all smugglers. These people buy goods from Ratnam, then transport them back to India through various channels, and then sell them to customers in the mainland who need them to earn the difference. They are all involved in smuggling, and it is common for them to be caught or robbed by the smugglers. This is nothing strange. It is also because of this that factory owners like Ron place orders directly, which makes the contract more valuable. Who doesn't like long-term and stable orders? There are also customs officials like Harry who endorse it. For this reason, Ratnam went to Mumbai in person without saying a word. After consulting Ashish, Ron ordered 3 motors with different powers at an average price of 80 rupees, totaling 1,000. This price is very cheap, on the one hand, because water air conditioners do not need high-power motors like table fans, they only need to send out cool air. On the other hand, Ratnam deliberately tried to please him, and he wanted to get this order. Ron only placed an order of 80,000 rupees in the early stage, which was considered a test, and even if there was a loss later, it would not be a big deal. Of course, if the market feedback of water air conditioners is good, there will be a steady stream of orders later. That was what Ratnam was looking for. After mass production, he could further reduce the cost. The real investment of the water conditioning factory was not the spare parts and materials, but the 2 injection molding machines that were still floating on the sea. They cost Ron more than $60,000. Affected by the tourism industry, Ron's foreign exchange reserves were not much. To be honest, these more than $60,000 were a bit painful. Fortunately, the transaction with Ratnam only required rupees, otherwise he would really have to worry about US dollars in the future. The motors shipped from Lajiapo today have been delivered to the factory area, and Ron needs to test Ashish's results. Outside the factory gate, the sign of Sharma Textile Factory has been removed and replaced with a sign of Sir Electric Appliances. The garbage on the vacant land has also been cleaned up. After receiving the money, Golish, who was guarding the gate, did not hesitate to do the job. What a joke, 1,000 rupees. The people in the slums worked hard for only 500 or 600 rupees a month. But Golish only took out 300 and had to complete it within 3 days. A lot of people rushed to do it. There was still a constant clanging of noises in the 3-story office building. Ron guessed that Anand was leading people to repair the damaged doors, windows, desks, and other things. Boss, the prototype is ready. Do you want to see it now? Ashish came up from a distance. Move the things to the office, Ron pointed upstairs. Let Anand and the others experience the effect first. I'll go and prepare it. Ashish looked at the busy figure upstairs with envy. His neighbor was actually a good hand at repairing things. It was a pity that he didn't seize the opportunity to introduce people here, otherwise his neighbor could at least make some extra money. Any opportunity to make money is precious to people in the slums. Ron didn't know what Ashish was thinking. He went upstairs to find Anand with great interest. Recently, that guy has been busy in and out of the factory with his people. Anyway, there's nothing to do at the travel agency, and he might as well find something to do. Mumbai in February was already a little hot. When Ron found Anand, he was sweating profusely as he fastened the table legs with nails. I'll let you experience a treasure later, Ron boasted proudly. What? Anand raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Don't move. Keep the sweat, it won't work if you wipe it dry, huh? Anand's hand stopped in midair, hesitant. As he was talking, Ashish had already come into the room with a strange-looking metal box, and there was another person beside him carrying a bucket. Come, put it here, Ron pointed to the desk in front of Anand. This metal box is covered with a layer of stainless steel sheet. Because it is not painted, it looks bright and eye-catching. Just as Ron said at the beginning, the air outlet on the front is made into grill shape, and there is a layer of gauze in the place that cannot be seen inside. Ashish hooked his finger, and something like a drawer under the box was pulled open. This is the sink. Then he opened the top cover of the box and instructed his assistant to add water. As the water level in the sink rose, the gauze at the grill was quickly soaked. This was done to let Ron and others see the working principle of the clear water air conditioner. After the product is finished, the top cover will be fixed and users generally cannot open it. After the preparations were completed, Ashish plugged in the power himself and turned on the switch on the top of the metal box. It has 3 gears, just like an ordinary table fan, and even has a timer function. The whistling sound of the wind came from the grill, and Anand couldn't help shivering, and then he let out a happy moan. How is it? Ron asked with a smile. Great. Just as good as the woman we went to find last time. Ron's face darkened. Damn, the dead memory was attacking him again. That fat woman, the olive oil on her hair. The other people in the room laughed obscenely, and Ron was too lazy to explain. He stretched out his hand to feel it himself. It was very cool, and the temperature was lower than the wind blown out by the table fan. Ashish and the others also squeezed over to experience it. When they were blown by the cool wind, their faces were both amazed and proud. This magical thing is just like an air conditioner, but it was made by their own hands. The effect is not bad, but the product is too crude. Ron was very picky. The fan is too noisy and the shape is too ugly. I don't know if it's because the fan blades removed from other places are not suitable. When the motor turns, the fan inside squeaks. Ron suspects that this metal box has formed a resonance cavity inside, and the noise that is not loud to begin with will be amplified. I will try a few other fan blades. Ashish made suggestions on the side. It seems that it is better to use a plastic shell. Ron didn't like this layer of stainless steel sheet. I think it's good, Anand disagreed. Mumbai is already very noisy. It is at least much quieter than the horns outside. No, you won't think so when you sleep at night, Ron thought more. He walked around the water air conditioner prototype a few more times, and finally touched the iron sheet on the side of the metal box. Make a grill here as well. It can not only reduce resonance, but also save costs and increase heat dissipation. Okay, Ashish wrote down everything one by one. Today was the first time to turn on the machine, and there must be a lot of room for improvement. Think about what you can improve later and fix it all at once. Then make a few prototypes, and I'll send them to a few friends for them to experience and evaluate. This kind of thing can't be handed over to Anand and his friends. The people in the slums have too low requirements, and they don't even have electricity, so what's the use of it? Ron is targeting the middle class, who are the target customers of water air conditioners, and at least they have to have electricity at home. By the way, how much does this prototype cost? Ron asked. Not counting labor, about 400 rupees, too expensive, we have to cut it in half. Ron was not very satisfied. With such a high cost, how much can the selling price be to make a profit? A conservative estimate is 1,000 rupees. Indians are too poor, and 1,000 rupees is equivalent to the monthly income of many people. Although the income of middle-class families is higher, it can exceed 3,000 rupees. But if they are asked to spend 1/3 of their income to buy new appliances they have never seen before, most people will probably hesitate. This is a prototype, purely handmade, and many parts are bought on the spot, so the cost is so high, Ashish explained weakly. The injection molding machine will arrive by the end of the month. You redesign the shell. We must reduce the cost to less than 200 rupees, no problem. Ashish never said no to his boss. He was a qualified cow and horse. After getting his guarantee, Ron nodded with satisfaction. In his previous life, he hated the king of rolls. After becoming a capitalist, he hoped that all his men would be kings of rolls. Of course, the cost of 200 rupees was not set at random. The core large part, the motor, was only 80 rupees. What is the value of the plastic shell? Labor is even less valuable. The cost of 200 rupees is entirely possible. As long as the price is low enough, someone will definitely buy it. First open the market with a low price, and then slowly enrich the product variety and divide it into different price levels. From ancient times to the present, the low price strategy has worked every time. In addition, Ram has other advantages, such as taxes, so he doesn't have to worry about them. Mumbai is a corrupt city. If the bread is in place, he will not only not have to pay taxes, but can even get subsidies. Reality is so magical. The bigger the company, the more subsidies it gets. Ron was already thinking about marketing. How to sell their products was the key. Perhaps he could find Kavya and try to get an advertisement in the Times of India. Or he could ask Bollywood producer Chandra to introduce an advertising director and shoot 2 TV commercials. In short, there were only a few ways to promote the products. Coincidentally, he had connections. Finally, there was the issue of funds. He had 11 million in savings, and spent more than 7 million on buying land, leaving him with about 3.5 million rupees. Later, thanks to the golden tourism season in November last year, he made back another 1.2 million rupees. But that was only that month. After the riots, the tourism industry's revenue was terrible. So far, the profit he saved was only 500,000. Including other miscellaneous income, the foreign exchange black market, Bollywood extras, and gem dealers, his account balance totaled 4.5 million. But recently, he spent another 2 million on the factory. The remaining 2.5 million had to be used for advertising and developing sales channels. Ron found that he was short of money again. Chapter 107, City of Corruption. Throughout February, Ron traveled between South Mumbai and the electrical factory. The two places are far apart, and the troublesome traffic has increased the commuting costs. Sometimes, because it was too late and Mumbai was under curfew, he had to spend the night at Mary's apartment in Juhu district. Since they decided to base themselves on the Bollywood business, they moved from Colaba to Juhu district, which is closer to Bollywood. The water air conditioner with 2 modified versions was naturally sent by Ron to them for product appreciation. After using it twice, Lena complained that her skin was always wet and uncomfortable when she woke up the next day. Ron immediately took a note and said that it moisturized the skin and was good for health. Can this be considered a disadvantage? It is obviously an advantage. Whether it is good or not depends on how you understand it. Foreigners are just hypocritical. They are used to air conditioning, so of course they look down on his local air conditioner. Mary gave a pertinent feedback, that is, the cooling effect will decrease if the water in the sink is left for a long time or exposed to the sun. Well, the problem can be solved with running water or a water circulation system. If the cost goes up, then put it in high-end products. In short, it's not a big problem. Ashish will take care of the specific design plan, and Ron will only be responsible for asking questions. Because of the water air conditioner, he has not paid much attention to the tourism business recently. Now Neil helps to take care of everything. Even the Shiv Sena, which is making a lot of noise outside, Ron doesn't care. He only occasionally hears Kavya and others mention that the Mumbai government now follows the lead of the Shiv Sena, which Shivan took over the outsourcing company of municipal services. This is an extremely lucrative business. Mumbai's municipal services are in name only, but a large amount of money is allocated every year. Where this money eventually goes is obvious. Of course, the Shiv Sena is not without trouble. The Supreme Court of Mumbai is investigating the illegal acts of the Shiv Sena during the riots. It's just that Ron has little confidence in the Indian judicial system. According to its past performance, it would be a miracle if the case can be closed within 20 years. The matter of the electrical factory attracted all his attention until Hardhan called him. The matter of the travel agency has been resolved, and now he needs to meet a certain official. Ron arrived at the Bombay Administrative Services Bureau as promised and met the official named Kamat in the office on the 2nd floor. When he entered the room, the office was in the middle of an auction. Kamat and the businessmen who had agreed to provide him with campaign donations were bargaining over the amount. You said you would pay 3.75, and you're still 1.25 short. No, we agreed on 3 lakhs, a man said hurriedly. We agreed on no less than 5 lakhs, Kamat did not give in. 1 lakh is 100,000 rupees, which is the folk name in India. They argued as if no one was around, not caring that Ron had been watching the show for several minutes. Finally, the man seemed to compromise. He took out a white plastic shopping bag and threw it on the formica desk in front of Kamat, then walked away without looking back. Kamat smiled triumphantly and stuffed the shopping bag into the drawer under his desk. Did Caterpie introduce you? He asked. Yes, about the travel agency. Ron handed over his business card. Oh. Travel agency? Not bad business. Kamat studied a business card in his hand. Ron nodded perfunctorily. Not bad at all. He had been working hard for the past 2 months. Let's talk straight. As usual, 5 lakhs, Kamat gestured with his fingers. From now on, your travel agency will handle any passport and visa application, and I will give you the green light, okay? Ron didn't waste any words and put a paper bag on his desk. As expected of someone introduced by Caterpie, you are so quick to do things, Kamat smiled happily. Then it's settled. Ron was ready to leave. Wait, are you interested in being a municipal council member? Kamat's shrewd eyes were full of temptation. What? Ron didn't understand. Only 40 lakhs, I will guarantee you to join the municipal council. It has many benefits. You will never have to worry about approvals, quotas and other things in the future. Considering that you are a Brahmin, untouchables will never think of such a good thing. Ron was stunned. What the hell is the difference between this and selling official positions? Mr. Kamat, which party are you from? Ron was cautious. BJP, we are working with the BJP, including the Shiv Sena. Kamat introduced himself with some boasting. The Shiv Sena is the hottest party in Mumbai's political circles, and everyone wants to be associated with it, because it often means privileges. But Ron lost interest instantly. The BJP is just a local party in Mumbai, with a low sense of presence and no use. I need to think about it. Ron smiled politely and left the office. 4 million rupees, his current net worth is not that much. This is still an unknown niche party, and politicians are really fucking shady when they take money. Although the travel agency business has been officially approved, it is not so fast to open the door to receive customers. First of all, Ron needs to rent an office in the Persian Gulf to receive workers going back and forth. The location of the office is preferably in a popular city, such as Dubai. Secondly, he also needs to advertise in Mumbai so that potential customers, that is, people who want to work abroad, will come to him. Of course, Cadhan would introduce many people here, which is why he asked Ron to open a travel agency. It's just that no one would complain about too much business, and Ron wanted to make full use of the slum resources in his hands. Farooq, the eldest son of Taj Ali, would be surrounded by a large group of young people every time he came back from working abroad. They all wanted to go out. The fishing village near the dock was similar. There were tens of thousands of people in each of these 2 slums, which was a huge treasure trove of wealth for Ron. He talked to Farooq and found that many people who left the slums were working illegally, that is, they went to the Persian Gulf countries by smuggling. Think about it, where do they get the resources to get visas or passports? Farooq complained to him more than once. We ran our legs off and talked our mouths off, but in the end it still didn't work. Anyone who has dealt with Indian bureaucracy is familiar with the meaning of running our legs off and talking our mouths off. You have to run from one office to another with your application, 30 or 50 times, and the final result is still unknown. This is the efficiency of ordinary people going to government agencies to get things done. In the final analysis, they have no money and no connections. Ron used Cadhan's connections and spent another 500,000 rupees. It only took 5 minutes, and he would be able to apply for visas for thousands of people in the future without the need for the parties to be present. This is Mumbai, the city of corruption. People like Farooq who go out to work illegally usually can only do the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. For example, cleaning toilets, sweeping roads, and unloading goods in warehouses, with a monthly salary of about 3,000 rupees. But with a visa, it's different. They can be taxi drivers in Dubai, with a minimum monthly income of 6,000 rupees. This is a huge gap. If you can get a visa, you don't mind spending some money. Look, this is the meaning of Ron opening a travel agency. He has already leaked the news to Taj Ali, and he will open the office in Dubai after a while. With such a formal channel for going abroad, Taj Ali must be happy to introduce it, and Ron will have to squeeze out a little kickback for him. Friendship is friendship, business is business, and Ron has always been able to balance the relationship between them. He had planned to go to Dubai in person, but he couldn't leave because of the electrical appliance factory. Fortunately, Cadhan had connections in Dubai, so Ron only needed to send a few employees over to keep up appearances. If everything went well, the travel agency's business would be on track around April. In February and March, Ron's energy was all on the electrical appliance factory. Ron, Are you going to expand the factory's workshop? Anand ran over happily. Not for now, there are still several months before the rainy season, and the current space is enough. Well, this was of course an excuse. The main reason was that Ron had no money. He had to save some budget for advertising later, and the expansion would be discussed later. However, the original workshop of the textile factory was indeed too shabby, with potholes on the ground and some of the ceilings had big holes. Now it all depends on a layer of tarpaulin to patch it up, but whether it can withstand the rainy season is still another matter. Water-cooled air conditioners are electrical appliances after all, so the production environment should be more particular. Does the warehouse need to be expanded? During the rainy season, there might be too much stuff to store, Anand asked again. What the hell are you thinking? Ron couldn't help looking him up and down. Anand usually didn't care about these things. If he had the time, he would have gone to find the fat woman. Ron, if the electrical factory needs to be expanded, then we can create a new slum, Anand said excitedly. What do you mean, legal slum, just like the Twin Towers? Oh, Ron's eyes widened. You mean, that's right. You can apply to the city hall for expansion, and then they will allocate a piece of wasteland next to the electrical factory for you. You can expand for as many years as you want, 5 years, 10 years, until forever, Anand shouted tremblingly. So you want to move here? Ron suddenly realized. Why not? This is a legal slum, and there is a school nearby. We don't have to worry about the people from the city hall coming to demolish it. Ron has never lived in a slum, but Anand knows how difficult it is. There is no electricity or water in that place. The daily water supply in the slums depends on trucks from outside. Most of the water is monopolized by gangs, and they can only get water after paying. Even so, women have to queue up to get water. 30 people form a group, each with 2 buckets, and the water they get is used sparingly by the whole family. How often to take a bath and how to defecate are very important. It is also difficult to go to the toilet in the slums. There are no special public toilets there, and men and children can go directly to the beach. Women have to get up early in the morning and then walk in the wasteland with a cup in their hands. They search all the way, hoping that there is a small piece of open space where they can squat down to relieve themselves. This is really a loss of dignity for women who are menstruating. But legal slums are different. They can build their own public toilets and even have water and electricity. A place that does not worry about being demolished, has water and electricity, and is completely their own residence. For Anand and his friends, the temptation is no less than buying a house in Mumbai, for free. Ron couldn't look directly into Anand's warm and expectant eyes. In the distance, Vino and the others were distracted from their work and pricked up their ears. I'll go to the administration bureau again, he finally agreed. Anand and Vino cheered and shouted. Several of them threw away the things in their hands and swayed their hips in the open space. Even without music, they danced happily. P.S. No more, really not a drop left. Chapter 108 Indian Efficiency. Ron's electrical appliance factory is located in the suburbs of Mumbai, with markets and residential areas to the east and south. The dilapidated houses are actually no different from slums. Ashish's family lives in the east. To the west is the sea, and along the coast to the north is the famous Juhu area, where many Bollywood stars live when they work. Mary and her friends are there, and the studio is also nearby. Just north of the electrical appliance factory is a completely undeveloped wasteland, which according to Ashish has been abandoned for many years. Ron plans to apply for a piece of wasteland in the north to accommodate a legal slum. There is no place in the south and east, but there is in the west, but not there. He knows very well what will happen if the slum is placed in the upper wind. Now the sea breeze blows over, doesn't such fresh air smell good? If the slum is placed there, it will definitely smell of feces in the future. So the north is the most suitable, and the place is large enough. After giving another small bribe, Ron got the temporary land use certificate. According to the instructions on the receipt, he can temporarily place construction workers in a designated area in the north for 3 years. Theoretically, the land will be taken back by the government after 3 years. But India's efficiency does not allow this to happen. If the construction period is not delayed 7 or 8 times, it will live up to its reputation. The so-called 3-year validity period often means 10 or 8 years, or even longer in India. The rumbling bulldozers have been reclaiming wasteland in the north. Their huge figures move back and forth horizontally and vertically, and a large piece of flat land appears. Vino is directing people to dig rows of trenches in the open space for laying water pipes. This is of course illegal, and the government does not allow it. But who cares? Mumbai is full of illegal buildings. After the house is built, they even have to pull in wires for electricity. Everyone is busy and sweating, including the children. Hey, who doesn't want to live in a house with water and electricity? Although it is a house built of wood, it is better than the reed mats in the original slums. Ron looked at it for a while and then stopped paying attention. He applied for the land, but he didn't have to build the house. The land leveling, water and electricity supply, and all the construction costs were paid by Anand and his team. When most of the houses are built, the perimeter will also be surrounded by barbed wire, and then a road will be left to lead to the electrical factory. Ron measured it himself and it takes less than 10 minutes to walk. It is not too close, nor too far. There will be no strange smells, and it will not affect the workers' commuting time. Tisk, actually this is not bad. There is still room on that piece of land, and the workers will live here in the future, which is convenient for overtime. Of course, Ron also has his own little tricks. He wants to buy the wasteland in the north later. Legal slums are made of wood, which is convenient to demolish later. When he has money in his hands, at worst, he can build a real tube building in a place further north, the kind made of bricks. For now, he will make do with it. He really has no money. The electrical factory has drained his coffers. Boss, the equipment from Europe has arrived, Ashish ran over. After seeing the construction site in the distance, he stood on tiptoe with envy. Where do you want to live to? Ron asked with a smile. Is it possible? Ashish shuddered. You have to pay for the house yourself. No problem, he agreed without hesitation. Let's go and see the equipment first. Ron waved his hand. The two injection molding machines drifted on the sea for a month and finally arrived at the port of Mumbai at the end of February. In addition to the equipment, two technical after-sales also flew to Mumbai yesterday. It must be said that Leon was very thorough and even considered this level for him. However, after the two Germans took a tour of Ron's factory, they shook their heads repeatedly. The configuration here, from the factory to the water supply and electricity supply, is not up to standard, gentlemen. According to Indian standards, they are all fine. Ron's expression was indifferent. Indian standards, the Germans were a little confused. What are Indian standards? Indian standards, there are no standards. As long as the equipment can operate successfully, your mission is accomplished. The two Germans looked at each other and then became a little angry. As technicians, they came from afar to the other side of the continent, but they did not feel respected. Listen, I don't doubt your professionalism. Ron patted the two men on the shoulders, but India has its own national conditions. Maybe in 2 days you will be eager to get it done as soon as possible and leave this damn place as soon as possible. The Germans are rigorous, but Ron has no time to waste with them. He just wants to produce some plastic shells, not to make hangnu. Why is he so serious? It makes him look unsociable among Indians, okay? The pursuit of quality and precision can be discussed later. Now it is important to start work. Seeing that Ron was much more polite, the attitudes of the two Germans also eased slightly. They just didn't understand it a little. This country is obviously poor and has no achievements in technology, but it has no learning mentality at all. It's not like a certain big country in the East. When they went on a business trip for a week, the young people there wanted to treat them as professors. In order to master the technology as soon as possible, many people even taught themselves German. Looking at India, the cows had a pile of feces at the factory gate, the dogs were sniffing in front of the equipment that had just been unloaded, and the workers were busy staring at the foreigners. It was peaceful. The two Germans were confused, and the only consolation was that Ron knew German, which could save them a lot of communication troubles. After picking a more reliable place in the workshop, the Germans began to direct the workers to install the equipment, and Ron was responsible for translation on the side. A large group of people were busy, and in the evening, Ron took them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Because Mumbai has a curfew, it is impossible to go back to the south. So after arranging the two Germans in a hotel on the street, Ron simply went back to the factory office to spend the night. It had been renovated by Anand and his team, and Ron even installed a water air conditioner for himself. As a result, before dawn in the morning, he ran to the beach with his hands on his stomach to have a meal. Damn it, he was caught. I didn't have time to check the nearby restaurants in advance, I was careless. Ashish got up very early. There were Germans in the factory today, And the boss was also there, so he had to perform well. Of course, what really made him happy was that the boss agreed to let him move to the factory. Although the house was not built, it was a good thing that the four of them did not have to live together. In order not to lose face in front of the Germans, he decided to take a shower in the public toilet outside and change into clean clothes. Everything in the slums costs money. The government clearly marked the price of taking a shower at 3 rupees and using the public toilet at half a rupee. But the Nepalese in charge still charged a higher fee, 5 rupees for a shower and 1 rupee for using the public toilet. He was not afraid that people would not come. In fact, there were too many people coming. The gravel road in front of the public toilet was always muddy, and the foamy bath water flowed from people's feet to the main road. Ashish got up early, so the place was not too crowded after he finished washing. After sending the dirty clothes home, he had breakfast at a roadside stall. He spent 6.5 rupees on pancakes and 2 rupees on bananas, and it was all less than 9 rupees. After taking a look at the meat rolls, he gave up. He had to save some money to build a house behind the factory. Ashish and Anand had inquired about it, and it would cost at least 2,000 rupees to own a decent wooden house. This was a full month's salary for him, and he had to save money, not to mention that he was the only source of income for his family. After squeezing into the tightly packed city train and being tightly pressed against every hot and sweaty body for 20 minutes, he jumped off again with sweat all over his head. Going west along this road, you will pass a small hotel and a pharmacy opposite. Then you will cross an overpass, a telephone booth, a small stall selling roasted lamb, and a small workshop making buttons. About 10 minutes away is the Sir Electric factory. When Ashish stepped into the factory gate, Ron was directing people to clean up with a grim look on his face. What happened? Ashish asked the people around him quietly. Ron Baba has a stomach problem. He went to the toilet 4 times at night and 3 times in the morning. Everyone in the factory is talking about it. Yes, Ron Baba is a very good doctor, another person interrupted. But he is really in pain. When he squats on the toilet, his face looks so painful, as if he is giving birth. Then it comes out very smoothly, like water, and very quickly. Like the cannon on Independence Day, duong. Just like that. I suggested that he drink some hemp tea in the morning, and then his stool will become hard and return to a beautiful color. Ron, who is not far away, looked even darker. Damn, there were so many people watching him when he was making a scene. The one who was talking excitedly was none other than Anand's wife, Frida. The whole factory was full of acquaintances, all of them were helpers from the Tajali slum. Some of them were helping their families build houses in the back, and some came to Ron to help, and they didn't want money. How could he refuse? Ashish, here. Ashish's neck shrank and he agreed reflexively. Go to the hotel in the east to see how the 2 Germans are doing. Yes, Ashish ran away. Oh, Ron had a headache, a very big headache. The 2 purchased equipments were still placed in the workshop, and no one knew when they would be put to use. About half an hour later, Ashish appeared at the factory gate with 2 Germans. Oh, Ron hurriedly went to meet them. 2 gentlemen, why don't you rest in the hotel? No rest. One of them insisted on going to the workshop despite his ugly face. Get the equipment done as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Yes. 5 days. No, the equipment will be operational in 3 days. The other one also gritted his teeth and followed. Ron blinked and stood there in a daze. It seems that turning into a jet fighter is not a bad thing. Why are you still standing there? Go help. Ron waved his hand, and led his men into the workshop with a heroic spirit. Facts have proved that there is no such thing as foreigners being hypocritical. 8-hour work system, lunch break in the middle, and several coffee tastings. These 2 Germans looked like they were broken, but they worked like chicken blood, and even volunteered to stay and work overtime at night. 3 days later, the 2 injection molding machines began to vibrate and hum. Look, after arriving in India, the bad habits were completely gone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Undercurrent. The installation and commissioning of the injection molding machine is actually very simple. As long as there is enough space and the water and electricity lines are reserved in advance, 3 days is more than enough. It does not even have any strict requirements for water supply. The only function of the waterway is cooling, and it does not participate in the production process. The working principle is also very simple. The plastic particles are crushed and heated, then injected into the mold, and then pressed to form. Ron asked the sheesh to try it. In just 10 minutes, they pressed out 15 plastic shells, which was ridiculously fast. There are still some burrs and flashes on the corners, but the thickness is uniform and the color is not bad. I will debug it again. It may be that the clamping force is insufficient. Ashish wrote them down one by one. Correct these defects and it will be almost done. Overall, Ron was quite satisfied. As a consumer product, the most important thing is visual texture. The shell of the water air conditioner they designed is beige, and it shines in the sun. The overall shape is round, the exquisite grille can be adjusted manually, and the plastic surface feels soft. It is generally simple. It can't be simple. The more complex the structure, the higher the cost, because you have to open a mold for each plastic part. Now is just right. It can be said to be simple, but it can also be promoted as high-end style. Ron fiddled with the plastic in his hand for a few times, and the more he looked at it, the more impatient he became. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Make a few prototypes as soon as possible according to the 3 designed styles. I want to take promotional photos, boss. Will our products be on TV? Ashish suddenly became excited. TV ads are too expensive, but newspaper front pages are still worth considering. Wow. Newspapers are also great. I will buy 100 copies at that time. One will be hung at home, one will be posted in the office, and the rest will be distributed to neighbors. Ashish's sense of participation is stronger than Ron's. It would be so proud to have a product designed by himself appear in the newspaper. He is looking forward to the advertising effect. It would be great if it sells well. In this way, he can talk to the boss and arrange a few people to come in. There have been a few guests at home recently, all of whom are not too distant relatives, and Ashish can't refuse. Looking at his energetic back, Ron is also full of confidence. He gave away all the water air conditioner prototypes he made before. Rajesh and Kavaya, 2 locals, spoke highly of the water air conditioner. This thing is indeed better than an electric fan and is not expensive. Dijan and Hila also gave positive feedback. They were more surprised by Ron's imagination than the effect of use. They had heard of the traditional way of cooling, but it was the first time they had seen a truly commercialized electrical appliance. Ron was going to change the plastic shell and then ask them for their opinions. The 3 shapes were differentiated according to the power size, just like the 1 horsepower, 2 horsepower, and 3 horsepower ordinary air conditioners. Of course, there were also subtle differences in the materials. The smaller the cheaper, the more cost-effective it was, from the motor to the fan blades and the shell. In fact, the price of steel is cheaper than that of plastic. According to the current market, stainless steel is about 20 rupees per kilogram, and plastic is about 30 rupees per kilogram. But Ron still chose the plastic shell because each water air conditioner requires 8 times the weight of steel as plastic. Taking the ordinary model as an example, an injection molding machine needs 500 grams of plastic to produce a set of shells, which is a cost price of 15 rupees. Changing to a stainless steel shell requires 4 kilograms of material, which costs up to 80 rupees. India has no shortage of steel mills, and supply is relatively easy. However, from a long-term perspective, plastic is more cost-effective. In addition, the die casting machine for processing stainless steel is about 1/3 more expensive than the injection molding machine, and the installation and debugging are troublesome, and the site requirements are also high. After comprehensive consideration, the current configuration is the optimal solution. Plastic products are more convenient, and installation and transportation are simple. Now Ron can consider launching the product to the market after the product is finalized. It took more than 2 months to toss back and forth, and this speed can be called an Indian miracle. The tourism industry did not distract him, and with money and relationships in place, it was naturally fast. In this wave, Leon made a great contribution. Although Leon was repaying a favor, Ron still remitted him $2,000 in activity funds after receiving the equipment. You see, this relationship has been maintained. Don't treat favors as a one-time transaction. After all, he is a senior executive of Siemens, and there may be places for use in the future. For the water air conditioning business, not counting the purchase of land, Ron has invested more than 2 million rupees. It's hard to say whether it can make money, But at least it won't lose much? He has inquired about it. Just these two imported injection molding machines can be sold at a high price of 60,000 or 70,000 US dollars. India is really too lame. They can't handle high-tech injection molding machines at all, and there is no choice of domestic substitution. Even if there is, Ron dare not use it. God knows if it will suddenly fall apart. They can even kowtow to the mother of hang, so what is impossible? In the environment where various equipment is scarce, Ron wants to sell the equipment, and a lot of people are scrambling for it. Ashish and others are taking care of the factory here. Ron is going to ask Kavya about the cost of advertising in the Times of India. Well, mainly because he has been too frequent to Mary and her family recently, and he needs a change of taste. It has been more than 2 months since the unrest in December last year, and the people's livelihood in Mumbai has basically recovered. But as Kavya said, the fault line between Hindus and Mumbai has already appeared. The community that was originally mixed with the two major groups has now become clearly divided. There are no more physical conflicts between them, but the atmosphere is still tense. My upstairs movement neighbors have moved away. Kavya brought 2 cups of coffee from the kitchen wrapped in a bath towel. The movement are really unlucky this time. I heard that many people died. Ron climbed up from the bed with a series of creaking sounds. This bed is about to fall apart. Can't you be a little gentler? Kavya complained. Who told you to always shine the car lights on me and paint your feet red nails? Ron dangled his things and sat down to drink coffee. I knew that was your weakness. Kavya retracted her gaze, her tone a little proud and satisfied. Ron let her have a full meal, and the food in her stomach could last for 3 or 4 days. In addition to Mumbai, there were riots in other places, especially Gujarat. I heard from internal colleagues that thousands of movement died this time, so many. Ron was shocked. They're all crazy. Many people are just burning, killing and looting in the name of the sect. Kavya has read the reports from Gujarat. The situation there is even worse than Mumbai. No wonder they all say that the Mughals will retaliate. If this continues, all the Mughals in India will be driven away. Many people called the newspaper, claiming to know the revenge plan of the Mughals. But no one took it seriously, saying that it was the Hindus' alarmist talk. Let's talk about other things. I just said, what do you think of the idea of advertising in the Times of India? Are you really determined to do industrial business? Kavya rubbed her bare toes on his legs intentionally or unintentionally. What else can I do? I just passed by Victoria Station. There was no foreigner there, even the Maharaja uncle who used to sell bread is gone. Okay, but it's not cheap to advertise on the front page of the Times of India. This is one of the most influential English newspapers in India. Middle-class people who can afford water air conditioners, most of them know English, which is exactly what I want. Not only the Times of India, but also local newspapers in Mumbai that mainly publish in Hindi. Ron is also going to check it out. After all, his water air conditioners also have low-end products, and many potential customers may just buy them after gritting their teeth. Here is the price list I got. Take a look for yourself. Kavya handed him a list. Ron glanced at it and looked confused. Front page, 1/4 page, 50,000 to 100,000 rupees. Half page, 150,000 to 300,000 rupees. Full page, 300,000 to 600,000 rupees. The above is the price for black and white ads. Color ads cost 20% minus 50% more. Is this the price for one day? If you publish it for a week, you can get a 30% discount. It's the internal price, 1/4 page in color, for a week. Ron glanced at her tender toes. My wallet and body have been drained. Mahar's bread business is no longer in business, and he can't continue. Since he was almost doused with gasoline and set on fire last time, he hid in his house and dared not go out again. The 5 children's classes were also suspended, and the 3 wives didn't even dare to go out to buy groceries. The news from outside made the nearby Mew people like frightened birds. All the shops they opened were smashed and burned down, and Mahar's bread stall was no exception. They lost their source of income and lived a hard life. Although the streets had gradually returned to order, they still dared not go out. In less than 3 months, Mahar seemed to have aged several years. His temples turned gray and his wrinkles became deeper and deeper. The eldest son Ishak went out alone. He ignored Mahar's obstruction and insisted on going out with several young people from the community to find work. Mahar knew that the so-called finding a job was actually joining the gang. The group of young people were aggressive and their eyes were full of hatred. He tried to persuade Ishak, But the latter did not listen. The eldest son questioned him, how could the family of 9 live without income? Someone must do something. Just when Mahura was worried, Ishak came back, carrying a large sack of things. The young people who often accompanied him sent him to the yard and gave him instructions for a long time before leaving. Bang! Ishak kicked the door open, and he ran straight to the backyard with a sack on his back. Ishak, what are you carrying? Mahura opened his sack casually. Don't touch it, Ishak glared at him fiercely, and walked to the backyard again. But Mahura was already shocked, and he saw what was in the sack. There were guns, grenades, and a lot of black things. A whole sack. Allah, Mahura's legs were weak, and his heartbeat was so fast that he had tinnitus. His eyes were full of fear, but he still propped himself up and chased to the backyard. Ishak, you can't go on like this. He snatched the shovel from his son's hand. The Shiv Sena must pay the price. They wanted to behead us because a woman died in the Radha Tube building. But we lost 50 people, and nothing happened. The law is made by them, and they can do whatever they want. Where is justice? Either give me justice, or pay blood debt with blood. We will fight them. Ishak's eyes were red. No. You can't do this, more people will die. Mahura tried to persuade him. Ishak turned a deaf ear to him and buried the grenade with a pull ring and the weapon in the ground. Finally, he sprinkled chili and mint water on it so that the nearby ducks could not smell the smell of explosives. Obviously, someone taught him to do this. This was an organized and premeditated action. Take this money. The food at home is almost gone. Ishak took out 15,000 rupees, threw it to Mahurak, and then hurried out. Looking at the money in his hand, Mahurak was filled with fear and guilt. He didn't know what to do. Ishak was only 19 years old and had just started college. He should have been in school at this time. Mahurak felt that he should do something, at least not let innocent people lose their lives. Chapter 110 Blood Debt Repaid with Blood. Ron had not expected that advertising in the Times of India would be so expensive. Just a quarter of the front page, published for a week, the price was 600,000 rupees. However, after all, it was the oldest and most widely circulated newspaper in India, so Ron gritted his teeth and paid the money. Even television was not popular these days, so newspapers were the only choice for advertising media. Its acquisition cost was very low, and almost everyone had a copy. Also because of its wide popularity, many people wanted to advertise. Ron used Kavai's relationship to arrange his own advertisement 2 weeks later, which was around mid-March. In addition to the Times of India, he also arranged for the local Mumbai Express. The front page was in color, and it cost 15,000 rupees a day, which was much more affordable. Ron waved his hand and signed for a week as well. The time arrangement was staggered with the Times of India by a few days, mainly targeting Hindi-speaking people. The advertising fees for the two newspapers totaled 700,000 rupees, which directly reduced Ron's wallet by more than a quarter. He counted his own small treasury and only had about 1.8 million left. Well, I can't waste it anymore. The remaining money had to be saved for emergencies. He had originally thought about TV advertising, but now he could only consider the city's commuter trains. It shouldn't cost much to post some posters in the carriages. Unfortunately, the tourism industry was in a slump, and the income from the foreign exchange black market was also reduced by half. The once prosperous scene of over 1 million monthly profits was difficult to reproduce. It was not until February that it barely recovered to the level of 500,000 rupees. The number of foreign tourists at the train station has dropped significantly, but the number at the airport has increased a little. Ron was studying the financial statements in his hand. Because there are too many people in the train station, foreigners feel it is not safe there, Nia explained on the side. The so-called too many people actually means too many poor people. The previous riot started from the slums where the poor live. The poor are more easily incited because they are dissatisfied and eager for change. The rich will maintain the existing order and do not want unrest to occur. This principle is applicable all over the world, so many foreigners who come to Mumbai choose the airport with better security conditions instead of the original train station. If it doesn't work, we can arrange fewer people at the train station and transfer them to the airport. Anyway, Nitya, you can do it, got it, Baba. I'll go to the train station to do an inventory in the next 2 days, and then deploy the staff. Nitya has been taking care of the recent tourism business. After 2 months of training, she has become more and more adept. How are the businesses of the hotels and restaurants that cooperate with us? Ron asked again. The occupancy rate of hotels has dropped by about 40%, and the same is true for restaurants. Nidaya has made a table of these data on the computer. It's a heavy loss, Ron sighed. Baba, we have lost more than half, Nidaya reminded on the side. That's right, Ron couldn't help laughing, but we don't have heavy asset burdens, and the pressure of rent is not too great. A lot of money is missing, Nidaya, a financial expert, pouted. Ron laughed, and then couldn't help but kiss her hard. Well, Nidaya is very soft. Just as the atmosphere in the room was heating up quickly, the rumbling sound of the engine appeared at the door. Nia was like a kitten, her fur stood up, and then she hid in the room. Ron greedily took back his palm, the softness of his fingertips was really addictive. Ron, there was a shout outside. Here you are. He walked to the door and saw that it was indeed Johnny. I went to the airport, and Anand said that you were still on the little maid's body. Ron's face darkened. That guy has been obsessed with a fat woman recently. You know, her belly is comparable to an elephant. Anand's taste is well known in the area. He even has sex with housewives over 50 years old. Johnny laughed happily. What? Ron was shocked again. I'll tell you his jokes later. I have other things to do today. Johnny recovered a little. What's wrong? Ron invited him in, but Johnny refused. I have to leave immediately. I came here to tell you to be careful recently. Those people are not right. Did you get any news? Kaderbhai said something similar before. Did Dawood help you now? Johnny's face showed disgust. Of course, the former underground gangster boss of Mumbai. I heard that he fled to Dubai. Yes, but he has recently sent people to Mumbai frequently. All of them are Mumbai people, which is not a good sign. Dawood Ibrahim is the most notorious gangster boss in India. In the 1980s, he became the boss of the underground world of Mumbai through violent means. Later, he was wanted by the police for shooting a gang leader who testified in court in front of the court, and finally fled to Dubai. He is a Mumbai person, and most of his gang members are Mumbai people. It is rumored that the destruction of the Bali Mosque made him furious. In short, it is better to be careful. Thank you, Johnny, I will be careful. Ron was worried. There is no end to the endless sectarian conflicts. There are actually many factions within the Mumbai people. They hate each other more than they hate Hindus. These people were originally divided and scattered. But the last riot made them put aside their prejudices and start to unite. At this moment of life and death, they must unite to face the outside world. They found that being a Muslim was considered a sin by others. Those young Muslim people were blinded by hatred at this moment. They were now full of revenge. Yarahan blew the spoon in his hand carefully, and when the rice was no longer hot, he brought it to his mother's mouth. The rice is so fragrant. Jane chewed it twice, with satisfaction and nostalgia in her eyes. If Mumbai was the same as before, the wheat would be white. You could walk on the street with your belongings, and no one would come to rob you. Mother, Yarahan scooped another spoonful of rice. Jane sighed and said no more. Her hands were deformed and twisted, and she was paralyzed from the waist down. On the day of the riot, she was lifted high by the Hindus who rushed in, and then fell violently on the concrete floor. She had just returned from the hospital and could no longer walk briskly like before, nor could she make Indian basmati rice, grilled lamb chops, and then feast the guests and feed them well, including the Hindus who came from the neighborhood. She began to miss the past, when people were always good. Today, the new is not as good as the old, and the past is always better than the present. Silk at home took another bite of the meal. And Jane was a little hesitant to speak. It will be fine, don't worry, Yarahan comforted softly, with a calm look in his eyes. Their family originally had a silk shop downstairs, but it was later burned down. The store was also taken back by the government without any reason, and then transferred to another person. Now the sign there has become Marathi mattress. I'll be back in the evening. Wiping his mother's mouth, Yarahan slowly retreated. Closing the door of the room, he glanced at the cartoon school bag on the wall of the living room, his eyes flashing. It was still waiting for its little owner. Yarahan came outside the house, and another young man was waiting for him at the corridor. They nodded to each other, and turned away without saying a word. Asad came on a motorcycle, and Yarahan sat behind him. They had to go to a place first. Someone will take care of my aunt. Halfway, Asad turned around to comfort him. Yarahan didn't know what to say. Asad was always so optimistic. Asad's brother and father accidentally entered the Hindu territory during the riots. They were knocked unconscious. Then they were doused with gasoline and burned. Their bodies were thrown by the railway tracks and rotted for 10 days. Crows came to eat their flesh, and wild dogs came to eat their flesh. The police refused to move the bodies. The Jageshwari police said that this was the jurisdiction of the Goregaon police, and the Goregaon police said that this was the jurisdiction of the railway police. When Asad finally learned the news and came to find them, he could not distinguish anything on the ground. The garbage covered everything. Look, it's just on the road ahead. There are high-rise buildings on the right and a huge garbage dump on the left. A group of boys are playing cricket there, and scavengers are patrolling the ground with pickaxes. Asad turned the accelerator and a motorcycle sped past. 20 minutes later, they arrived near Ishaq's house. There was already a tall man waiting here. His name was Taj, the big brother of this group. Taj's grandfather poured hot water on a group of Hindus upstairs, and then they pulled his grandfather out and borrowed a blanket from the neighbor to wrap him up. The fire was still lit, and when the police arrived, there was only a charred body on the ground, and there was no one around. Taj looked at Yurakan. You will go to the airport later. Then he looked at Asad. You will be in charge of the stock exchange. The two nodded. Yurakan still had no expression on his face, and Asad also put away his grin. Taj said no more and turned around to knock on Sheikh's door. The Mahara in the house wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but the eldest son Sheikh had already opened the door. Are all the black soaps here? Taj asked. All are here. Sheikh handed him the sack that had been prepared long ago. Black soap is a term used in the underworld, and it refers to RDX explosives. The box in the sack has a skull painted on it. Here is the remaining 10,000 rupees. Remember not to go out today, especially not to crowded places, such as the airport, the railway station, and the stock exchange. Taj threw a large stack of banknotes to Sheikh. Brother Taj, I want to go with you. Sheikh finally gathered up the courage. No. Come back. The old Mahara suddenly threw Sheikh to the side, and his mother and sister in the room also cried and persuaded him to stay. Taj looked at the whole family in the room, shook his head angrily at Sheikh, and then left with his people. There are more than a dozen such Mujahideen groups, who secretly hide arms and explosives. As long as they are notified by their superiors, they will start to rush to various places in Mumbai. As for who the superiors are, many Mujahideens don't care. They just want to launch a bloody revenge and let the Hindus taste the fear. Ron went to the airport, and Johnny's warning made him uneasy. So for the sake of safety, he simply asked Anand and others to go home first, leaving only a young receptionist here. Ron told him that if there was anything wrong, he should leave quickly and not worry about the store. There is nothing valuable here, so there is no need to worry about losses. When I got home, Nia was not there. She must have gone to the train station, where she also needed to make some arrangements. Ron took a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, but before he could drink it, he received a call from Uncle Mahura. Ron, don't go out. Don't go to the train station, airport, stock exchange, or market. Chapter 111 Divination. Black Eyes used to like the bustling streets of Mumbai. Most of his childhood happiness came from there. But now he hates the bustling crowds. In order to avoid pedestrians, his motorcycle sometimes goes fast and sometimes slow, never exceeding 19 kilometers per hour. After being blocked by the bullock cart in front of him again, he couldn't help but imagine viciously, as long as he presses the button, the motorcycle under his butt will definitely send everyone here to the sky. Unfortunately, this is not his destination, but the Victoria railway station in the south. Black Eyes is the first time to carry out such a mission. His head is full of fantasies born out of tension and excitement. In fact, he has just joined the gang not long ago. Black Eyes is the nickname he gave himself. He only knows that he has joined a gang called Out. The riots 2 months ago made a large number of young people from the Mukden people start to join the gang. Black Eyes is one of them. He is only 18 years old and was a student in a middle school 2 months ago. But the riots changed everything. That day, he was watching cartoons at home, and suddenly someone knocked on the door. We are sent by the government. Open the door and show your ration cards. The voices outside came one after another. Black Eyes became alert, and his father immediately blocked the door with an iron rod. Just the day before, they had witnessed an open puja held by the Shiv Sena, which was a demonstration. The other party had been marking the residences of the Mughal residents in the area. In the procession, there was even Black Eyes' neighbor and good friend, who was a Hindu. At this moment, The abnormal knock on the door sounded, and the whole family raised their voices nervously. Realizing that the people in the house would not be fooled, the people outside began to bang on the door and push, and finally broke in. They picked up iron rods and beat Black Eye's father in front of the whole family. Among them was his friend, who used to play cricket together and had come to Black Eye's house for dinner. Black Eyes, who was implicated in the incident, hugged his head and begged for mercy from his old friend. "You came to our house as a guest before, didn't you?" The other party just glanced at him coldly and told him to get out. The thin Black Eyes fled all the way to his uncle's house, crying and begging his uncle for help, but his uncle refused. "I still want to live," this was the answer he got. During the time he ran away, Ian's mother and sister locked themselves in the bedroom, holding insecticide in their hands. If the mob broke in by force, they were prepared to swallow the medicine to commit suicide, which was better than being ravaged. Miraculously, the Shiv Sena did not attack them. After beating Ian's father, they smashed everything in the house. Ian and his family had no choice but to abandon their home and flee to the refugee camp, where they stayed for 3 days. The nearby restaurant refused to even give them a sip of water, so they lived on rotten tomatoes. But the worst was not this. After the riots, no matter where they went, they had to beg. In the Nugar development zone where they used to live, there were more Hindus than Mughals. They could not go back. The apartment, TV and running water they used to have were all luxuries. In the past 2 months, their family begged everywhere, and all the clothes and biscuits came from the relief station. In order to protect his family, his father also lost his job. Now Ian has dropped out of school. His family has nothing and can't afford the cost of schooling. He can only join the gangs of Mughals. After becoming a gang member, no one dared to bully his family anymore. Ian still remembered the time when he pointed a gun at a Hindu businessman's head, and the businessman was so timid that he took out all the money he had. The Hindu who once rushed into his house with a fierce look on his face was as docile as a sheep. After taking the money, Ian touched his wife's bulging chest. This feeling was addictive, and Ian did not regret joining the gang. Not only him, but most of the young women in the community where he lived originally joined the Dowd gang. He thought he was forced, and now he was ready to do as they wished. The women were about to massacre the Hindus. Ian silently calculated the time, and the Victoria railway station in front of him was already in sight. The detonation line under his motorcycle was green, which meant that once he pressed the button, the 5 kilograms of RDX explosives would be detonated in 2 hours. There were special people assembling detonators and electronic timers on top, and different colored wires represented different detonation times. Red meant 15 minutes, yellow meant 1 hour, and green meant 2 hours. Black Eyes started from Madanpur in central Mumbai. Because it was far from Victoria railway station in South Mumbai, he used a green detonating cord. It was almost there, and Black Eyes was a little excited. Suddenly, a figure jumped out in front of his motorcycle. Black Eyes braked subconsciously and was about to curse, but the next scene made him and the reckless guy raise their heads. Boom! The sky-high flames flashed, and then the shock wave swept across, and Black Eyes was directly knocked to the ground. Ron also covered his ears in pain. His chest felt like it was stepped on by an elephant, and it was stuffy and painful. After a few sharp breaths, Ron gradually let the tinnitus subside. He raised his head, and tiles, bricks, glass, and metal fragments fell from his side. Not far away, just across the street, there was a billowing smoke. That was the direction of the Mangaldas textile market, where most families in Mumbai bought carpets. Nia. Ron shuddered violently and continued to run to the train station. Bang! A billboard fell not far from him, then rolled over, crushing a small figure underneath. Heart-wrenching screams and cries came, and Ron's world finally regained color. He paused and wanted to continue rushing to the train station, but the small figure under the billboard dragged his steps. Ron gritted his teeth and rushed over, trying to lift the billboard. But it was too heavy, and he couldn't move it alone. Hurry! Another person came to help. Then the second and third, with the help of the crowd, the billboard was moved away. Lying underneath was a child from the movement people. His arm was bleeding and his radius was protruding. He screamed in pain and was very terrified. It should be a fracture, Ron judged it instantly. There was no first aid kit at hand. He wanted to tear a piece of cloth from his shirt to fix the child's arm. But a woman next to him took off her sari headscarf and handed it to him. Ron didn't bother to say thank you, He took it and started to bandage and fix the child's arm. Not far away, Anand got up tremblingly. He looked at the white hat of the child in the crowd, and then looked at the holy thread on Ron's wrist. For the first time, he hesitated on his face. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the distance. Anand knew it was the Bombay Stock Exchange. Streams of black smoke rose in all parts of Bombay. Anand suddenly felt a little wet on his head. He looked up and saw a broken arm on the balcony above, dripping blood. Anand shuddered in fear, then threw away the detonator in his hand, left a motorcycle and ran away. After Ron handed the child to a passerby, he rushed to the train station again. Chapter 112. I'm tired, let's destroy it. The train station was also in a panic. The explosion just now had scared everyone and they had already fled. India has never been a safe country. Kidnapping and extortion, gang battles, armed attacks, and all kinds of violence happened around us. So the first reaction of the people when they heard the explosion was not to be surprised or to watch the excitement, but to find a place to hide. Pushing aside the fleeing crowd, Ron went straight to the reception of the Mumbai Information Company. The billboard placed at the door was knocked to the ground, and the few remaining employees were looking around at a loss. Unexpectedly, Nia did not scream in fear. Although her face was pale, she still tried her best to comfort the two frightened female employees. Nia, Ron ran over and grabbed her, and then hurriedly called out, "Hurry! Everyone leave here, Baba, we haven't finished cleaning yet." Nia looked at the front desk, where the information, contracts, and accounts were piled up. "Don't worry about it. Someone is detonating a bomb outside. The train station is not safe." Hearing Ron's shout, several employees' faces turned pale. Then, without him urging them, everyone rushed out. It had only been a short time since the riots ended, and they had already heard that the movement were going to take bloody revenge. At this point, they knew who was causing the trouble. Ron pulled the shutter door of the store and quickly ran out with Nia. Bits and pieces of news came from the people running around. Some said that Persia had attacked, some said that Baba Yang had launched the attack, and of course the movement were one of the biggest suspects. When Ron ran out of the train station, the streets outside were full of people running and shouting. Thick smoke was rising from all over Mumbai. Ron roughly counted and found that there were at least 10 smoke columns rising into the sky in South Mumbai. Damn it, his tourism business was over. It might not be restored to its former glory in the next 6 months, no, a year. And his electrical appliance factory, the products had just been finalized, and the promotional photos had just been taken. How long had it been quiet? Now this happened again. Ron wanted to curse, but escaping was the most important thing now. He took Nia's hand and ran towards the apartment. After a few steps, he ran into a large group of policemen. They looked panicked and shouted to stop the rickshaw driver, asking him to go to the vicinity of Mangaldas textile market. That was the place where the explosion occurred. No one dared to go there at this time, and everyone was too late to hide. The rickshaw driver who was stopped shook his head frantically, stood up and pedaled to escape from here. But the tall policeman in the lead grabbed the back of the rickshaw and prevented the driver from moving forward. "You have to help. There are many injured people there. They need to be sent to the hospital immediately." "Hey, this voice sounds familiar." Ron glanced. It was him. The selfless Indian policeman, Ajlal. They had met before. When Ron was hiding in the electrical factory, the other party patrolled his territory several times. Even a few hours ago, they had met there. For some reason, he also ran to South Mumbai. Aj was very alert. When Ron looked at him, he also noticed the former's gaze. "It's you?" Aj looked at Ron with some surprise at first, and then some suspicion. Should he be in the factory on the outskirts of the city? How did he end up in South Mumbai? At this time, any suspicious object is worthy of vigilance. "Mr. Sir, right? I remember you were near Madanpur just now. What are you doing here now?" he asked. "Officer, I live here." Ron had to stop and explain. Fortress District. Aj looked at the train station behind Ron, and his eyes became more and more suspicious. If he remembered correctly, Ron seemed to have been in an apartment near the Juhu district, and there were 2 foreign girls there. What about now? Fortress District, a cute and lovely Indian girl. Could this guy have 4 wives? According to the intelligence he got, those saboteurs are very good at disguise and specifically target crowded places. The eye-catching smoke column here in South Mumbai is proof of this. Seeing the other party's increasingly suspicious eyes, Ron secretly thought that it was not good and hurriedly explained. "Officer, I've been living here, and I just saved a child from the Mughal community." He was not familiar with this policeman, and his reputation for being selfless was even more difficult to deal with. Ron did not want to get entangled with him. The Mumbai Police Department was not a good place. But Ajlal did not intend to give up. He knew that saboteurs were best at disguising themselves. "Officer, I can prove that this doctor is a good person." Suddenly, the rickshaw driver chimed in. "Do you know him?" Aj asked. "Mr. Sir, everyone near the train station knows him. He is also a good doctor and has saved several lives." "You are also a doctor?" Aj's eyes lit up. "Well, I don't have a medical license, and I only specialize in trauma." "That's great. This is exactly the person we need. Let's go to the south, where many people are in danger," Aj ordered in a tone that did not allow for negotiation. Ron was a little dumbfounded. Was he being requisitioned? Why was this policeman so unreasonable? He even wanted to take out money to bribe him, but his intuition told him that this would not work for Aj. "Naya, go home first. Don't open the door unless I go back." Ron decided to send Naya away first. She is useless here and may even be in danger. Their apartment is a few hundred meters away, where Naya is safer. Little Naya was reluctant to leave, but under Ron's eyes, she quickly ran back home. "Officer, we can go." Ron sighed and nodded to the rickshaw driver. In any case, he helped Ron out of trouble. In fact, Ron didn't know him, but he looked familiar. Maybe the other party had received his business care, or maybe he was a patient in his free clinic. In short, it's a good thing that he didn't get caught by the police. The police in Mumbai not only like to take bribes, but also like to abuse prisoners. Although Ron was not arrested, it was not easy to get away if he was entangled. Unexpectedly, Ajlal was not a cruel official. On the way to Mangaldas market, he was very polite to Ron, changing his just strong attitude. He explained that as a police inspector, he had to pay attention to any suspicious details when the explosion just happened. At the same time, from his words, Ron also realized that the police had received the news 2 hours before the explosion. It was at that time that AG was hurriedly transferred here, but he didn't expect that the other party's action was so fast that the police didn't have time to react. In fact, Ron didn't have any hope for the Indian police. What would happen if he gave them time? At the millennium, more than a dozen guns made the entire Indian police helpless. When others were pouring bullets with AK, the Mumbai police were still pulling the bolt, which was outrageous. Ron certainly didn't want to go to the explosion site, but looking at the large group of police around him, he couldn't help muttering, "So many people, it's not possible that they will be ridden by the flying dragon?" The group had just arrived at the Mangaldas market when they were stunned by the hellish scene in front of them. The whole market, except for the fire and black smoke, was covered with a layer of wet pink. Yes, pink. The textiles on the roadside, the doors and windows on the street, the slippery ground, and the broken limbs were all pink. Ron had never known that blood was not blood red or dark brown after coagulation when it was first exposed to the air, but bright pink. Wow! The rickshaw driver and several policemen immediately bent over and vomited. Ron's face was not good either. No one could remain indifferent to this scene. AG yelled and directed his men to save people. Passers-by who had not yet run away were also ordered to come back to help. If anyone dared to disobey his orders, they would either receive a loud slap in the face or be beaten with a pointed baton. The injured were placed on the roadside, and Ron did his best to bandage them. But there were too many injured people, and soon the roadside was densely packed with people. Some were screaming, some were crying, and some were groaning and struggling for a while before they slowly stopped moving. Ironically, most of the injured people Ron treated were Mumin. This market is famous for Persian carpets, and Mumin's homes almost always have such carpets. If the rumors are true, who exactly are those secret agents who shouted slogans of revenge bringing fear to? The sounds of police cars and ambulances were everywhere, but the chaotic streets blocked their steps. Ron was busy here for a long time, but he didn't see any official emergency organization. Even the Mumbai reporters came faster than them. "Doctor sir, come and help." AG and several policemen rushed over carrying a figure. Ron quickly checked the injury. The corner of the injured person's mouth was spitting blood, and the clothes on his chest were stained red with blood, wet and sticking to his skin. "He is our informant, we must save him." AG's eyes were red with sadness. This informant was his friend. Ron pulled open the clothes of the injured person, and laid down to listen to his chest. The lung lobe is injured. It can't be treated here. We must go to the hospital." AG said nothing, and carried the person onto the tricycle again, and then asked the driver to go to the nearest hospital. Ron followed, which was the request of the policeman. At the moment of leaving the corner of the market, Ron seemed to see Kavaya's figure out of the corner of his eyes. He quickly said a few words to AG beside him, who nodded and waved his hand, and a policeman jumped out of the car and ran to the market behind him. This girl was too desperate for big news. She even dared to run directly to the explosion site. Ron couldn't get away now, so he could only ask AG to arrange a policeman to go back and take care of her. When he arrived at Cooper Hospital, the scene here was no different from the market, and there were dead bodies everywhere on the ground. Not 30 or 50, but hundreds. The tragic ending of the turmoil 2 months ago seemed to be staged again. Ron suddenly had a feeling of powerlessness. "I'm tired, let's destroy it." The third brother not only knows how to make things happen, but also knows how to make big things happen, the kind that kills people. After handing the injured informant to the doctor here, Ron simply sat on the steps of the hospital to rest. The cries of patients everywhere could no longer disturb his mind. He was used to it. After a while, AG came out wiping tears. "How is it?" Ron asked. AG shook his head and sat down beside him dejectedly. Ron sighed. He had known that the man was hopeless. When they were at the market, the man's breathing was already very weak, only exhaling but not inhaling. Of course, he was not a doctor and could not issue a death notice for the patient. He was also afraid that the unfamiliar police would take it out on him. Those damn women rode on a motorcycle, hid the explosives under their burqas, and then rushed into the crowd without a care. Motorcycle, yes, a bullet-type motorcycle, the most popular one in Mumbai. Ron frowned slowly, and then his face became more and more solemn. "What happened?" AG keenly caught the change in his face. "I was on the way to the train station and almost hit a motorcycle. It was a bullet-type motorcycle, and the driver was a woman." With a hurried and nervous look, swish, AG stood up. "Was there an explosion at the train station?" "No, the motorcycle was still leaning against a corner." Ron also realized something. "Lead the way." AG rushed out of the hospital without saying anything. Chapter 113 Wonderful Shot. Ron had a very complicated impression of Ajlal. This guy was definitely an outlier among the Indian police. It was not difficult to see from his words and deeds that he came from an elite family and received a good education. At the same time, he was conscientious in his duties, did not say a word to bribes, and was sincere when encountering problems. But Ron always felt awkward when dealing with a policeman who did not accept bribes. For example, now, at his request, Ron had to rush to a potential crime scene suspected of having explosives. In normal times, Ron would have run away long ago. At most, he could just spend money to avoid disaster. But now the whole of Mumbai was in chaos, and his connections were of no use at all. There was no way. Ron could only rush to Victoria Station with Aj. After all, he also had his own business there, and he did not want to see the famous Victoria Station become a ruin. A large group of people rode three-wheeled motorcycles back to the railway station. Ron took a few casual glances and found the motorcycle leaning against a corner. "That's the one." A woman was riding it towards the train station. "Now he's gone." Not good. From a distance, AG was almost certain that there was something wrong with the motorcycle. "Sir, let's get the bomb disposal team," his men quickly suggested. In this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not. If AG suddenly had a brainwave and asked his men to check the situation, that would be bad. AG accepted the suggestion. He picked up the walkie-talkie and began to report the situation here to his superiors. At the same time, he ordered his men to evacuate the nearby people. From the previous signs of the explosion, it seemed that the saboteurs used some kind of high-energy explosives. To be on the safe side, no one was allowed to stay within a radius of 60 meters. Seeing the police knocking on doors with sticks, Ron couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Damn it, they're really playing. He was almost hit by this motorcycle not long ago. The more he thought about it, the more Ron's heart pounded. After a while, the fully armed bomb disposal team hurried over. They were in the Mangaldas market in the south before, but everything that should be blown up there had been blown up, so they were transferred here again. AG's guess was right, there was indeed something wrong with the motorcycle. The bomb disposal team removed a 5-kilogram RDX explosive pack from under its backseat, and even found a manual detonator on the roadside nearby. Seeing the explosives being carefully transported away by the bomb disposal team, Ron and AJ couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their shirts were soaked. Especially Ron, who had unknowingly walked through the gates of hell, which made him look very bad. No matter what the reason was that the Moomin gave up detonating the bomb, Ron was extremely eager for AJ to solve the case as soon as possible. Everyone is equal in front of the bomb. He, a Brahmin, has not yet experienced the taste of being a superior person. Mr. Sir, you have eliminated a disaster. God knows what will happen if you keep it here. AJ thanked him solemnly. This also saved me. I have to walk this road every day. I really hope that Mumbai will return to peace soon. We have lost too much. Ron sighed for his business. That's right. Nearly 10,000 people have died in the riots. I don't know how many more people will die this time. Ron was shocked. It turned out that so many people had died in the Mumbai riots 2 months ago. This is not what the newspapers said. Especially the mainstream newspapers, they either kept silent or used hundreds of casualties to cover up the facts. Even people like Kavaya, who have access to sensitive information, only know the vague data of thousands of casualties. If AJ hadn't told him, Ron would probably have been kept in the dark. After all, the power of Hinduism is far greater than that of the Mumbai people. They can shut up most media. After this incident, Ron and AJ have become closer. The two agreed to have coffee another day and then left in a hurry. AJ was busy with a bombing case, and Ron also needed to get home as soon as possible to think about the next plan. As soon as Fang entered the door, Zionia rushed over. Baba, okay, it's okay. The police are already investigating. Those bastards can't get away. Baba was too dangerous just now. Nia rarely expressed dissatisfaction. Alice, who would have thought that this would happen? Ron was also helpless. You must not do anything dangerous, of course, then stay at home for the next few days. Nia looked at him expectantly. Well, that's the only way. Mumbai's economy this year will probably be very bad. Many businessmen left 2 months ago. After getting a positive answer, Nia breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. She liked to stay with her master. By the way, Nia, let's go back to Uttar Pradesh too. Nia, who was in fantasy time, raised her head in surprise. After this bombing, more businessmen will leave Mumbai. They have to go out to avoid the limelight, and my business will not make any progress. It's a good time to send the ashes of my parents and Uncle Abi back to the holy river. This is certainly not Ron's filial piety. As he said, there is no hope for business in Mumbai for the time being. The riots and explosions one after another, even the top rich people have to stay away. Maybe since the day of the riots, these rich people have been on vacation abroad. Ron also wanted to give up a bit, and Nia often talked about Uttar Pradesh, so he went back to take a look. Under the panic, his electrical appliance factory would probably be shut down. When it resumes later, he can bring some labor from his hometown in the north. Baba, are you really going back to Uttar Pradesh? Nia looked at him quietly. Of course, but we won't stay too long, at most half a month, then. Ron looked at her strangely. Nia's ears were a little red, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Baba, I'll go to your room tonight. Ron was shocked. What stimulated Nia? Did the explosion today scare her? Nia, how old are you this year? 18, she was very sure. Did I remember it wrong? Ron whispered quietly. Baba, do you think I'm too young? Nia puffed out her chest. Ouch, this sentence hits his sore spot. This tone, this action, Wang Mao loves it the most. Hey, your breasts are getting more and more exaggerated. Are you secretly exercising behind my back? Ron turned into Kun and began to practice dribbling and exerting force. Baba, Nia was a little unsteady. Ron's eyes rolled around, and then whispered a few words in her ear. Nia nodded slightly, then squatted down awkwardly. Hiss, this woman is so scary. Ron took a breath of cold air, and he was erect. Nia is always well behaved. She is willing to do anything Ron asks her to do. Even if she is choked and has a runny nose. Too many things happen today, and some sensory stimulations will be magnified countless times. Going back to Uttar Pradesh, of course, is not an immediate departure. Ron still has some things to explain, and by the way, say goodbye to a few friends. But the next day, before he went out, someone called him. 3 consecutive calls, all wanting to interview him. Ron was puzzled, and then refused without hesitation. What the hell is an interview? Only a fool would want to jump around outside at a time like this. Wasn't yesterday's explosion exciting enough? He didn't want to do anything weird. At the same time, Ron was wondering why someone wanted to interview him. He was neither a politician nor a Bollywood star. It wasn't until Kavai called that Ron realized what was going on. My great hero, how does it feel to be admired? What? You should read today's newspaper, or watch TV. At her instruction, Ron turned on the TV. Then, he saw the scene of himself kneeling in the Mangaldas market to save people. The surrounding area was a hell of hell, and the people on the ground were dying. Ron, with a holy thread on his wrist, was trying to bandage and give first aid to the patient. This picture was amazing. Both the government and the Hindus were overjoyed. All newspapers and TV stations, as if they had received orders, promoted Ron's good deeds with all their strength. They said he was an Indian hero, who had mercy on the world like the sun god and eliminated diseases. The one who shouted the most was Bal Thackeray, the leader of the Shiv Sena. He questioned the media that had previously slandered the Shiv Sena and sympathized with the Mughals. You said that Hindus were full of malice towards the Mughals and were the culprits of the riots. In the end, what happened? The saboteurs among the Mughals were the ones who caused the greatest harm to the Mughals, and it was us Hindus who were the most active in saving people. His words were irrefutable. Who could blame Ron for appearing at the right time, in the right place, and doing the right thing? A Hindu doctor put aside his prejudices and treated innocent Mughals in the attack caused by the Mughals. This buff is directly stacked up. No wonder the government and the media spared no effort to promote it. Just this shot on TV can be called a world-famous painting. The government also needs something hot to divert the attention of the people, and the people also need a hero to soothe the trauma caused by the continuous violence. It's settled. What else is there to say? Ron is a hero, whether he wants to be one or not, he is already one. On the phone, Kavaya told him that this shot was from her hand. Yesterday at the Mangaldas market, Kavaya met Ron. She had the courage to come to the explosion site to get first-hand information. She is still an intern reporter and she wants to make progress. Ron's actions made her realize that this is a topic with the potential to make explosive news. As she expected, the editor of the Times of India shouted excitedly after getting the photo. The word internship in Kavaya's reporter title should probably be removed. The only thing she felt sorry about was that she did not get Ron's consent to publish this report. Kavaya, you don't have to feel sorry. In fact, you helped me too. Ron's eyes rolled around. This was a rare opportunity for publicity. It seems that the plan to return to Uttar Pradesh has to be delayed a bit. He will have to jump around in Mumbai for a few more days. Damn, his electrical appliance factory is saved. Chapter 114, Goodwin's Help. Although Ron refused several interview calls, the reports about him had already spread throughout Mumbai. After Kavaya's photo was published, other newspapers immediately followed up. The first thing they dug out was, of course, Ron's biographical information. He came from Uttar Pradesh, a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. His parents were respected teachers. They died in a sectarian conflict and at the hands of the Mughals. Now their son Ron has saved dozens of Mughals in another conflict. Hiss. Only the Saint Baba can do this. Another newspaper said that he had already done this. He provided free medical treatment to the poor in the slums, never charged money, and never discriminated against their beliefs. Yar. Dr. Sir is a good man. Well, in that case, there is no need to be polite. Ron changed his previous attitude towards interviewing reporters and accepted all the subsequent interview calls. I heard you are a Brahmin. Why do you want to save the mortal enemy Moomin? The injured are innocent. I can't watch them die. Is this your ethics as a doctor? I'm not a real doctor. My real identity is the founder of Sir Electric. Oh, Sir Electric. Are you an industrialist? Yes, Sir Electric's revolutionary product is water air conditioning, which is the result of our latest technology research. The word revolutionary is a bit attractive after all, and the reporter patiently listened to it, but what they really care about is political issues. So Ron cooperated and revealed that what the newspaper said was true. He helped the poor to treat diseases, including Hindus, Moomin, Sikhs, and even Christians. This is good. The reporter's eyes are shining and they write quickly. In interviews, everyone gets what they need and cooperates with each other. Similar conversations happen in almost every interview call. In short, Ron changed the topic to Sir Electric. The ultimate goal is only one: water air conditioning. According to Ron's introduction, It not only has a cooling effect similar to that of an air conditioner, but also has a price comparable to that of an electric fan. It is simply the most perfect product in the world. After dealing with several inexplicable calls in a row, Ron hung up the phone with a pop. Great, Mumbai's big job came at the right time. The attack by the Mumbai people will inevitably paralyze the business activities here in Mumbai for a period of time. Public places will even be ordered to close. If it weren't for the previous incident, Ron's electrical appliance factory might have died in the womb. But now it's different, he is famous. With the help of the government, the media, and the Shiv Sena, Ron Sir's name will inevitably become a hot word in Mumbai news for a period of time in the future. Since Ron can't change this established fact, he might as well go with the flow and make good use of this favorable wind. As the report goes deeper, the reporter must want to roll out more explosive news. At this time, the news of Sir Electric Appliances is released in advance, so that those reporters who can't find the material can avoid making random compilations. Oh, right. He also needs to go to the electrical factory and ask Ashish to prepare a few beautiful water air conditioners. The factory equipment also needs to be put into operation, and it is best to start overtime production now. There are also motor raw materials. Singapore needs to notify them to send another shipload immediately. Suddenly, Ron found that there were too many things to do. What about going back to my hometown in Uttar Pradesh? Today we are all Mumbai people. Ding-ling-ling. The phone ring that makes people love and hate it rang again. Ron, I don't know if this is good news. It was Kavya's voice. What? Ron held his breath. The Times of India wants to do an exclusive interview with you. If you agree, you can choose the previous advertising schedule, so you fought for the latter condition, of course. Kavya smiled. Okay, Ron agreed without hesitation. Kavya knew that his entire fortune was bet on the electrical factory, and she also knew what he needed now. Ron, the Sea King, always tried his best to use all his tricks on her, and you can see the effect, right? This is the Times of India, the newspaper with the highest circulation in India, no one else. From the 600,000 rupees advertising fee that Ron paid before, we can see its nobleness. The so-called exclusive interview must be dominated by the other party, but Ron is not unable to bring in his own private goods. If used well, this will be an unprecedented new product promotion. Thinking of this, Ron was a little impatient, and he was going to the electrical appliance factory now. He would slowly compensate Kavya for her draining feelings later, and make sure she couldn't hold it. After comforting the uneasy Nia and finding a few trusted people like Vino, Ron rushed to the suburbs without stopping. There he met Ajlal again, and the latter's uniform was brand new. I got promoted to the first-class superintendent of police, Aj smiled bitterly. They want me to be responsible for the investigation of the bombing case. Oh, congratulations. Ron was a little surprised. As far as he knew, the first-class superintendent of police was already the ceiling of junior officials in the Indian police system. The next level up was the inspector of police, which was a real middle and senior official. If AG takes one more step forward, he will be able to cross the hurdle that countless people cannot cross in their entire lives. Usually, police officers with more than 8 years of service experience are eligible to be promoted to first-class superintendents. Considering AG's age of more than 30, this is obviously a special promotion. Oh, forget it, AG was not so excited. My office will move to the south in the future, but this is still one of my jurisdictions. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Is the bombing case so easy to investigate? AG was unsure. He vaguely realized that the superiors had thrown him a hot potato. But one thing is certain, he hates those bastards who made the explosion. Perhaps because of the experience of fighting side by side with Ron, AG revealed a lot of inside information to him. After they parted ways yesterday, AG went to Dadar district again. There was also an explosion at the gas station there, which was right in front of the Shiv Army's headquarters building. The senior officials of the Shiv Army were very nervous. They ordered AG to go into the gas station to check if there were any other bombs. Those people were all politicians, and even his superiors. AJ was forced to take a baton and explore every corner of the gas station. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. Perhaps his heroic performance impressed the Shiv Sena, or perhaps he had the credit for defusing the bomb at Victoria railway station. In short, he was inexplicably promoted to the rank of first-class superintendent. Now he has 20 detectives under his command, not counting ordinary police officers. But the work to be done is much more difficult. The instigator of the bombing must be a vicious criminal. The Shiv Sena government has changed its previous evasive and procrastinating style of dealing with the riots caused by Hindus. They vowed to pursue the suspects of the Hindus and investigate them thoroughly, because the Shiv Sena was the victim this time. AJ did not refuse such an order. The tragic situation of the Mangaldas market made him want to find every participant in the bombing, beat them up, and then send them to jail. He also told Ron that the perpetrators targeted the most conspicuous buildings in Mumbai, the Air India building, the Stock Exchange Center, the Centaur Hotel, and the Shiv Sena headquarters all exploded. More than 500 people died and thousands were injured in one day. At the Mumbai International Airport, the saboteurs could not get close to the plane, so they had to throw grenades on the road leading to the apron. Ron was stunned by the news. This was the first time he had a global understanding of yesterday's explosion. Even Kavaya could not understand it so comprehensively. The airport was indeed bombed, but fortunately his store was saved and there were no casualties. The bomb at the train station was also dismantled by accident. Ron was really lucky. At the same time, he could understand why the government and the media wanted to publicize his deeds. In this extremely tense atmosphere, everyone needed a hero. Although the reports of great and glorious things were vulgar, they were useful. At critical moments, the people were willing to believe, and they would also paralyze themselves to believe unconditionally. At this moment, Ron just wanted to shout, "Good wind, help me soar to the sky." After saying goodbye to the hurried AJ, the first thing Ron did when he arrived at the electrical appliance factory was to call Ashish. "Where is the finalized product?" "Here." Ashish took him to the office, where 3 models of water and air conditioners of different sizes were neatly placed. Although the bombings made everyone panic, Ashish, who is in the slums, was much calmer. The movement targeted South Mumbai. What does it have to do with their northern suburbs? Without Ron's explanation, Ashish came to work in the factory the next day. He was really a qualified cow and horse. How much has their cost been reduced now? Ron's eyes flickered. The smallest one is 100 rupees, the middle one is 230 rupees, and the most complete one is 500 rupees. Ashish introduced them to him one by one. Now they have a total of 3 finalized products. The cheapest and smallest one is 11 inches wide, just enough for one person. It saves on everything that can be saved. The fan is a low-quality thin plastic sheet, the motor makes a loud noise, and the water tank is pitifully small. Even the cotton wool responsible for absorbing water has been replaced with coconut fiber. This thing is everywhere on the beach and it doesn't cost anything. The only thing worth mentioning is that the motor rotates very fast. Even if the sink is dry, it can be used as an electric fan. Ron automatically ignored these shortcomings. Indian people are not picky people at all. Cheap is fine. The economic model is originally aimed at the poor. It doesn't matter if it is noisy, has a short cooling time, and has no gear and timing functions. The key is that the price cannot be high. The one in the middle is considered the main product. It is more than 21 inches wide and is enough for a family. Compared with the economic model, it has not only improved in material, it has significantly less noise when it starts, and the cooling time of the sink is longer. In addition, there are gear and timing buttons on the top. This thing now uses a mechanical timer, which costs more than 50 rupees each. Its principle is very simple. The user tightens the spring to drive the gear set to rotate. After the timing ends, the contact is disconnected and the fan stops. Ron originally wanted to reduce the cost of the main model to around 200 rupees, but because of it, he could never do so. The top configuration is also the largest one, which is more than 32 inches. Its design is more complicated. Not only does it use a high-end mechanical timer to further reduce noise, but Ashish also added a water circulation system to it. It no longer relies solely on the water supply from the sink, but can also be connected to the tap water pipeline, so that it can achieve uninterrupted long-term battery life. Generally speaking, Ron is still satisfied. The 3 products cover most of the consumer groups. Have you done any research on the market price of ordinary table fans? Ron asked again. The price of unknown brand fans is between 500 and 800 rupees, and the price of well-known brands such as Bajaj and Usha may be as high as 1,000 to 1,500 rupees. In this day and age, according to India's consumption level, electric fans are medium-priced electrical appliances, and not everyone can afford them. After all, this price is equivalent to the income of an ordinary person for half a month to a month, and you need to grit your teeth to make up your mind. This is good news for Ron. The positioning of water air conditioners is higher than that of electric fans, but the cost is not much different. This is the rhythm of a big sale, especially at this juncture. Ashish, our machines need to start, and we need more workers. Ashish's eyes lit up. He had a large number of relatives and friends to arrange. Chapter 115 Citywide Hot Search. Ron asked the factory to produce water air conditioners at full capacity, especially the first two models. However, the motors were scarce and there were only about 20 workers. On the one hand, he asked Anand and Ashish to gather people, and on the other hand, he called Ratnam in Singapore by satellite, urging him to hurry up and ship the goods. Sir Electric's water air conditioners have not even been launched yet, but Ron has such confidence that he is willing to take a gamble. In fact, this morning's People's Daily and Morning Light have published Ron's telephone interview content in large sections, and Sir Electric inevitably appeared in the report. These local newspapers may lack influence, but they are flexible. I just finished talking to Ron on the phone, and the manuscript has been approved over there. People who were locked up at home did not dare to go out on the streets, and could only learn about the situation outside through newspapers. They read the news about the explosion one by one, and Ron's world-famous painting was naturally placed in the center. Baba, the Diamond Association called and wanted to order a batch of water air conditioners. As soon as I got home, Nia couldn't wait to greet me. Who? Ron was holding a water cooling prototype and was about to go into the house when he was stunned. The Diamond Association is not short of money. They can just buy a real air conditioner directly. No, maybe they have already done so. Ron didn't understand why they, who are not short of money, would fancy their low-end air conditioner. The people from the Diamond Association hope you can participate in the Mahavira Festival charity event they are holding next month. Let them pay a deposit first. As long as the balance is paid after delivery, I will participate. Ron understood that this was to use his reputation for charity. Most of these diamond merchants are Jains, and their doctrines are very similar to Hinduism, such as vegetarianism. Ron is not opposed to attending such an event. As long as you pay, everything is fine. There are also a few people who claim to be members of the Federal Council. They also want to meet with you, Nia added. Arrange it. Ron waved his hand. This is a political resource, and he will not refuse it. Of course, he also knows that these people just want to take advantage of the popularity to package their political image. But what does it matter? Ron also needs their cooperation to put Sir Electric in the spotlight as much as possible. These people are so fast. It was less than 24 hours before he was published in newspapers and on TV. Before Ron could put the prototype in place, the phone at home rang again. This time it was Ashish calling from the factory office. Boss, many people called to inquire about our water air conditioners. What? Has anyone placed an order? Ron was excited. Of course, more than 100 units. They haven't even seen the product. Some people want to come to the factory to discuss in detail, but I think they are very interested. Okay. Just follow the price we agreed on before, and we can get a better discount for large quantities. After hanging up the phone, Ron walked around the room excitedly. Too fast. The reaction here in Mumbai is too fast. It turns out that the speed of media dissemination and diffusion is even faster than he expected. Just after Ashish's call, Kavaya also called to urgently inform him that the interview scheduled for tomorrow should be moved up to today. That afternoon, a group of people from the Times of India gathered in Ron's apartment in the Fort area. There was no other way. Sir Electric was too shabby to be on camera. Fortunately, Ron had prepared in advance. Several carefully selected prototypes were placed behind him as a background. This was the result of the Times of India's compromise under Ron's strong request. In return, Ron had to take a certain stance in the subsequent interviews. The traitor Kavaya had already known Ron well. Most of the executives in the Times of India were Hindus. During the riots in December last year, the Times of India published an editorial entitled Prescription for Healing, in which they called on the public to forget their sorrow and get out of the haze as soon as possible, but did not mention the Shiv Sena that caused all this. Kavaya also complained to Ron that there was an order from above to be gentle on the riots and show mercy. All related reports, even the profile of the judge in charge of the investigation, must be reviewed by the editor-in-chief before publication. The reason given by the management was that any report or speech that publicly supported the investigation of the rioting group might intensify the hostility between the two sects. Now it is the turn of the movement to initiate revenge. The Times of India must of course adhere to the principle of neutrality and never let any murderer go. Well, when to strictly observe neutrality and when to show mercy, the Times of India is always flexible and can dance with long sleeves. Ron did not protest. He has such a strong Hindu aura, he can't be a traitor. Besides, accusing the murderer is a righteous cause. In the following interview, Ron completely put himself into the role of a doctor who saves the dying and the wounded and ignores sectarianism. Only when talking about his work, he will transform himself into the founder of Sir Electric, and then take the opportunity to talk about the excellence of water air conditioners. What environmental protection and energy saving, low noise, better cooling effect, cheap price. These are all pediatrics. It can even beautify and moisturize the skin, and it is just short of being able to cure diseases. In short, in Ron's mouth, mastering core technology, fully self-developed, the light of domestic products. These words keep coming out. Kavaya rolled her eyes when she heard it. If it weren't for that handsome face that was still photogenic, no one would want to listen to his long-windedness. After hearing this, she simply looked at Nia, who is serving tea and water. This little girl is quite something. Kavya was getting more and more upset. When the interview was coming to an end, Ron noticed the situation here. After cooperating with the off-site coach to say a few lines, he reluctantly ended the interview. How much of this interview do you think they will keep? Ron quietly approached Kavya. Is that little maid yours? She came from my hometown and is still an ignorant girl. Ron's tone was normal, and his eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over Nia's long legs. Look at the gap between her legs, how close they are. Kavya looked strange. She suspected that Ron was a pervert. Well, let's go to Pin Sailing Road together in a few days. It is said that there is a new bag from France there, which will be on the market soon. Kavya's face gradually softened. If it was a bag, Ron secretly thought that there was a chance. Bags were indeed her weakness. And the latest lipstick and nail polish, he added fuel to the fire. I'll go back and discuss it with the editor-in-chief. At least the content of the interview should highlight your identity as a businessman, so that there will be contrast and drama. Kavya, you are really professional. Ron was overjoyed. With a little mention in a national newspaper like this, he will not lack popularity in the short term. The advertisements of Soul Electric appliances began to appear in the newspapers, and the timing was just right. Long before the bombing, he signed a contract with the local newspapers in Mumbai and the Times of India. The date of negotiation was mid-March. The bombing occurred on March 12, and on the 13th, his photo of saving people began to appear on TV and in newspapers. That afternoon, he was interviewed by the Times of India. On the 14th, the front pages of the Express and Noon were all Soul Electric appliances advertisements. In order to increase recognition, in addition to the promotional photos of the water air conditioner, Ron's image also appeared on the front page of the newspaper. Look, he is holding a beautiful water air conditioner in his hand in the newspaper, and his handsome face is full of a kind smile. Are you okay? At this moment, Ron's face is much more famous than Sir Electric, so he has to come out and promote the product himself. This is Kavya's idea. She thinks that many Indian girls will be crazy about Ron. It's nothing else, just that he looks good. The advertising slogan is also as exaggerated as always in the Indian style. Cool like the monsoon, but without any worries. Sir Electric grandly launches a revolutionary water air conditioner, Sir Water Air Conditioner, make India cool, and turn the Dhar desert into an oasis, Dr. Sir's dedication, you deserve a summer like spring, Sir Water Air Conditioner, the savior of India's summer. After all, it is the entire front page. It would be a waste if such a large page is not boasted about. In addition to various eye-catching headlines, the advertisement also lists in detail the reasons for buying a water air conditioner. Energy saving and environmentally friendly, the electricity bill melts slower than your popsicle. Simple to use, add water, turn on, lie down, and enjoy. Cheap and affordable, the effect exceeds that of ordinary air conditioners, and the price is much lower than that of ordinary air conditioners. Standard model, 350 rupees. Light luxury model, 800 rupees. Luxury model, 2,500 rupees. There is also a bit of metaphysics at the end of the advertisement. Basically, the water air conditioner uses Dr. Sir's special treatment, which will make your body healthier and women's skin smoother. Don't underestimate the word Dr. Sir. It is now a well-known hot search in Mumbai and is even slowly spreading to the whole of India. Metaphysics is even more standard. India is a kingdom of gods on earth, and everyone's names are full of gods and Buddhas. If you don't add some mythological attributes to the advertisement, such a good environment for fooling people will be wasted. It seems that overnight, Mumbai is full of Sir Electric Appliances advertisements. But this is not the limit. On March 15th, the Times of India published an interview with Ron, and on March 16th, its front page also featured Sir Electric Appliances advertisements. For 3 consecutive days, anyone who reads newspapers, no matter which newspaper you subscribe to, will inevitably see similar advertisements. If the local newspapers in Mumbai pushed Ron to the altar, then the Times of India pushed him to the whole of India. Of course, this will take time to ferment. As for the effect of the advertisement, the phone calls to Ron's office and home were flooded with calls, which is proof. Boss, the warehouse is empty. Raw materials, accessories, and finished products are all empty. Ashish rushed over. Go to the dock to pick up the goods. The motors from Singapore have arrived. I have informed the customs. No inspection is required. Just take them away. Ron gave instructions while answering the phone. Plastic particles can only rely on domestic supply. He is urging suppliers to hurry up and ship. If they can't catch up, he even wants to bring the goods directly from Singapore. Sir Electric Appliances is popular, too popular, and popular beyond imagination. As early as before March 13th, he asked Ashish and his team to produce at full capacity. As a result, nearly 1,000 water air conditioners were sold out on March 14th. The orders received in the past 2 days have not been scheduled for production because the accessories and raw materials have been used up. Fortunately, Anand in Singapore was very helpful. He took the risk of turmoil in Mumbai and personally guided the ship. Now it has arrived at the port of Mumbai. But Ron didn't have time to receive him. There were too many things to do in the electrical factory and he couldn't leave at all. The phone was like the sound of horns on the streets of India, hysterical every moment. Is this Mr. Sir? Another call. Hello, it's me, I'm Rafiq. The boss wants to see you, Rafiq? Ron was stunned. Is it the leader of the Shiv Sena branch? Rafiq, do you mean Mr. Balthakari wants to see me? Yes, the famous leader of the Shiv Sena, the most powerful person in Mumbai. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Capitalist Paradise. The leader of the Shiv Sena wanted to see him, so Ron had to go. No one in Mumbai dared to refuse his invitation, because the other party really had a gun in his hand. Of course, because the Shiv Sena now controlled the Mumbai government, there were actually more people begging to come to see him. As long as you have power, no matter what your background was before, a bunch of people will automatically follow you and flatter you. Ron was going to see Balthakari in a week, but the other party was very busy, so he had to wait in line. This was funny, because he was the one who was invited by name. After hanging up the phone, Ron concentrated on the work at hand. The first batch of water air conditioners sold were indeed as he expected, mostly standard and light luxury models. Given everyone's income level, it would be difficult to impress people if it exceeded 1,000 rupees. The standard model sold the best, and the price of 350 rupees was cheaper than many unknown brand electric fans. People who saw the advertisement, even if they didn't know Ron, couldn't help but want to try it. Sure enough, low prices are the weapon to open up the market, and exaggerated advertisements can only be regarded as icing on the cake. On the contrary, customers who buy light luxury models are more obviously affected by advertisements. Most of them saw the advantages of water air conditioners in English newspapers. Having entered the middle class, they pay more attention to the quality of life. The environmental protection, low noise and health care effects of water air conditioners are very attractive to them. The price of 800 rupees is lower than that of electric fans of well-known brands, which has become one of the reasons for a must-buy. Of course, the sudden popularity of Sir Electric's water air conditioners is inseparable from Ron's own promotion. Both Hindus and Mughals have paid money to support his products. Dr. Sir is a good man. For the first time in thousands of years, two conflicting religions have reached a consensus. His act of saving people in the Mangaldas market really touched many people at the bottom. The Shudras and Dalits within Hinduism reacted most enthusiastically. Some of the people Ron saved were untouchables at first glance. Usually, when low-caste people like them go to the hospital, those doctors from high castes will not receive them at all. Only doctors from the same low caste don't mind. Ron's actions might displease some extreme upper castes, but the lower castes are the majority after all, and they cheered for it. The Mu people were also grateful for what he did, especially when a newspaper dug up that Ron saved a Mu child on his way to Mangaldus market. Look, Dr. Sir is just like what the newspaper said, he has compassion for the world and has no prejudice. This is particularly valuable after the Mu people suffered a series of persecutions. Even those Mu people who are full of hatred can't say anything bad about Ron, and his actions can only make people admire him. It's okay, Ron's golden body has been shaped. Many fanatical people even crowded to the door of the electrical appliance factory to buy water air conditioners from Sir Electric Appliances. They believe in the health treatments advertised in the advertisements. Isn't it normal for the appliances blessed by Dr. Sir to have such effects? Ron was speechless, and he even wanted to sell health products. Ron, you have to meet them. Anand's head stuck out of the office door. What? Those people were gathered there, shouting your name. It was very lively. He shook his head happily. I heard it, but the goods in the warehouse are sold out. There's not a single machine left. It doesn't matter. You have to meet them, Anand insisted. Okay, Ron put down his pen and stood up helplessly. He wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but these people had been here for more than half an hour and had not yet dispersed. Many people who came to discuss business were blocked outside the door, seriously affecting the traffic here. Ron followed Anand to the door, and the crowd outside immediately cheered. Then a girl came forward with a garland in her hand and a shy face. Well, this is an old tradition of the Indian people. This is to express respect. In general religious sacrifices, the necks of the statues are also full of garlands. Obviously, these people regard Ron as some kind of idol and highly respect him. Ron lowered his head honestly, and after the garland was put on him, the girl put cinnabar in his forehead. The process was considered to be over here, and Ron smiled and bowed to the crowd. Many people came forward excitedly, praising Ron. Then, before he could react, they squatted down to touch his feet. Ron was numb, watching everyone rush to squat down to touch his feet. In this situation, he felt like a pyramid scheme leader. After smiling and touching their shoulders to complete the blessing, they stood up contentedly. The whole process was more like a religious ritual than a friendly meeting. They were all Ron's fans, and asked when they could buy the water air conditioner from Sir Electric. After Ron promised them that they would definitely deliver the goods within a week, they dispersed contentedly. Wow! Ron, we are famous, Anand stood beside him with pride. Are they too superstitious about our water air conditioner? Ron was a little entangled. An old man said that he was almost blind and was going to try the water air conditioner cure, Anand asked. Something like that, maybe it really works, who knows? Anand shook his head heartlessly. In the magical India, nothing is impossible. Ron Baba had never seen the folk remedies used in the slums to cure diseases, otherwise he would not be so surprised. Anyway, I hope that our water air conditioners are as close to technology as possible, rather than some outrageous effects. It is hard to say whether the old man's eyes can be cured, but if used for a long time, he may get rheumatism. As the two were talking, Ashish had already driven a truck to the factory gate. The Madras businessman, Anand, jumped out of the car and ran towards Ron with great enthusiasm. My dearest friend, Mr. Ron Soul, look what I brought you. A full 20,000 cheap and easy-to-use motors. You have to give me a discount. You see the scene here. Everyone is waiting for my products. Oh, man, the price I gave you last time was already the lowest price. I have another batch of orders behind me. My workshop is being expanded. Do you know what this means? Okay, let me have a glass of water first, and then we can talk slowly. Ron did have plans to expand. Strictly speaking, the current factory only has 2 lines. Except for the plastic shell and various plastic accessories, which are produced by injection molding machines, the rest are basically assembled manually. The efficiency is too slow. It takes an average of 40 to 60 minutes for 2 workers to work together to produce a water air conditioner. The 50 workers who were urgently pulled in, minus the 10 people who operated the equipment. The remaining 30-odd people worked 12 hours a day, and the final daily production capacity was only about 220 units. He wanted to integrate the production line and minimize the manual links, so as to improve the efficiency. Ratnam is a shrewd businessman. Ron argued with him for a long time, and finally agreed to buy mechanical timers from him before he was willing to give a 20% discount on the original price. Overall, Ron was quite satisfied with the deal. The price of mechanical timers in India is not cheap, and the quality is not as reliable as that in Singapore. If it weren't for the supply chain risks, he would have imported all of them. After finalizing the deal, Ron was thinking about whether to make a satellite call to Leon. He wanted to get another injection molding machine to complete the third line. However, considering that the current production capacity bottleneck is not the injection molding machine, but the manual labor, he gave up such an impulse. Anand, Ashish, Ron shouted outside. Here we come. The two ran over. Call for help. Call for help. Sir, electric appliance factory is in urgent need of workers, boss. How many more people do you need? Ashish's eyes lit up. First, expand the team to 150 people. Only 2 of the 3 workshops have been put into use, and the other one needs to be organized now. No problem, Ashish glanced at Anand. They would distribute the 100 people in private later. Ron, what about the salary? The travel company has not had much business recently, and many people have lost their income. Anand was worried. He was not worried about himself. He was not short of money. It was just that those friends in the slums were living a tight life again. Ron understood Anand's idea, but the way of settling wages did need to be changed. Change it to piece rate method. For each water air conditioner assembled, the reward is 10 rupees. The more complicated the style, the higher the reward per piece. 10 rupees. Anand and Ashish's heads turned quickly, and soon the two of them widened their eyes in surprise. With the current order volume of Sir Electric Appliance Factory, it would take 2 or 3 months for the workers to work at full capacity. Excluding the time for meals and rest, a worker can assemble at least 7 water air conditioners a day, which is 70 rupees. In a month, the minimum salary is 2,100 rupees. The more you work, the more you get. Otherwise, how can you motivate the workers? Ashish was jealous. He, a college student, only earned 2,000 yuan a month, but in the end, the workers got more than him. Recruit people according to this condition first, the sooner the better. Ron did not hesitate at all. If you want to increase production capacity, you must adopt the piecework system. If you take a fixed salary, it is estimated that all the ASEAN people will slack off. He has too many orders in his hands. Just now, a rough calculation shows that it has exceeded 10,000 units. It is right to start work quickly, and don't worry about the salary. The more products are sold, the more money will flow into his pocket. Such a salary package is undoubtedly a huge temptation, and even Anand is a little tempted. The two did not hesitate anymore and immediately prepared to make arrangements. But Ron stopped Ashish. So Electric is in urgent need of talent now. If you have a suitable classmate or experienced colleague, you can call them over, boss. I'll bring someone over tomorrow. Ashish was as positive as ever. Very good, Ron nodded with satisfaction. This cow and horse worked hard. Your salary can be raised next month, and there will be a bonus. You have done a good job during this period, boss. Ashish knelt down and touched his feet. You are as generous as a saint. Do a good job. Go. Ron touched his head. Ashish nodded and bowed, and left the office gratefully. Tisk, the 3 brothers are also very greedy. If you give them a little benefit, they will want to worship you as a god. Ron smiled. This is simply a paradise for capitalists. He wanted to go out, but another phone call came in. It was from Haid Khan. Chapter 117, The Strength of Hadhan. Only a few days after the bombing, it had already had a profound impact on all walks of life in Mumbai. First of all, the stock market. The Bombay Stock Exchange was forced to close for a few days after being hit by a bomb. After reopening, the market inevitably fell sharply. The confidence of many foreign investors was hit, and they began to flee Mumbai. The markets and shops near the explosion site were also forced to close, and the Mumbai airport has not yet resumed operations. The already half-dead tourism industry has now been further aggravated. Ron even had the urge to temporarily close the business. But Kadhan suddenly called him, also to meet him. So half an hour later, Johnny came to pick up Ron and took him to the Bandra district. This is a courtyard with an unusually obvious Islamic style. There are even towering minarets at the 4 corners of the wall, with Arabic numerals engraved on them. Ron, let's go inside first. Johnny waved his hand and motioned him to follow. Entering the porch, 2 rooms and corridors connected by arches came into view, and in front was a courtyard full of palm trees. The sound of the fountain came from somewhere outside the viewing window, and Ron was surprised by the hugeness of this house. This is Caterbhay's residence. He has guests to entertain today, Johnny, who was walking in front, introduced. It's beautiful. Ron turned around and looked around. By the way, I have to thank you for reminding me the other day, Dawood's gang of damned Mukden are all crazy. They are committing treason. Johnny was indignant. Ron looked strange and didn't know how to answer. They were visiting a Mukden's home at this time. Caterbhay is different from Dawood. He never advocates violence and hates such behavior very much, unless it is a last resort. Johnny seemed to know what Ron was thinking. So it has been confirmed that it was Dawood who did it? The Mumbai police are doing their best to solve this bombing case, no doubt. Everyone knows it. Johnny was very sure. The two came to the door of a dignified and simple room, where several pairs of sandals and boots were placed. Ron also threw off his shoes and stepped into the carpet of the room. The room was very large, and several people sat in a circle around a low marble table, occupying only a corner of the room. Cadhan waved to Ron and asked him to sit over. There was an empty plush silk cushion between them. Dr. Sir, thank you for what you did in Mangaldus Market. He saluted Ron solemnly, and the others also saluted. I'm just doing what I can. Ron was caught off guard by their sudden appearance. Allah is watching everything. After praying, Cadhan smiled again. Ron, congratulations on opening a new business. Well, I have to find something to do. You know the situation outside. The airport has not been restored yet, and the train station is under martial law. Of course, we are all businessmen. I have already greeted all the gangs, including the Dawood gang. No one will bother you in the future. Ron's expression changed, and this sentence revealed quite a lot of information. Cadhan is very important in the underground world of Mumbai, and he is indeed connected with a Dawood gang. Thinking back to the strange reminder he once gave himself, that time was more than half a month before the bombing. Ron didn't even dare to think about what role Cadhan played in the bombing. Did he know about the Dawood gang's plan? Caterbhay. Thank you for your generous help. Ron thanked him. They already admire you. Cadhan waved his hand and began to introduce the other people in the room to Ron. Neil was in charge of the foreign exchange business in Cadhan's territory. Ron and him were acquaintances. The strongman Ghani was in charge of the passport business. The grey-haired Majid was in charge of the gold business. Pat, who had dealt with him several times, was now in charge of the medicine business. He seemed to have just joined this group, and the people around him were obviously not so close to him. Johnny, who was as strong as an ox, was also one of the leaders in the room. Ron already knew that he played the role of a thug under Cadhan. There were also 3 other young men. Cadhan did not introduce them one by one, but only said that they came here to listen and learn. But from the bulging butts of the guns under their robes when they bowed down to salute, Ron knew that these people were not simple. Through this cursory introduction, Ron has already had a general understanding of Cadhan's business. Foreign exchange, passports, gold, and medicines, these 4 businesses constitute his underground financial empire. Naive Ron used to think that Cadhan only did foreign exchange black market business. These are just the things on the surface. Whether there are other things in private, Ron can't say. He guessed that there must be. Because just now, a servant came in and whispered a few words in Cadhan's ear, and Ron heard the word organ. After waving his hand to send the servant away, Cadhan looked here. Is the travel agency office in Dubai ready to be used? Yes, the company has arranged a few people to stay there permanently. Cadhan must know this, because it was his people who helped to make connections when renting an office in Dubai. Ron recruited a few young college students, who are very enthusiastic about going abroad, especially emerging cities like Dubai. It seems that the travel agency can be officially put into use. In a few days, the first group of people going abroad will need your help to arrange. The current situation in Mumbai Ron was a little uncertain. It's more troublesome for people to come in, but it's relatively easy to go out. Cadhan was confident. Okay, I'll have someone arrange it. This was what they had agreed on. Ron helped him operate the travel agency, which earned foreign exchange differences through foreign workers. Taking this opportunity, Ron could also develop some customers on his own. After all, the service fee of 2,000 rupees per person was not a small amount, and he was in urgent need of money. Neil, Ghani, and Majid will cooperate with your travel agency, Cadhan said again. Ron was a little confused. Neil was in charge of the foreign exchange business and Ghani was in charge of the passport business, which he could understand. But Majid was in charge of the gold business. What did this have to do with the travel agency? Although he was confused, he nodded to show his approval. Ron didn't stay here for long. He came here today mainly to talk to Kadhan about the travel agency. He had no money and urgently needed to find new income. Before the water air conditioner went on sale, after deducting the sky-high advertising fees, he only had 1.8 million rupees in savings. Later, as he appeared on TV and in newspapers, Ron added another 200,000 rupees to his advertising investment. The only income during this period was the 700,000 rupees squeezed out by the travel information company in January and February. The total balance of 2.3 million rupees could theoretically support him for a while, but he also imported 20,000 motors from Singapore. Lanit gave him a 20% discount, and the cost of each motor was 64 rupees, which required a total of nearly 1.3 million rupees. This did not include the money for other spare parts such as plastics, switches, and mechanical timers. Another 500,000 was used to bribe officials to get the travel agency's business. 2.3 million minus 1.8 million, Ron now has less than 500,000 rupees in his hands. He really has no money, otherwise he would not have run to the home of the black boss of the movement at this critical juncture. Everything is for business. Fortunately, the first batch of thousands of water air conditioners sold will soon be paid. More than 500 standard models and more than 300 light luxury models are expected to return about 500,000 rupees. The luxury models sold too few, less than 100. But because of the high selling price, we can finally make 200,000 rupees. Not bad. The total income of thousands of water air conditioners tested was 700,000 rupees. This batch of goods did not go through the distribution channel, most of them were picked up by local customers in Mumbai. So the profit was very high, even close to 70% of the selling price, a huge profit. There will be no such good things in the future. If you want to ship in large quantities, you can only go through the distribution channel. Sir Electric has signed contracts with many dealers, and major shopping malls in Mumbai have also called. Now all the products coming out of the warehouse of the electrical appliance factory have been taken away by them. Distributors and retailers must take a part of the profit, and the specific data may not be available until next month. Ashish has been very proud recently, and his status in the Jageshwari slum has risen sharply. His cousin, the younger son of the neighbor, and his classmate Zamir all follow his lead. Ashish was originally just an ordinary young man who was not noticeable in the slum. He was short and plain looking. If he was not strong and had a bachelor's degree, no one would say hello to him. But now it is different. Ashish has nearly 50 quotas to work in the Sir Electric factory. He can take whatever he wants from those who come to him and ask for help. Sir Electric is now completely famous. Not only are there endless reports in newspapers, but the story of Dr. Sir is also passed on by word of mouth in the slums. More people come to Ashish. After all, he is kind-hearted and generously agrees to their requests without any additional requests. Those who are promoted are not very grateful, because everyone thinks that things should be like this. India is such a country. If one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. If they have such an opportunity, they will not hesitate to promote Ashish. This is the survival rule of India. Today, Ashish led the first group of people to report to the Sir Electric factory. 5 or 6 people squeezed into the station. A few women from the Mughal community were stopped in front of them. The railway police at the train station had to tear off their burqas for inspection before letting them go. Passers-by around, including Ashish and his friends. They all hated and were still afraid of those women from the Mumbai. The bombing incident that just happened made everyone afraid to act rashly like before, but the gap between them became more and more irreparable. Squeezing into the airtight carriage, Ashish led a few people to a fixed area where passengers going to the west had to stand. Taking the city train in Mumbai is quite a learning process. Passengers who want to get off at Zhangayang railway station stand in the middle, and passengers who want to get off at Jageshwari, Bandra and Dadar stand around them in a clockwise arrangement. In this way, when the train is about to arrive at the station, you can jump off at the right time, otherwise you will be pushed back into the depths of the carriage by the surging crowd. Ashish was whispering with his companions about the precautions for future work, but those people were obviously absent-minded, and their eyes were always wandering around somewhere in the carriage. Ashish looked up, then laughed and scolded them a few words, and the obscene laughter spread among the crowd. It turned out that there were vendors holding all kinds of underwear, squeezing into the women's compartment. The fancy styles almost made the men in this compartment boil. But soon Ashish was attracted by the advertisements in the car. Is it as hot as being in an oven? The water air conditioner allows you to enjoy the coolness of Goa Beach at home. The advertisements of Sir Electric appliances are also here. This made Ashish surprised and happy. Not to mention that in the stuffy compartment, seeing the water air conditioner blowing cool air is indeed a great temptation. Especially the word's shocking price 350 rupees attracted many people's attention. The passengers drowned in the crowd could only stare at the advertising posters close to them, imagining that a cool breeze would blow right now. After finally arriving at the electrical factory, Ashish wanted to introduce the newcomer behind him to Ron, but the latter was busy with a satellite phone. Ashish was a little envious. That thing is said to cost tens of thousands of rupees, and many people have never even heard of it. Wait a moment, I have something else to do, Ron signaled Ashish with his eyes. He was talking to Luca in Brazil. Chapter 118 Tiger. Ron was reluctant to buy an expensive satellite phone, but his business couldn't do without it. Not to mention Singapore, he had to talk to Leonard almost every day. The phone bill alone was enough to buy another satellite phone. Luca was also using this thing to contact him recently. In view of the situation in Mumbai, Merck postponed the progress of setting up the laboratory. Even those Western gentlemen were scared by the successive terrorist attacks and backed off. Luca was lobbying them hard. But no matter what, he was ready to restart the pharmaceutical business. He couldn't wait. The delays for several months in a row made the middlemen in Brazil complain. Luca himself couldn't sit idly by and watch the opportunity to make a lot of money slip away. It was said that some bold fellow countrymen were ready to go to New Delhi to find another way. He couldn't remain indifferent anymore, so he called Ron on the satellite phone. I've prepared the money. Can I get in touch with Pant? I met him at a party recently. We talked about this. There's no problem with him. Damn, I finally heard some good news. I'll take people out to see tomorrow. Luca was a little impatient. You can also give them some guarantees from Merck, such as providing people for drug testing at any time. In short, try your best to win them over. I know, in order to win them over, I even took those bastards to enjoy the passionate Brazilian girls. Luca's strange cry came from the phone. In short, order has been restored in Mumbai, let them come, they can't run away. The Brazilian girls will help them make a choice. Wait for me, Ron. I will definitely be in Mumbai in 3 weeks at most. For the sake of business, Luca no longer cares whether Mumbai is safe. Not letting him make money is more painful than taking his life. After hanging up the phone, Ron waved for Ashish and the others to come in. Are these our new employees, boss? This is Mir, my classmate, who is also proficient in construction machinery. This is my cousin, and Adhir is my neighbor, Seher. Ashish introduced them, and several people bowed and greeted them. Ron encouraged them one by one, and only Ashish and Zamir were left. The workshop of Sir Electric is still very irregular. You two should write a set of rules and regulations, and then let the workers implement them as soon as possible. No problem. The old man Ashish and the newcomer Zamir puffed out their chests. They were secretly excited. This was the rhythm of the boss to reuse them. Especially Zamir, who was full of mission at the moment. Well, in fact, Ron just didn't have time to recruit talents in production management. He is currently looking for people, and when the personnel are in place, Ashish and others will still be mainly responsible for technical issues. Although Sir Electric has become well known in Mumbai, it is still a bit of a makeshift team overall, which needs time to improve and settle. Oh, by the way, this is your new contract. Ron handed each of them a document. Ashish opened it carefully, and then glanced at 4,000 rupees, a huge and dazzling number. He suppressed his pounding heartbeat and quickly covered the contract. Zamir also saw his salary, 3,000 rupees. His action was surprisingly consistent with Ashish, and he quickly covered the contract. The two looked at each other, and then smiled politely and perfunctorily. Ashish's eyes flickered. His salary doubled. Which was definitely much higher than Zamir. If the other party also got 2,000 rupees like he did when he first came, oh, wouldn't this be too much of a blow to him? Ashish decided to keep his salary secret. Zamir was also struggling with his conscience. He got a high salary of 3,000 rupees when he first came. As far as he knew, Ashish only got about 2,000. Would this make him jealous? Zamir was determined not to reveal his salary. The two looked at each other again, smiled politely again, and then looked away at the same time. Okay, Ashish, take Zamir to familiarize yourself with the workshop. I'll be out for a while. Ron sent the two away. He is a qualified capitalist, but he doesn't mind giving the cows and horses a little sweet taste. Ashish has worked hard and made great contributions. He is engaged in technology and production, so it is reasonable to raise his salary. Moreover, in India, college graduates in the field of engineering and technology have the highest salary. The starting salary is more than 3,000 rupees, and some foreign-funded enterprises can offer a high salary of 6,000. Even graduates in the field of finance and accounting can only get a salary of 2,500 to 5,000. This is definitely the opposite on Wall Street. Not to mention the graduates in the field of education with the lowest salary, their salary fluctuates between 2,000 and 4,000 rupees at most. This is why every Indian man wants to be an engineer. The social status and real remuneration are beyond doubt. In order to make the cows and horses continue to be grateful, Ron gave them relatively fair treatment. But I don't have time to talk to them in detail today. Ron is going to meet Bal Thackeray, the boss of the Shiv Army. The Shiv Sena is no longer the gang organization it was in the early days. It has now transformed into a political party, and its leader is Bal Thackeray. Ron was taken to Rafiq's residence by the former, and this tough guy still remembered him. We have actually met more than once, in Leopold's bar and another club. He smiled playfully, and it seemed that he was just expressing his friendliness. I have some impression of it, too. I often go to Leopold's bar. Ron nodded and replied. Rafiq was right. They did meet several times. Especially in that club. Hard Khan was also present at the time. Ron was almost certain that Rafiq and Hard Khan must know each other, and even have some kind of transaction. The irony is that Rafiq is now one of the leaders of the Shiv Sena. On the day of the riot, he personally lit a gas tank and pushed him into the gate of the King's Hang temple. Ron still remembers the man on fire, his screams and begging for mercy. I don't know if Hard Khan, as a member of the Mukden, understands what Rafiq did? What would he think? Shiv Sena is India's hope. Thackeray will lead us to victory. Rafiq suddenly said this. Ron's face was subtle. He might have thought of Kadan, and he didn't forget to show his loyalty at this moment. You know, the police gave the Shiv Sena a green light during the riots. It was a glorious thing for the police station to receive instructions from Thackeray on the phone, as if to increase his persuasiveness. Rafiq continued. I saw it, it was eye-opening. Ron thought of the police chief Samant, and his roar on the intercom was still vivid in his mind. So when you see him later, you know what to do. Don't provoke him. Thank you for your advice. Bal Thackeray was not at the Shiv Sena headquarters in Dadar district, perhaps because it had just been attacked by the traitors. Now he was only active in his villa. Thackeray's villa was heavily guarded, with a total of 180 bodyguards guarding his safety. These people were all from the police, including 3 middle and senior deputy police inspectors. Regardless of who is in power in Mumbai, Thackeray always travels in a bulletproof car and is escorted by the police. The government has also allocated additional funds to provide round-the-clock security for his mansion in Madhusri. All this information was revealed by Rafiq, who was quite boastful when introducing it. The villa is located deep in the secluded Karagur Road, with strong traces of government planning. It is known as a residential boutique built for artists. Its exterior walls are all snow white, deliberately showing off the taste of the nouveau riche. This Mumbai-style glitz makes the whole building look larger than its actual area. There are many Mitsubishi Pajero parked at the door. Ron is a little skeptical whether this huge off-road vehicle can really run in Mumbai. Perhaps this Shiv Sena boss suddenly became rich and didn't know how to squander money, so he bought cars as toys. Ron had to undergo security checks before entering the house. The metal detector swept over him. This scene was even more in place than the security of Mumbai airport. Otherwise, the latter would not have been so easily thrown grenades by the Marathas on the runway. If it were Thackeray, he probably wouldn't even be able to get through the outer door. Rafiq took Ron to the waiting room, which was covered with huge portraits of Shivaji, the founder of the Maratha Empire and the origin of the Shiva army's name. In the middle was a row of chairs, facing a closed door. As soon as they sat down, the door opened. Rafiq stood up again and took Ron into the inner room. This was a slightly smaller reception room, with photos of Thackeray's late wife hanging on the walls. There was no one at the table with coffee, but Thackeray walked in soon. Long live the Marathas, he greeted first. Rafiq returned the same greeting, and Ron had to echo it. Dr. Sir, your good deeds are a slap in the face of those Marathas. They only destroy, and we Hindus are busy cleaning up the mess. Thackeray sat down in an armchair next to a coffee table, and he spoke in English. Well, I just hope that Mumbai can stabilize as soon as possible. It will be good for everyone. Ron wanted to explain that he was not a doctor, but gave up the idea after thinking about it. That's right. As long as the Mukden are driven away, Mumbai will become a peaceful paradise. The Shiv Sena leader seemed to be extremely paranoid about the Mukden. Most of his intermittent English was about his dissatisfaction and worry about the Mukden. He was of medium height, skinny, with thick black hair that was not in line with his age, and square-framed glasses that covered half of his face. He wore the traditional orange costume representing the Shiv Sena, and a long Vajrabodhi rosary hung around his neck. I heard that besides being a doctor, you also do other businesses. After finishing his chatter, Thackeray lit a cigar. An electrical appliance factory, this is my main business, Ron replied. Are there any Mukden workers? I think. No, Ron did not lie. At least none of his workers wore white hats. As for whether there were any Mukden who took off their traditional costumes and came to work in his factory, that was unknown. Thackeray held a cigarette holder in his mouth and glanced at him. The Moomin are dangerous. You have seen it. Ron nodded silently. He didn't know what the big boss nicknamed Tiger was thinking. You should join our union. I can guarantee that no officials will cause trouble for you, including asking for bribes and various endless inspections. What do I need to do to join the union? Ron's eyes flashed. He knew that the sex scene was coming. Chapter 119, Human Relations. India also has trade unions, which not only exist but also play a very important role. Workers often go on strike for a variety of reasons. It may be low wages, bad working environment, or discrimination in religion. In short, there are many reasons. The sudden collapse of Mumbai's textile industry was due to the big strike in the early 1980s. These large-scale strikes and protests were organized by trade unions. It's just that in India, this magical land, there are always abstract things happening. In recent years, with the growth of corruption, trade unions have become a tool for many individuals to seek personal gain. For example, employers and trade union leaders collude in exchange for agreements that are unfavorable to workers. On the other hand, if employers do not bribe trade union leaders, the latter can also force workers to join the strike to threaten employers. What's even more outrageous is that some trade union leaders will ask workers to offer their wives and daughters in exchange for helping the latter arrange jobs. The lower classes in India are submissive, and there are many such dirty things. Another type of trade union will become a political tool, which is mostly controlled by a certain political party to wave the flag and shout at the right time. This is the kind of union that Thackeray mentioned. The Shiv Sena owns and manages unions, student groups, women's organizations, employment centers, nursing homes, cooperative banks and newspapers with more than 800,000 people. There is no doubt that this is a huge force. You can even say that the Shiv Sena is a parallel government in Mumbai. After all, the municipal services company is also in the hands of the Shiv Sena, and it is the only way for the people to obtain public welfare. Now Thackeray invites Ron to join the Shiv Sena's union and gives him shelter. The benefits are obvious, that is, Ron will not have to worry about strikes in the future, nor will he have to frequently bribe various government officials. With the skin of the Shiv Sena, all kinds of overt and covert troubles will automatically retreat. To be honest, this is exactly what Ron needs. He has been in the limelight recently, and the Sur Electric factory has been frequently exposed. It is inevitable that some people will have crooked thoughts. If Thackeray, the tiger, speaks, it will be enough for him to safely pass through the growth period. Of course, all this needs to be exchanged for interests. Your factory must provide 4 lakhs of activity funds for the union every year. He made a straightforward condition. Yes, Ron agreed without hesitation. In addition, we must hire more Marathas. They have contributed a lot to the prosperity of Mumbai. There are at least 30 Marathas in my factory. They are all my friends, including my most capable assistant. Thackeray looked at Ron unexpectedly, then nodded to him to show his goodwill. Most members of the Shiv army are Marathas, including Thackeray himself. They are the indigenous inhabitants of Maharashtra and the original owners of Mumbai. In recent years, with a large number of immigrants in Mumbai, Marathas only account for 40% of the population of Mumbai, which made Thackeray feel a sense of crisis. The predecessor of the Shiv Army or the Shiva Army was the Maratha Employment Center, opened by Thackeray in the 1960s. They constantly fought for the employment rights of Marathas and forced 80% of the positions in the Mumbai market to employ Marathas. Thackeray achieved this goal, but those 80% positions were also the lowest in Mumbai: typists, stenographers, sales clerks. How can this be done? Unless you are in power, the social status of Marathas cannot be improved, so Thackeray formed the Shiv Army. He has been working hard for this for so many years, but a large number of factories have closed down, and the Marathi people who lost their jobs have to leave Mumbai to find other ways out. Now, let alone 80% of low-end jobs, the total population of Marathi people in Mumbai is declining. But Thackeray still did not give up, and he still asked his union to hire more Marathi people. Ron's actions made him feel good. He knew that the Sir Electric factory was not big, and it was not even established for more than half a year. These are the business cards of the main members of the union. If you need help, just come to me. Thackeray asked the servant to hand Ron a whole box of business cards. There were famous car dealers, airline owners, jewelers, Bollywood directors, producers. Ron even saw a few acquaintances. Wow, it turns out that all those who joined the Thackeray Union are Mumbai's social elites, the top ones. Thank you, this is very useful to me. Ron accepted it without hesitation. As long as I call them, they will stand in front of me obediently, Thackeray said proudly, because I can really help them solve their problems. Unexpected things always happen in the city of Mumbai. That's right, so the Shiv Sena has a need to exist. During the conversation, a young woman came over with 2 cups of tea. The cup given to Ron was dark and rich, and its refreshing effect was comparable to Red Bull. Thackeray drank some grayish-white milk drink from a glass. He touched the young woman's hand, and the behavior was as intimate as a couple. However, from the young woman's address, Ron heard the Marathi word father-in-law. Well, this charming woman is his daughter-in-law. What Thackeray said, his daughter-in-law didn't care. The woman's beautiful eyes frequently wandered over Ron. Compared with the father-in-law, Ron's appearance was comparable to that of a Bollywood movie star. Hey, I'm not interested in your father-in-law and daughter-in-law's affairs, and I'm even less interested in joining you. Don't keep staring at me. Ron lowered his head and concentrated on tasting the tea. It tasted very strong of green tea. Thackeray seemed a little unhappy. He waved his hand and sent his daughter-in-law away. I heard that your water air conditioner is good for health. It is very effective for patients with dry throat and rhinitis. It won't give you headaches or air conditioning disease. The air conditioner in the room was very hot. Thackeray was naturally comfortable, but Ron was sweating profusely, and there were beads of sweat on his philtrum. It sounds good. I always want to drink water after staying in the room for a long time. It turns out that the culprit is the air conditioner. Ron was a little speechless. You don't know these common sense? I will have someone send a water air conditioner tomorrow. It is very convenient to install. You try it. Although he complained, Ron was still very considerate. Try it, he nodded and repeated in a low voice. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, Ron immediately stood up and said goodbye. Thackeray greeted him and got up and left the reception room on his own. Rafiq saw Ron out. This sturdy man admired Thackeray very much. In his words, as long as the boss says a word, we are willing to die generously at any time. Ron found it difficult to understand this kind of emotion. This is not a bond that should appear in a political party, but more like the loyalty of a gang. Rafiq also told him that the activity fee paid by Sir Electric was the lowest among the union members. It was all because Dr. Sir is a good person, which seemed to have become a consensus in Mumbai. Thackeray saw the report about Ron on TV, and then he asked the confrontation newspaper controlled by the Shiv Army to publish an editorial on this incident. In short, the reason why this tiger summoned Ron was more because of the latter's reputation. The union activity fee of 400,000 rupees was not worth mentioning to Thackeray. He just wanted to tell the outside world, Dr. Sir, a good person praised by everyone, could not do without the protection of the Shiv Army. Mumbai could not do without the Shiv Army, nor could it do without Thackeray. This was a political account, and money was not that important. Ron had no room to refuse, and of course he would not reject it. Everyone got what they needed. Leaving Thackeray's villa, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one wants to offend the man who single-handedly promoted the Mumbai riots. His subordinates are either desperate criminals or fanatical sectarians, the kind who risk their lives. It's funny to say that Ron really feels like the mascot of Mumbai now. The gangster Hard Khan said he would protect him, and the Shiv Sena boss also wanted to protect him. One of them is a gangster and a traitor, and the other is a ruling party and a Hindu. This wave is a combination of black and white. Mascots are mascots, but at least they have a say. The traitors have messed up this city. Singh looked at the white hats on the street with disgust. I told you, they asked for it. Harry shook his head in agreement. It's a pity for many innocent people. Ron sipped his coffee and looked out the window at the gateway of India. They were having a small gathering at the Taj Mahal Hotel, and Ajlal was also present. Ron ran into them by chance. Aj was investigating the bombing case. Singh at the airport and Harry at the customs had taken relevant notes. Since they were all acquaintances, Ron simply acted as a matchmaker and called everyone out for afternoon tea. How is your case going? Ron asked the gloomy AG. We caught the first suspect. There was a detonator for detonating explosives in the guy's Suzuki. The motorcycle you pointed out at the beginning helped a lot. What? Ron didn't expect that he would be the one to be eaten. AG explained that they tracked down the motorcycle and found a small follower named Black Eyes. Following him, they tracked down a small leader. They found the Suzuki near the leader's residence, and even his slippers were stained with black soap. This leader was not surprisingly a member of the Dowd gang. With him as a breakthrough, more suspects will soon be brought to justice. Unfortunately, AG knew that the real mastermind Dowd was far away in Dubai and was destined to be at large. After hearing this, Singh and Harry cursed the Moomin again. Everyone knew that most of the people in the Dowd gang were Moomin. After this bombing, many educated and cultured people have become anti-Muslim. Because Hindus will only cause trouble to Muslims, but when Muslims get angry, they will even kill their own people. They are indiscriminate attacks. It is clear who is more harmful. By the way, Ron, I heard that you are going to be a real doctor, Harry joked. Yar, I heard that the Indian Medical Council is going to issue you a medical license, Singh laughed, and AG also looked like he was watching the fun. Don't mention it, they don't allow me to refuse at all, Ron shrugged, thinking it was outrageous. Just because he saved people and happened to be in the newspaper. Then he can get a medical license without any assessment, which many people may not be able to get after all the hardships. It's abstract, too fucking abstract. This is a medical license to save lives and heal the wounded, not a veterinary qualification certificate that can be bought with a little money. Ron even found it a little funny, it was too childish. That's good, you have one more skill, Harry smiled. What about your electrical appliance factory? I heard it's selling well. I'm planning to find a Bollywood director to shoot an advertisement. I want to promote it to several inland states in India. You want to find an advertising director? AJ suddenly interrupted. Yes, Bollywood is very close to my electrical appliance factory. Ron looked at him strangely. My father is a Bollywood director. Maybe I can introduce you to each other. AJ was a little embarrassed. His father needed this director job now. Ron blinked, his mind was a little confused. AJ's father was actually a Bollywood director? It's interesting. Seeing that he seems to be embarrassed, his father is most likely a failed director. It's just an advertisement. There are not so many requirements for the director. So Ron nodded happily. No problem, I will visit him in 2 days. Oh, even the selfless police can't escape the worldly ways. Chapter 120, Making a Fortune. Mumbai was already very hot at the end of March. Anand was so hot that she could not breathe after mopping the floor in the living room for a few times. Her husband, who had a slicked back hair and wore a long skirt, was sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper, as if Anand in front of him was just an invisible person. Are you just going to watch like this? She couldn't help but question. What? The innocent husband showed a blank expression. It's so hot, I'm mopping the floor, but you're sitting there reading a newspaper. Can't you think of a solution? The fan is already on the highest setting, and I can't hide the sun in Mumbai. The husband felt that his wife was making a fuss. I want an air conditioner. I'm tired of this furnace-like weather. That will cost at least 20,000 rupees, which is not enough for my 2 months' salary combined. The husband was a little angry. What kind of grade is this? How dare you think of an air conditioner? Then buy this one. Anand snatched the newspaper from her husband's hand. It's only more than 2,000 rupees. There's nothing cheaper than this, water-cooled air conditioner. The husband was stunned by the advertisement in the newspaper. Water conditioner is also an air conditioner. The Sharma family next door bought an identical one, and his wife has shown off to me 6 times. This advertisement looks fake. How can there be such a cheap air conditioner? The husband was a little unconvinced. The latest technology, invented by Dr. Sir. He is a good man, and Indians don't cheat Indians. Do you want to ask again? I don't care. I don't want Mrs. Sharma to show off to me for the 7th time. Okay, I'll call now. The husband picked up the landline helplessly and started dialing the number on the advertisement. Comparison happens all the time in big cities like Mumbai. It is amplified by desire and spreads by desire. Married people yearn for singleness, singles want to get married, the middle class envy the rich, and the rich envy the poor for not having to worry about paying taxes. Therefore, Mumbai is also a city of jealousy. The number of workers in the Sir Electric factory has rapidly expanded to more than 150, which is roughly 3 times the size of the previous one. The 3 rows of workshops of the original textile factory have been renovated and are now fully utilized. Now there is finally a new look here. How is our production capacity now? Ron was patrolling the workshop. The standard model produces 400 units per day, the light luxury model produces 200 units per day, and the luxury model only has about 100 units. The workshop supervisor Anand reported a set of data skillfully. He had just joined the company for half a month and had previously worked in a plastic basin factory. Ron asked someone to find a connection and then poached him with a high salary of 6,000 rupees. Anand was originally the workshop director of the plastic basin factory. When he arrived at Sir Electric, he quickly managed the workshop here in an orderly manner. According to the current production capacity, how long will it take to digest the orders in our hands? Ron was quite satisfied with this workshop supervisor. At least 2.5 months, but dealers from farther places are still coming here after hearing the news. Our production capacity will be in short supply for a long time in the future. Boss, we have to continue to expand our scale. The other 2 injection molding machines have been shipped from Europe, and the new workshop will start construction soon. Wait a little longer. The top priority is to continue recruiting people and then realize 2 shifts. The machines here can't stop for a moment. Ron didn't expect that the orders from Sir Electric factory would suddenly explode. The previous 20,000 or 30,000 units were enough to surprise people, and he didn't feel any sense of urgency at the time. After all, an injection molding machine can press out a shell in just over 10 seconds. Even if other plastic parts are included, 500 sets of shells and accessories can be easily made in a day. 2 injection molding machines, thousands of sets, should be enough. But he was soon slapped in the face, so he hurriedly contacted Leon again. The friendship of the last $2,000 check was still there, so Leon simply helped him contact the equipment supplier, and Ron could communicate directly with a manufacturer in the future. But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. If you want to expand production capacity in a short period of time, you can only work in 2 shifts. Tell the workers that there is an additional 20 rupees allowance for the night shift. If they have acquaintances, they can be arranged to come in as long as they meet the requirements. Okay, Anand hurriedly wrote it down. Don't underestimate this 20 rupees. Working the night shift for a full month will earn you 600 rupees more than others. Many people in the slums don't even have a monthly salary of 600, so this is definitely a very considerable incentive. Ron, the black-hearted capitalist, reluctantly cut a little meat in order to squeeze the last bit of labor from the workers. In fact, he was not black enough. He had not seen the real factories in India that worked around the clock. The workers there had to eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the factory. The workers could not go out at all. Night shift allowances were unheard of. However, Ron disdained to do so. He was very ambitious and had been consciously managing the corporate image. Ashish, Zamir, how is your production line transformation going, boss? It's much faster than before. Look, they don't even have to tighten the screws themselves. Following the direction pointed by Ashish, Ron saw a worker holding an air screwdriver and screwing a screw in 2 clicks. Okay, this is also semi-automated. It used to take more than 10 seconds to tighten a screw, but now it takes 2 seconds. It's a huge improvement. In a country like India, even industrialization is stumbling. How can you expect the production line to be so smart? After walking around the workshop, Ron had a rough idea in his mind. The 700,000 yuan payment for the first batch of thousands of water air conditioners had been received long ago, and even Sir Electric had shipped another 10,000 water air conditioners of various models. This speed is not slow, after all. It has only been more than half a month since the explosion. All 10,000 water air conditioners were taken away by local dealers in Mumbai. They are close to the water and can reach the door of the Sir Electric factory in half an hour by car. The benefits are also obvious. Local dealers can collect money very quickly. A water air conditioner with the lowest configuration is priced at 350 rupees. After deducting the material cost of 70 rupees, the labor cost of 10 rupees, and the dealer's 20% commission, the net profit of the Sir Electric factory is about 200 rupees. The profit margin of 57% is very good. Of course, this is because it is in Mumbai. In the future, it will be sold to more distant places, deducting factors such as freight, middlemen, and state taxes. If it can guarantee more than 40%, it will be a big profit. The profit of a light luxury model is about 460 rupees, and the luxury model is about 1,300 rupees. Of the 10,000 water air conditioners sold, the standard model accounts for the majority, 6,000 units. There are 3,000 light luxury models and only 1,000 luxury models. For this batch of goods, Sir Electric can get a net profit of 3.88 million rupees. It's a big profit. In another half a month, the money spent on buying the land can be recovered. Of course, Ram has invested 12 million rupees in the Sir Electric factory. It's still a little short of the payback, but it's almost there. The last 3.88 million rupees is the pre-tax profit. The corporate tax in India at that time was very abnormal. Before 1991, India took the social capital route, and the corporate tax of domestic companies was as high as 45% to 50%. Because most companies at that time were state-owned assets, it didn't matter whether they made a profit or not. Although the policy has been gradually opened up and the tax rate has been adjusted. But most companies still have to pay a tax rate of more than 40%, which is simply working for the Indian government for nothing. But India, if it doesn't do some crooked things, it will not live up to its name. Each state has the power to give preferential tax rates to its own enterprises. In addition, there are various tax rate subsidies for emerging industries, and equipment depreciation subsidies for manufacturing. Adding up all the names, there is a lot of room for operation. Ron, a popular hottie in Mumbai, of course, had to resort to some tricks. He gave money and made phone calls. After all these operations, he not only didn't have to pay taxes, but also received a subsidy of 200,000 rupees. Damn, outrageous. But Ron also knew that his Sir Electrical appliance factory was just established this year, and there would be no such good thing next year. Corporate tax is paid uniformly in October, which is the Indian New Year, and his electrical appliance factory can still be free and easy for about half a year. In any case, with more than 4 million rupees in his pocket, Ron is now proud. Otherwise, where would he get the money to buy equipment and build factories? There is still a large area of 100 acres waiting for him to develop. Oh, and there are also TV commercials, which he also needs to do. AJ has an enduring hatred for the film industry. His father is a director, but he has recently become depressed because he has no power or influence. Lal had signed Rajesh Khanna as the male lead. He got the superstar's schedule, rented a studio, and had the movie set carefully arranged, just waiting for Khanna to shoot a set of singing and dancing scenes. On Monday, the big star Khanna did not show up, nor on Tuesday. The crew was in place, and all the staff were waiting eagerly, and every day of waiting required huge expenses. Khanna did not show up for a whole week, and on Saturday, the set had to be dismantled. The dream was just a dream after all. On the same day, AJ's father had a stroke. Fortunately, it did not completely destroy him, and Lal survived it. But recently, AJ woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He found his father not on the bedroom, and he found Lal smoking in the garden. I borrowed usury at an interest rate of 36%. What should I do? Lal was at a loss because he had lost 25 lakhs in the previous movie. AJ did not want his father to be ruined by movies, even though he hated it. So when Ron happened to have this need, he spoke up. No matter how selfless he is, he can't get around the hurdle of family affection. One day in early April, Ron visited the courtyard of AJ's family in Bandra. This is a good place. Bandra and Juhu district are roughly equivalent to Beverly Hills in Mumbai, where Bollywood stars live and work. Mr. Lal, I have heard of you for a long time. Ron and Mary came to visit together. Please come in, Dr. Sir. Old Lal was very excited. He had learned the purpose of Ron's visit from his son. Dr. Sir, Everyone knows his good name, and Old Al has high expectations for their cooperation. While the family warmly entertained Ron, they also frequently looked at Mary beside him. AJ's wife asked with her eyes whether this was Ron's girlfriend. AJ gave a helpless look in return. How could he know? The last time they met, this guy was accompanied by a cute and lovely Indian girl. Mary also works in Bollywood. She is mainly responsible for the agency issues of foreign actors. Ron took the initiative to introduce. "Oh, I think I've heard of it," Old Al had an impression. "After all, Bollywood is not that big. Look, it's easy now. We are all insiders, so it won't be a problem to cooperate." Ron didn't let Mary and the others handle the commercial. He just revealed a message to AJ intentionally or unintentionally: "I am not alone in Bollywood. I only handed the contract to your father for your sake." AJ understood inside secretly. The debt of favor is more troublesome than the transaction of money. Chapter 121: Killing two birds with one fish. Dr. Soul, what kind of advertisement do you want to shoot? Simple and memorable. These two requirements are not low. Old Al has worked in the media industry for most of his life and knows some of the principles. It is very difficult to make an advertisement that is both simple and memorable. It is difficult to achieve this without a creative idea that will wow everyone. Dr. Soul, do you have any ideas, or a creative advertising company to cooperate with? No specific ideas, but water air conditioners have a great advantage: they are cheap. Ordinary air conditioners are too expensive? Oh, if they are expensive, you won't buy them. Water air conditioners are also air conditioners. Old Al's face became very interesting. Although Dr. Soul is a good person, his expression just now was still too mercenary. What a good performance. Excuse me, if you are willing, we don't even need to hire actors for our advertisements, Old Al suggested sincerely. Well, let professionals do it, Ron declined. It's okay to do things like replacing salt for yourself occasionally, and there is no need to be serious about it. Old Al nodded and did not insist. What is the budget for this advertisement? When is it expected to be released? Within 2 million rupees. Your team will be responsible for the copywriting, creativity, and production. The advertisement will be released on Indian TV stations in early May. This is equivalent to a full package. Ron only pays for the money and the final review, and does not care about anything else. Mumbai is an entertainment city, and Bollywood is right next to them. Actors, equipment, teams, and venues are already made, and there is no need to spend time on coordination. According to the current market situation, 300,000 rupees is enough to find an ordinary Bollywood star. The director is about the same price, and the remaining equipment, venue rental and post-production will not cost much. 2 million rupees is definitely profitable, even very profitable. For Old Al, this is like a timely help. Of course, this budget is not something Ron came up with on a whim. Mary and Lena personally checked it before setting this number. It is probably the ceiling of medium-cost advertising. The funds are neither too much nor too reasonable. To put it bluntly, Ron was deliberately letting Old Al make money in order to invest in AJ. It had only been a short time since the explosion, but he began to catch suspects one after another. This efficiency could be called a real Indian miracle. If Ron's guess was correct, AJ would definitely be promoted to the position of police inspector. Because the Shiv Sena was in power in Mumbai at present, they would definitely pursue the bombing case led by the tenant. AJ had made a contribution, and the Shiv Sena government would certainly reward him, there was no doubt about that. It was a good deal to win over a middle and senior level official in the police with 2 million rupees, not to mention that an advertisement was also included. And at AJ's age, police inspector was definitely not his final destination. Ron was a businessman, and he was good at investment. After finalizing the contract and handing over the general information of the water culling machine to Old Al, Ron and Mary said goodbye and left. If you leave this matter to me, 1 million rupees can be done. Mary was a little eager to try. I know, Ron patted her hand gently. But you can't calculate it that way. It's hard to measure personal connections with money. Are you talking about the same Mumbai rules of favors? You know, but Lena and I want to try it, too. Try what? Participate in the production of a movie. There will be a chance, I promise. Ron understood Mary's ambitions. After struggling in Bollywood for so long, who wouldn't have some ambitions? They are good friends with the producers here, know many directors, and can chat and laugh with Bollywood stars. They have everything they need, except the money to invest in movies. Are you sure you want to spend money and let Lena and I mess around? Mary hugged his arms tightly. As long as you are happy, and I know you are serious. Ron's chest was straight, and his tone was quite heroic. Okay, come to our place tonight and we will play Diga together. Hiss, this is Ron's favorite project. You see, the paid part is extraordinary. Of course, the reason why our Ron is so generous is that he is also interested in Bollywood. Apart from other things, many Bollywood actresses are really beautiful. He also wants to communicate with them about each other's depth. Ron is not just talking about how it feels to be superior to Indians. In order to expand the business as soon as possible and promote the spirit of Aquaman to Bollywood as soon as possible, Ron started to work on another thing. Farouk, be well behaved in Dubai and don't get involved with gangs. I understand. I have been there many times. This time I don't have to work illegally. Farouk touched the visa in his hand with excitement. With this thing, his income can at least double. Don't forget to find out some information for me, Ron whispered in his ear. Is the power of doubt in Dubai the same as in Mumbai? Of course it's different. Dubai is not India. In short, be careful. If you have any problems, go to Vinod. Ron pointed to the distance. The tall and strong Vinod was distributing visas to everyone. The foreign workers waiting in line were very honest in front of him. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. With a visa, we can avoid most of the troubles, Farouk said in a relaxed tone. He often travels to the Persian Gulf countries and knows everything about working abroad. Vinod is also his good friend, and they come from the same slum. With them leading the team, there won't be any accidents. Once you get there, someone will receive you. If you encounter something you can't handle, let Vinod make a satellite call. No problem, everyone knows that you have a relationship with Cad Khan. Farouk winked at him. Cad Khan's name is also resounding throughout the slums. Since Dawood fled Mumbai, his influence has gradually weakened, and Cad Khan has come from behind. The styles of these two gangsters are very different. Dawood advocates violence, extortion, kidnapping and murder. Cad Khan focuses on the underground economy, foreign exchange, gold, passports, and medicines. Although they are also illegal businesses, their methods are undoubtedly much milder. Among these two gangsters, most people prefer to deal with Cad Khan, including Ron. The travel agency they cooperated with opened for the first time today. Cad Khan arranged more than 60 people, and Ron recruited more than 30 people from the slums, making up a total of 100 people. This line has just been set up, and someone needs to go through it and understand the tricks. Farouk and Vinod are the leaders of the team. And Ron does not plan to go there in person. Of course, the main reason is that he can't leave, and he is also afraid of Dawood. This gangster has just planned the Mumbai bombing that shocked the world, and Ron happened to be promoted as a positive hero. Major media newspapers, especially the Shiv Sena, have to step on Dawood when reporting on Ron. Look at the evil you Mumbai people have done. After killing your compatriots, in the end it was the Hindus who saved their lives. This is simply a slap in the face. God knows if Ron will go to Dubai and invite Dawood to have tea. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he doesn't need to gamble on that little bit of luck. Dawood's style of doing things was too tyrannical. Even though Cad Khan had assured Ron that he would not cause trouble for him, there was no need. However, the travel agency business could still be done. 100 people, 2,000 rupees per person, a total of 200,000 rupees. Ron would send these people to Dubai by water. They were only separated by the Arabian Gulf, and the distance was very close. Excluding the freight, at least hundreds of thousands of rupees could be pocketed, and the profit was amazing. This was the cost of going there, and the service fee would be charged again when they came back. Most visas for the Persian Gulf countries were issued for 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. For the same group of people, Ron would do business with them at least 2 to 4 times. 4 round trips would mean 8,000 rupees per person, which was too profitable. What? You don't have money to pay when you go abroad? It doesn't matter, you can buy on credit first. When you get there, we will arrange a job for you, and the service fee will be deducted from your salary. Oh, by the way, there is also an agency fee for introducing a job, so deduct it together. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, easy. Don't say Ron is a bad person, he is actually a kind man. At least, he didn't bring these people to the park to cut their waists. According to the agreement with Cad Khan, after this group of people are settled, there will be a second and third batch soon. Dubai will not be the end. Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain and other places will have their offices. CAD makes the most of the foreign exchange price difference, and Ron just needs to drink some soup. He is still short of money. Mumbai's housing prices have dropped sharply recently, but Ron can only envy. Baba, do you want to move? Nia saw Ron holding a real estate magazine after rinsing her mouth in the bathroom. After the bombing, housing prices in all areas of Mumbai are diving. This is a good time to buy at the bottom. Ron, who entered the sage time, was thinking about money again. CBD area, that is, South Mumbai. A single-family villa near Malabar Hill used to start at least 5 million rupees, but now it only costs 3 million. This is almost equivalent to breaking a bone. To be honest, Ron is a little tempted. Unfortunately, he had to save the money to expand the scale of the Sir Electric factory, so he couldn't squeeze out more. Baba, the apartment we live in is already very good. Nia was very content. She never thought she would have such a life today. They used toilets and running water was available almost 24 hours a day. There were people to clean the bathroom, milkmen, newspaper boys, massage masters, and even full-time taxi drivers. Nia hardly had to do any work. She only had to clean Ron's study and manage the travel company's business. Her identity was reversed. She was no longer a servant, but the one being served. Nia, of course, it would be better to have your own house. At least next time I go to the bank to apply for a loan, I will have something to mortgage. Well, it would be more convenient to give Nia an oral massage. Ron just couldn't help but burst out of Nia's nostrils. She was very hard-working and didn't waste a drop. Ron wanted to make a joke, but the satellite phone on the coffee table rang, so he had to stop. Ron, I'll be at the Mumbai dock soon. Have you contacted Pant? It was Luca's voice. Ron's eyes lit up. Look, the money for buying a house has come, right? Chapter 122 Secretary has something to do. Luca landed directly and openly at the Mumbai dock this time. He is a person with connections. Ron made a phone call, and the customs not only did not embarrass him, but also exempted him from the customs inspection. My brother's ship is still on the high seas. When can he enter the dock? Don't even think about it. I have never seen smugglers so arrogant. Ron hit him on the shoulder in annoyance. But I heard that you have become a hero here. Don't you have any privileges? No matter what, I can't treat the entire customs and hundreds of police as blind. Luca entered the port on a fishing boat, and his brother still stayed near the Persian Gulf. They will buy some supplies at the port in Oman and wait for news from Luca. With a satellite phone, they can get here within 2 days. By the way, buddy, tell me about your experience in the Mumbai attack. You didn't share such an exciting story with me. I almost died in the explosion. The motorcycle with the bomb was right under my nose and almost hit me. Oh, Luca was so excited. Mumbai is even wilder than Brazil. You guys are playing with bombs, but we are still shooting with small pistols. It's so lame. If you want to experience it yourself, you might as well go and cause trouble for the movement. It is said that there are still thousands of kilograms of RDX that have not been found. God, this can blow up the entire dock. Luca staggered. He was frightened by this number. The good news is that these explosives are also smuggled in. Our medicines are much more harmless to humans and animals than them, so there is no need to worry about customs issues. Ron patted Luca on the shoulder and went to greet the customs police. It was a small scene. The explosives hidden by the Mumbai gangs were more than thousands of kilograms, and it would be more than several times. AJ and Ron revealed that because of the recent thorough investigation of the bombing case, many gangs were quietly transferring explosives. Some were sold to Punjab, some to Kashmir, and the Mumbai police turned a blind eye to it. After all, it is better to have an explosion somewhere else than in Mumbai. I have contacted Pant, and it will take a few days for him to prepare the goods. You should stay at the Indian Hotel in Zayangta first. Zayangta and I are old acquaintances. Luca waved his hand indifferently. After taking a shower, I will go to Leopold Bar for a drink. Our Dijang and Viraj still there. They ran to go to hide early. The explosion that day scared them. Because these people were not there, Ron hadn't been to Leopold Bar for a long time. Among that group of friends, only Ron and Mary stayed in Mumbai. Ron was because of business, and Mary and Lena were reluctant to give up their Bollywood careers. Damn it, they ran away too quickly, without even notifying me, Luca complained. You are far away in Brazil, which was much safer than Mumbai at that time. Anyway, don't run around recently, and think about your experience last time. Ron's warning made Luca touch his forehead unconsciously, and the memory of being knocked unconscious last time was still vivid. This guy is also very bold. When other foreigners were desperately fleeing Mumbai, he insisted on squeezing in. The green dollars can make people risk their lives. Who is this? My sister Laju. Ashish smiled and shook his head. So why is your sister here? Ron looked at the girl in front of him with a confused face. Secretary. Ashish winked, and Laju began to clean up Ron's office quickly. Wait, Ron looked at Ashish, the smart guy, with a question mark on his face. Did you arrange this, boss? Didn't you say you wanted to find a secretary? I always remember that my sister Laju has studied, and she is very suitable. Hearing this, Laju looked up and smiled at Ron, and then continued to help him clean up the messy office. To be fair, Laju is very beautiful. Her skin is not as fair as Nia's, and even darker than Kavya's. But her face shape is very good, with both the softness of an Oriental woman and the charm of a Western woman. But the problem is not here. Ron is not even prepared. You should have told me in advance, Ashish. He knocked on the table. Of course, she is here for you to try it out today. If the boss is not satisfied, let her go home. Ashish's tone was nonchalant. It seemed that he was not discussing his sister, but a certain product. Okay, today is like this. Do you remember why I asked you to come? About customer feedback. Ashish flipped through his notebook. The most problematic is in larger rooms, where the cooling effect of water air conditioners has obviously decreased. Is there a way to solve it? Ron didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. It's difficult to make a breakthrough with only fans and natural water evaporation. Unless you add a compressor and evaporator. Does this sound a bit like an ordinary air conditioner? Ron asked uncertainly. Somewhat similar, but not quite the same. The compressor can ensure that the refrigeration cycle is maintained, and the evaporator is responsible for cooling the water in the tank. Okay, stop. Ron rubbed his head with a headache. These technical people can't stop talking. He didn't understand. Why did they explain it in such detail? Dong. A cup of iced coffee was placed in front of him. Ron looked up, and Laju smiled. Slurp. A mouthful of iced coffee went down, and Ron felt refreshed instantly. I only care about two questions. How much will this cost? When can it be done? The cost of the luxury model will rise to at least 5,000 rupees. I can't handle the technology unless my professor helps. What? Ron almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. So, you guys only ask questions, but you can't handle it yourself. Then you can be the boss? Boss, after adding these parts, the difficulty of redesign is not much different from that of ordinary air conditioners. Ashish felt a little aggrieved. Then tell me, how to solve it? Find your university professor. He is a secret agent. Damn, Ron was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Who doesn't know that the Shiva army recently publicly called for the protection of Ron, sir? Those Moomin hated the Shiva army to the core. Would they be kind enough to help him? A pair of soft hands rested on Ron's shoulders and then gently kneaded them. Hislaz, whose massage skills are very comfortable. Boss, my professor will definitely help you. Ashish smiled and came closer. How did you know? Ron hummed comfortably. I asked the professor, and he is willing to help you come up with a design plan. Huh? Ron opened his eyes. What did he say? He said that Dr. Sir is a good person, and Moomin will take revenge when there is a grudge, and repay kindness when there is a favor. Ron paused. Why did these words sound so cold? Forget it, as long as the problem is solved. Ashish made him look at him with a new eye. This subjective initiative is still good. The previous salary increase was not in vain. Ashish is indeed a qualified cow and horse. Thank your professor for me. I will visit him if the opportunity is right. No problem. He will understand. After all, it is not safe now. Ashish only dared to visit his professor at night. Otherwise, what would a Hindu want to do by sneaking into the home of a Moomin during the day? What about the cost? Is 5,000 rupees too high? Ron was a little entangled. The water air conditioner with a compressor and an evaporator is no less functional than an ordinary air conditioner. It is even healthier. Just like what you said, it will not give you a headache and it will beautify your skin. In other words, it can be used as a real high-end air conditioner and promoted to those wealthy people who pay attention to the quality of life. With a compressor, you don't have to worry about a larger room. You can even connect the entire house to the water air conditioning system. Ashish's technical ambitions are even greater. Take it step by step and solve the problem at hand first. Ron is much calmer. The cost of 5,000 rupees has exceeded a psychological limit. If you want to make a profit, The price of this water air conditioner will be at least around 15,000 rupees. This price is too high, almost the same as the price of an ordinary air conditioner. In this case, why would anyone buy a water air conditioner that they have never heard of? Except for the truly wealthy people who want to try it out, it is estimated that there will be few other customers. As for designing a water air conditioning system for the entire house, to be honest, Ron has no idea for the time being. The reason why Sir Electric's water air conditioners are selling so well now is because they are cheap. It is enough for Ron to grow and develop by thoroughly understanding the basic market in front of him. Water air conditioners with compressors can also be developed, just as a way to enhance the brand image. In fact, if possible, Ron wants Sir Electric to directly make ordinary air conditioners in the future. Don't make any fancy water air conditioners, which have limited market recognition. It's okay to use a low-price strategy and go a little bit unconventional, but the high-end route must return to normal market choices. Then Ashish mentioned a few more customer feedback issues, but most of them were minor problems such as noise and installation, which he could improve himself. To be honest, it was quite strange that Ashish attached so much importance to user feedback to Ron. This is India, and it's okay as long as the things are sold without falling apart. There's no need to be so particular. Tata cars make a Tata sound when they drive. Has anyone complained? No, Indian people are used to this kind of manufacturing quality. If there is no problem with the things you buy, it is abnormal. After sending Ashish away, Ron called Anis again. Sir Electric has implemented 2 shifts, and these things are handled by the latter. Since having this production supervisor, Ron has been much more relaxed. Now he has nothing to do except receiving some dealers. If he can recruit 2 more qualified salesmen, Ron can be a hands-off boss. Anis has no problem here, he just suggested that Ron expand the workshop as soon as possible. Sir Electric's backlog of production tasks is overwhelming him. Ron promised him that the equipment from Europe will arrive in Hong Kong in a week. By then, adding 2 more production lines will reduce Anis's pressure a lot. Make money quickly, spend money quickly. Happy trouble, Ron stretched. Well, Lazu's slender fingers needed his temples at the right time. Ron relaxed his body. Comfortable. This is the life that a master should have. Ron, you didn't tell me that you had opened such a big factory. Luca rushed in, and after seeing the erotic scene in the office, he retreated with a wretched face. Okay, just say whatever you want to say. Ron motioned for Lazu to make 2 cups of coffee. Dude, you're so damn lucky. Ron glared at Lazu, who immediately changed his words. Drugs, it's been a week, there should be some news from Panther, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, More Skills, Better to Have. The last time Luca came to Mumbai, he failed. This time he came back with greater ambition. My brother's ship is on the high seas outside, and there are more than $300,000 in cash on it. As long as Pant prepares the goods, the money can be sent immediately. Don't worry, I sent Pant the list of medicines you wanted a week ago. He will prepare it, and no one dares to mess with him this time. After attending the meeting at Cadcon's house, Ron was sure of one thing. Pant became one of the gang leaders under Cadcon's jurisdiction, responsible for the drug business. No matter what his relationship with other leaders is, as long as he becomes Cadcon's man, no one will be blind enough to cause trouble for Pant. The kind of thing that happened last year, where someone came to the door, will never happen again. Has a lot of things happened recently. Luca seemed to have realized something. The underground world of Mumbai has never been stable. Just get used to it. Ron smiled and patted his shoulder. It was still the fishing village pier last time. The fishy smell of seafood, the clanging sound of the ice factory, instantly enveloped the two. A naughty child came over to Ron with a bamboo basket on his head, laughing and saying hello, and then ran away quickly. Brother, you are very popular here, right? I have provided free medical treatment for them for a while. Free medical treatment, of course. I have a medical license. Ron held his head high. The Indian Medical Council personally certified that he was already a formal doctor. My God, you are like a magic trick. Tour guide, company owner, Mumbai hero, smuggler, black marketeer. Now a doctor. It's Omi. Don't be surprised. It's good to have many skills. Mumbai is fucking crazy. There is no other place like this in the world. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and Luca coughed twice. It's just that the smell here is not very good. It would be perfect if we could change the trading location. This is the safest place. Police dogs will get lost here. Ron walked to a dilapidated yard first and knocked on the door. After the people inside saw him, they chatted and laughed for a few words and immediately took the two people in. Look, who's here? Our good man, Dr. Sir, Pant, with his big belly, was as enthusiastic as when they first met. I can see that you've been living a good life recently. Ron tapped his belly with his hand, and Pant laughed. Instead of looking for trouble, it's better to go with the flow. He said something philosophical. When did you start to comprehend Zen? Don't come on, this is my philosophy of life. Oh, by the way, this is Luca. From Brazil. Hello, man. The two shook hands and greeted each other. It was not the first time they met, but they were obviously not friends. Let's talk about business first. Are the goods ready? Ron asked. Almost ready. Pant pointed to the warehouse behind the yard. You can come and pick up the goods tomorrow. This time there were more goods, several times more than last time. As usual, Ron asked someone to count them first. Luca also came in person. A business worth nearly $300,000 could not allow him to be careless. After a while, he came back with a list, looking puzzled. The quantity is fine, but why did you change the manufacturer this time? It's the same medicine, so the efficacy must be fine. Pant waved his hand indifferently. These manufacturers are also regular companies. We are in charge of the channels, so of course we will choose whoever has the best product. Write down the name of the pharmaceutical manufacturer. If you are not in a hurry to pick up the goods, check it out first. Ron turned to Luca and gave his advice. He was just a middleman. In theory, he should do his best to facilitate the deal and then take the commission and leave. But after all, it is a medicine, something for people to use, so it is better to be cautious. I'll go out and call my brother. Luca took out the satellite phone and walked out of the yard. They also need to discuss this matter internally. Pant has been watching coldly and didn't urge him. After Luca left, he quietly reminded Ron in his ear. Had him personally asked about this batch of medicine, you know, what do you mean? Ron's eyes moved slightly. Don't you understand? Cad Khan wants to intervene in the pharmaceutical business. These manufacturers are arranged by him. I am just a worker, so is there any problem with this batch of drugs? Pant was silent for a while and replied, no problem. I haven't asked you before. Last time someone came to steal your business, and there was a firefight. How did you solve it in the end? Ron was very curious about this matter. He only vaguely remembered that it was related to the Shiva army, that is, the Shiv army. But he and Pant were not so familiar with each other at that time, so he didn't ask much. Now they have some friendship with each other, and more or less stand on Cad Khan's side, and they are considered to be one of them. The one who stole my business was the Shiv army, the current owner of Mumbai. Pant laughed, and his laugh was very strange. At that time, they were as poor as mad dogs. They dared to do anything to make money. Ron couldn't help but think of Thackeray's villa. That nouveau riche style made him remember it clearly. You know, they were really poor at that time, and they didn't even have the money to pay bail for their little brother. Then, I don't know why, they set their sights on my business, Pant said in a hateful tone. This matter still makes him very angry. Later, I found out that it was that bitch Elizabeth who revealed my business to them in order to get the support of the Shiv Sena, MRS. Elizabeth, Ron heard a familiar name again. That's right. That bitch just came to Mumbai and urgently needs the protection of local forces. The Shiv Sena is good at fighting and short of money. It's a perfect partner. You have been to the palace, and the other party has seen through your weakness, and then sold you to the Shiv Sena. Faced with Ron's speculation, Pant remained silent. This is probably the case. The difference is that he is not weak. He has been working in the Persian Gulf for many years and has many desperate criminals under his hands. However, he is facing the Shiv Sena, and some of those people are from the real military, and many of the thugs are from the National Volunteer Corps. What will happen if the brave and aggressive gangs meet the regular army? There is no need to think about the ending. Was it Kader Khan who settled the matter? Ron asked. Yes, Pant pulled the corner of his mouth. He spent a lot of money to feed the Shiv Sena. The price was that 90% of the profits from the drug business would belong to him, and the remaining 10% would belong to me. Ron took a deep breath, and he finally knew why Pant was so unhappy. Others all called Qadr respectfully, but he called him by his name, Qadr Khan. From being the smuggling leader who was in charge of his own business, to being a gang under someone else, and having to hand over most of the profits, the treatment was naturally very different. Haider Khan is a guy who eats people without leaving any bones. Pant glanced at Ron and laughed again. You have been eaten up. Ron raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Your travel agency makes more than 100 times more money than you, but you didn't get any. Pant laughed gloatingly. Ron shrugged and didn't explain much. He was not a gang under Qadr Khan, so why should he share the money? And Ron didn't want to get too involved with Qadr, so he just wanted to drink some soup. The more he took, the harder it would be to get out later. The core of his business was not the travel agency, but Sir Electric Appliances. So there are not many places where I can get involved in the pharmaceutical business. Pant completely lost the spirit he had in the first transaction. He had no hope of turning over, let alone revenge. Especially the Shiv Sena, which took advantage of the unrest at the end of last year and soared to the sky. The government of Mumbai is nominally in the hands of the Congress Party, but those who are really in power follow the Shiv Sena's lead. Many times, Thackeray's words are more effective than the Mumbai government. He is the deep government of Mumbai. Luca seemed to have finished his call over there, and he swept away his hesitation just now. Ship it tomorrow night, and the money and goods will be settled. No problem, Pant agreed readily. See you tomorrow. Ron said goodbye to him. Don't forget the customs, you can handle it yourself. Ron made an okay gesture to him. He was already familiar with this kind of thing. A business worth more than $300,000, this time the commission might be $100,000, and the villa near Malabar Hill will be in hand. Ron, you go to the customs, I will go out to sea and bring people to pick up the money. Luca started to act in a hurry. Sergeant, every day of delay is money. This batch of goods must be returned to Brazil as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Okay, be careful. For the villa near Malabar Hill, Ron also became dedicated, and he found Harry without a moment's delay. This time is unusual. Mumbai is very tense now, and you have a lot of goods. Harry's eyes were shining. So what do you suggest? Ron was slightly alert. Well, I have a few colleagues who are very curious about the palace. Ron's expression became interesting. He thought the other party wanted to add money, but it turned out that he wanted to learn a foreign language. He heard from Dijan that the place was full of foreign call girls, not a single Indian girl. I'll make arrangements tonight, but my ship must go out to sea on time tomorrow. No problem. Harry shook his head excitedly. The palace's reputation had long been spread throughout Mumbai, and these officials wanted to have sex with it. The most important thing was that Indian men could enjoy white women openly, and the feeling of conquest was so great that it drove people crazy. No one could resist the temptation of the palace. Harry had long been drooling over it, and he had heard of many things in it. This time he finally found the opportunity, and of course he would not let it go easily. Although Ron agreed to take Harry to the palace, he actually had no idea where it was. He didn't even know where the palace was, and Ron couldn't hide from Lady Elizabeth because of the land purchase last year. There was no other way. In order to complete the transaction as soon as possible, Ron was going to ask Johnny. As the number one thug under Qadr Khan, he must know something about the palace. Aren't there 2 foreign girls around you? Are you unsatisfied? Johnny looked him up and down. Don't come on, take someone else with you. Go find Hila. Who? Ron was shocked. Hila, she is more familiar with the palace than I am. Chapter 124 The Imperial Palace. Are you kidding? Ron looked at Johnny suspiciously. Dr. So, you haven't even been to the palace. You are really a good person. Don't talk nonsense. Ron rolled his eyes. Hila is still in Goa. She can't help. She came back yesterday. Go call her. How do you know she's back? Ron found another blind spot. I ran into her. She brought someone from the German embassy. Okay, I'll go find her now. Hey. Ron, don't embarrass Indian men when you get to the palace. You must kill them. Don't talk nonsense. I'm doing it for business. Ron retorted loudly, then paused. By the way, learn some foreign languages. Learning foreign languages is urgent, and Ron rushed downstairs to Hila's apartment as soon as possible. To be honest, he was very curious why Hila was related to the palace. Isn't that a place only men go to? Or does Hila have some special hobbies? With all kinds of strange questions, Ron called Hila downstairs and the two agreed to meet at the cafe next door. What do you want from me? 20 minutes later, Hila sat opposite him. Did you have a good time in Goa? Ron ordered coffee for her attentively. That place is great, Ron. You should go and experience it once. Wow, I can't wait. Okay, if you have anything embarrassing to say, just say it. You look like you are going to buy a small umbrella for the first time, but you are too shy to say it. And there is a girl waiting for you to spend the night in the hotel room. Do I look so impatient? Ron was stunned, and then laughed. You are a gentleman and don't want to talk about some embarrassing topics with a lady too directly. Hila raised her eyebrows at him. Wow, this is very high. Ron looked at Hila with a new look. Well, this does sound a bit strange. I want you to take me to the palace. Poof, Hila almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. She stared at Ron in astonishment. You want a lady to take you to a brothel to find more women? This is simply against the will of heaven. I'm not looking for women. I'm helping other people find women, Ron explained briefly. Business matters. Hila was keenly aware of the key. That's it, Ron nodded. I heard that you are a frequent visitor there. Hey, I take back what I just said. You are not a gentleman at all. That's why I didn't speak directly before. Ron spread his hands. Tell me, who are the guests? Different groups have different demands for the palace. Hila changed her sitting posture, and her long white legs were looming under her pants skirt. Customs officer, I have a batch of goods to leave. Ron didn't expect that there was so much knowledge in this. Local people in Mumbai, I know what kind of program to arrange for them. Hila understood. Okay, I'll come to you tonight. So anxious, you know, Indian men are so impatient. Ron winked at her. Ron had never been to the palace, and he had no idea about the inside. Hila told him that because she often needed to entertain people from the embassy, she would bring them here. She would also arrange for some gem merchants to meet at the palace, so that they could have enough fun and make deals. Hila herself couldn't understand why so many people wanted to go to the palace. It was said that Lady Elizabeth was stunningly beautiful, but no one had ever actually seen her. It's very puzzling. Everyone knows that Lady Elizabeth is dangerous. But they would do anything to see her. What about you? Have you seen her? Ron asked. No. There was a screen between us, so we could only see her silhouette. The same was true for the guests I brought, but when they left the palace, they looked as excited as if they had met Joan of Arc. Maybe it's because of the mystery that people are fascinated. I don't know. She gives me goosebumps. Ron and Hila took the bumblebee to the palace. This Fiat taxi is very common. The body of the car is black and yellow, and the traffic is congested. They can only move slowly in the gap between the bus and the wooden cart. The night in Mumbai is still lively. The curfew has just passed, and everyone seems to want to vent the depression of imprisonment. The workers pushing the wooden carts shouted in unison as they went uphill. Their salaries were calculated in cents, not dollars, but reality did not allow them to stop. How are you and Mary? Hila suddenly asked. They are very ambitious and are ambitious to invest in movies, Aquaman. Ron answered irrelevantly. How is Kavaya? Hila made another move. Very smooth. What? I said. Are we almost there? Ron looked around in the car. Not yet. Damn traffic. The driver sitting in the front suddenly interrupted in vulgar Hindi. This damn city is constipated today. He was in high spirits. Hila had already clearly told him in fluent Hindi which streets to take and where to turn to reach the palace. Hila was a foreigner, so he saw Ron as a foreigner, so he decided to test the two. A 20 rupee tip might help us get through this, Hila retorted in Hindi. Brother, what are you doing, charging by the hour? Go ahead, we're not new customers. Yes, miss, the driver replied in English, laughing happily, and rushing through the traffic even harder. This guy just deliberately turned on the taxi meter device, which is used to cheat outsiders. Obviously, both Ron and Hila knew it. But the driver didn't care, but became happier. Did you bring your business card? The topic was interrupted, and Hila simply pretended that nothing happened. No, do I need to bring a business card to a place like this? Ron was puzzled. Don't worry, she laughed, Madam Elizabeth will ask you for it. She likes to collect business cards in case of emergency. But you can be exempted for your first time. With so much trouble, Ron became more curious about the palace. At this time, the taxi finally rushed to the vicinity of the palace by bluffing. The driver pulled over and parked the car next to a milk tea shop. Ron and Harry agreed to meet near here. They got off the car and prepared to walk to the palace. The driver stuck his thumb out of the window, pointed to the ground, and told them that he would wait for them here. He was not doing this for extra money or tips. He was just worried about their safety. In Mumbai, if a taxi driver takes the initiative to wait for a passenger, it may also be a sign of his concern, which happens frequently. Hila is beautiful and generous, and the driver is fascinated by her, especially because she can speak fluent Hindi. If an Indian taxi driver likes you, such as your eyes, smile or your reaction to the beggars at the window, he will be so happy that he will be close to you. He will be happy to do things for you and not be afraid of trouble, such as taking you to a place he doesn't like, the palace. He will wait for you outside, just to make sure you are safe. Hila tipped the driver and told him not to wait for them, although they both knew that he would still wait. This is one of the reasons why I like India. If they like you, they will like you very quickly and without any hesitation. India is too hot, so the people here are also very enthusiastic. You are different from them. Hila glanced at him. What? Ron was a little confused. You have different qualities. Sometimes you are like a hero, and sometimes you are like a scum. If you were a doctor, you would definitely give me a diagnosis of split personality. Hila laughed. Ron was indeed different from ordinary Indians. The palace was a large building with 3 fronts and 3 floors. The windows facing the street were decorated with wrought iron windows in the shape of acanthus leaves. This building was older than other buildings on the same street, but there were signs of restoration. The thick stone window lintels and architraves were carved into a star-shaped crown. The balcony on the 3rd floor was surrounded by glass and spanned the entire facade. The rooms inside were covered by bamboo curtains. The exterior walls were gray and the doors were black with intricate patterns carved on them. It seemed that Lady Elizabeth had spent a lot of money to renovate this building. That's right. Only in the downtown area can there be business. The original textile factory was deserted. Why would it compete with me for territory? Harry and his friends were already waiting on the street at the door. They came very early and couldn't wait. Ron, I thought you weren't coming, Harry greeted and looked at Hila frequently. Although the people around him tried their best to hide their eyes, Hila's appearance still made them very curious. This is the palace. Brother, it's still early for the agreed time. Hila is responsible for taking us in. She has connections. Ron emphasized the word connections, and sure enough, the eyes of several people were no longer so unscrupulous. Hila didn't say anything. She reached out and touched the door, and the door opened. Ron followed. Harry and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed behind. It was their first time here, and they didn't know anything. Hila's calmness subconsciously made them gather around. Inside was a cool corridor, and the deep lily-shaped glass lamp reflected soft light. The walls were covered with wallpaper, and the corridor was filled with incense and flower fragrance. The closed rooms around were separated by soundproof pads, leaving only silence, which was strange. A man stood in the corridor, facing several people, with his fingers easily intertwined in front of him. He was tall and thin, with fine dark brown hair tied back in a long braid that reached down to his hips. As he got closer, Ron noticed that he had no eyebrows, but had thick eyelashes. His pale face was tattooed with spirals and scrolls from his lips to his chin. He wore a black shirt and loose silk trousers, and plain plastic sandals. He looked uncomfortable in this outfit. Hello, Rab, Hila greeted him, her tone familiar. Hello, Miss Hila, Rab replied in Hindi. Madam has been talking to you a lot. Just keep going straight ahead. I'll have someone bring you a cold drink. You know the way. He stepped aside, bent slightly, and pointed to the stairs at the end of the corridor. His nails were long and seemed to be painted with henna. After they walked away, Harry shuddered uncontrollably. This lab is really creepy. You're right, I think he will eat people. Several of his colleagues nodded hurriedly. And everyone was terrified. Madam Elizabeth, there are 2 private servants, and he is one of them. He is a eunuch, a castrator, and his actual actions are more terrifying than they appear, Hila whispered, with a mysterious look on her face. I was wondering why that guy's so spooky. Ron also got goosebumps. With the atmosphere of the palace, why are so many people fascinated by it? You'll know later. Hila smiled and glanced at him. Chapter 125 Eye-opening. Led by Hila, Ron and his party walked up the wide staircase to the 2nd floor. The thick carpet, huge teak staircase pillars and handrails absorbed everyone's footsteps. There were framed photos and paintings on the walls, all of which were portraits. When passing those closed rooms, there were faint sounds of music and laughter. When they arrived here, they finally heard some movement, and several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Is it always so quiet here? Ron asked. Quiet, Hila chuckled. The soundproofing conditions of the palace are second to none in Mumbai. No matter how loud you shout, it's just like a whisper to people outside, barely audible. She stopped in front of a room door and turned the handle. The moment the door was opened, lights and music rushed in. The quiet corridor was instantly filled with colorful lights and heart-wrenching songs. Ron and Harry were stunned for a moment before they reacted and followed into the room. There was no one here, but the room seemed to have been prepared long ago. There was a woman's whisper in the music. In this atmosphere, even the lights became ambiguous. Harry and the others kept wiping their sweat and looking around. Ron could even clearly see his throat rolling back and forth. Wow! This is really the palace. It's so beautiful. There was obviously no girl, but they still kept praising it. The carpet was red, and the lace curtains were pulled down to cover the glass. Hila sat down on the sofa calmly, as if waiting for something. Soon there was a knock on the door outside. It was Lab. He pushed the door open, gestured to Hila, and then waved. A servant brought cold drinks, wine, and fruits, and all kinds of things filled the entire coffee table. But Harry and the others never looked at this. Behind the servants, there was a team of foreign girls with different styles. They attracted everyone's attention. Guests, please. Lab's shrill laughter brought everyone back to their senses. Ron, Harry's face was sweating more and more. He was a little impatient, but he was concerned about Hila's presence. Hila snapped her fingers, and a blonde in a cream dress stepped forward. What do you want to play? What? Harry stuttered. How about target shooting? The blonde hugged Harry's arm and moved her other hand back and forth on his body. What is target shooting? Harry's voice trembled. In a moment, the guest will wear a blindfold. Ron got goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. This is too good to play. Let's play this. Let's play this, Harry screamed, and several colleagues behind him cheered. One of them was even wiping tears because of excessive excitement. Actually, playing with chairs is not bad. The blonde was like a devil, wanting to drag everyone into the abyss. One of our girls, she pointed to the girls posing behind her, will kneel on her hands and feet, and the other girl will lie on her back, and then tie them together, blazing. Ron, the king of the sea, was amazed. This is a human chair. All right. Hurry up and start. Harry was eager to play with him. They had forgotten about Ron and Hila. In just 2 minutes, the girls' clothes were in disarray. Hila grabbed Ron's wrist and pointed to the next room. I'm going there. What do you say? Let's go. Ron got up and went out with her. Once the room was closed, screams, laughter, and all kinds of lewd sounds disappeared. The next room was very small, with only a few cushions and sofas. Tea was brewed here, and the timing was just right. Are you reluctant to leave? Hila looked at him with amusement. It's an eye-opener. From a man's perspective, the palace project is indeed exciting, but you still came. She pouted her lips and showed a pleasing and complacent smile. What else can I do? Go back now. Ron spread his hands. I can't just leave you here alone. Why? You know, I'm very familiar with this place. That's different. Who knows what will happen in a place like this? Ladies should not be left alone. Hila smiled, her pink lips pursed up, hooked into a perfect angle, impeccable. Then, when Ron was looking around, she quickly attacked and ambushed him. Ron was stunned. This was so direct that he couldn't resist. Just when he was about to be unable to suppress the flames, Hila retreated again. Hey, what's this? Ron smacked his lips, and her fragrance was still on the tip of his nose. Compensate for your losses. Hila sipped the tea slowly, as if the scene just now was an illusion. Ron could have stayed in that room, but he came out without any reluctance, and she was very happy. I have to say, that feeling is too charming. But Viraj, shut up. Don't mention that idiot. Hila interrupted him. You don't even know what stupid things he did in Goa. What do you mean? Ron was suddenly in high spirits. He was always interested in this kind of gossip. You know, that guy rented a horse from a trainer, and then came to the downstairs of the hotel where alive and sang a serenade to the window. Wow, it's romantic. Unfortunately, it's not, Hila objected bluntly. The horse left a pile of feces on the path in front of the house, just when he sang the climax of the serenade. Then many guests in the hotel were angry and threw rotten food at Viraj. Ron suddenly felt sorry for the guy. Then, did you see him? I threw things at him too, more and more accurately. Hila chuckled. Well, this is the fate of a dog licker. But Ron still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Viraj was his good friend, A very good one. Hela was Viraj's goddess, the goddess your brother pursued so hard, but she came to your door and was easily destroyed by you. It was still a bit unreasonable. Ron didn't mind married women, but he still had a conscience after all. That lady Elizabeth, is she here too? He began to change the subject. She lives on the top floor and has people deliver everything she needs to her. She never goes out. The 2 servants are responsible for delivering food and clothing to her. There are secret corridors and stairs in this building. This is too mysterious. She will walk around the building through the secret corridors and will not be seen by anyone. You know, these rooms have one-way glass, and she can observe most of the rooms through these glass or metal vents. What? Ron looked around subconsciously. Can she see next door? She likes it this way. She trains girls by observing the reactions of customers. So the attraction of the palace is much greater than other red light districts. Hela's eyes were full of smiles. She seemed to say that this is why I didn't go further just now. She doesn't like being peeped when she is doing that. Ron was numb. How perverted is this Lady Elizabeth? Fortunately, there are no cameras now, otherwise it will be a big trap. People who come to the palace are either rich or noble. Many of them are senior officials of the Indian government. If their gossip is exposed, the Indian newspapers will be lively. Don't worry, Hela comforted him. Lady Elizabeth knows what to say and what not to say, otherwise there is no place for her in Mumbai. The noise next door was getting louder and louder, and even the soundproof cotton couldn't block it. Under the dim light, the atmosphere was silent for a while. Well, it was ambiguous. Hela sat next to Ron, and the kind of touch that was there and not there made it difficult for people not to think wildly. Especially in a place like the palace, Ron was a little thirsty, and he felt that the temperature in the room was a little high. Dong dong dong. There was an untimely knock on the door, and Harry looked over curiously. Ron, damn it. Oh, are you not done yet? Hela chuckled, then got up from the sofa, and Ron also stood up slowly. Damn, his pants were so tight. How was it? Didn't disappoint you? Ron asked. Of course. It's great. The palace is really a beautiful place. Harry was still in the afterglow, and the experience tonight would make him remember it for the rest of his life. That's good. When can my ship go out to sea? Anytime. As long as the cargo you transport in the future is not Baba's sheep, the port of Mumbai will be your backyard. Next time you want to have fun, just tell me. Ron patted his shoulder affectionately. I'll reimburse the expenses. Wow, you are really my brother, Ron. Harry was so moved that he couldn't speak clearly. I will give you the commission this time in 2 days. Go back and have a good sleep today. I understand. Harry glanced at Ron and Hela in an ambiguous way. He knew that the couple had not had enough fun. Harry's friends also came to greet Ron, and their attitudes were very friendly. After sending them away, Ron asked Lab to settle the bill. I don't know what game Harry and his friends played, but they spent more than 100,000 rupees in one night. Dr. Sir, Madam Elizabeth hopes to meet you when she is free. I won't bother you today. Lab glanced at Hela, as if he was appreciating her vision. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. Ron's eyes moved slightly. Sure enough, he is no longer an unknown person now. After leaving the palace, the bustle of the street refreshed him. Although it was very quiet inside, he actually enjoyed the unique hustle and bustle of Mumbai at this moment. Hela. Ron couldn't help hugging the slender body in front of him. After a few long seconds, Hela gently pushed his chest and took a few steps back. Why do you always like to sneak attack? Ron blamed. He just felt it. Tonight, the palace gives me a very different feeling. She laughed. I enjoy it very much. Good night. Not far away, the taxi they came in was still there. The driver was winking at Ron, as if blaming him for not taking advantage of the victory. I should thank you. Ron waved at her until she got in the taxi and disappeared into the night scene. This won't work. He's almost slept with all the women around him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.